remember first big tournament I did a couple of years ago in Malaysia was the ESL 1 LA Makeup League. Or was it ESL 1 Thailand that came first? One of those. And he was starting to dazzle people by then. Yes.
10 seconds remain.
He does look very handsome. I've
essentially, if he's not going to be big.
And he was an idol for he was an idol for a lot of carries when he was kind of innovating. Yes, I know where you're going, and I'm trying to use this as a transition. He's an idol to
10 seconds remaining.
There it is. He was an also shut up, Avo, shut up. I was falling in love at first sight here.
And
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fanatics turn to ban.
Yeah.
And
10 seconds remaining.
Let's take a look at their opponents. A rather C team, Team QWE. Again, mostly comprised of mostly a Mongolian stack here. QWE, former Lil Gun. I always, whenever I think of Mongolian, I always go with Hustla. I don't know why the word has just such a strong grasp on my mind. He is, but to me, he's been the player that's mostly stood out. But this has been a team that, well, mostly the three players in the same jersey have competed for a long time as Lil Gun. It seems like that stack may have fallen apart a little bit, or at least the org. I'm not exactly sure what's happened here, but they have decided to compete once again under a new banner. They are not sponsored here, and they picked up a couple new players, being well, basically just Krish, actually. Who's going to be the newest, is an Indian carry player. I think he's like 11k, and he used to play on TNC Predator at the end of 2022. So had a couple big stints for him. We'll see how he does here as our first draft already underway, and it's already well developed. So we'll jump in here and continue our little rambling. But I like what you were bringing up about, you know, Chinese teams kind of starting to come over into SCA Div 2. Malaysia does seem like a country that is very natural for that. So it's not too surprising to see, but I think it does start to speak volumes about what's in store for that region, right? I do wonder, like, next DPC tour, if we're going to see a reallotment of those slots, the 4 slots that they get for the major, right? China and Western Europe used to always be 4 slots each.
Fanatics turn to pick.
Face the light.
There it is.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Alchemist.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Krish,
Fanatics turn to ban.
Life Stealer.
Yep.
Dire team ban.
Yeah. Quick note on Entity being an Indian
10
org. That is
seconds
true.
remaining.
I always thought it was really funny how, you know, it was always Boom who ended up getting the copy
5
pastas of the
seconds
boys out of
remaining.
Mumbai. And it was never Entity who moved on to Western Europe. Just kind of shows the difference that a viewer base can make. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if Entity picked up a team in this region that maybe had Krish and a couple of other SEA players, you know, they would all get turned into Indian players with the copy pastas. Right. And people got confused because it was Boom
Fanatics
India.
turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
True.
Fanatics turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, QWE for the most part staying to what we've already seen a lot of here, and even this first half of the draft for Horizon wasn't experimenting too much. I saw a handful of games out from the Dawnbreaker in Div 2, or sorry, in Div 1. So would expect that to be the offlane Dawnbreaker. We've seen a handful of different builds with it. I think we've seen the heal heavy builds. Excuse me. And we've also seen one game where it was more of the carry style with the Ag Shard and then into that more style of itemization. So I've seen both kind of builds kind of work. Just kind of depends on the core that you end up actually playing with.
Dire team pick.
I'm just thinking.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
that's what I was thinking. I was actually thinking of the Venomancer with that talent at 10 that reduces healing, I believe he has. Or is it him that has that talent of Poison Sting reduces healing? Might be a bit tricky to get off.
You may now
Riki.
select your heroes.
Okay.
They're playing mid. Don't know if I'm sold on the QWE lineup. I feel like Horizon has a lot of sustain this game. Like a ridiculous amount of sustain. And I don't know if Lifestealer
Yeah, and they also...
is enough.
I also don't think that they necessarily buff this Lifestealer enough such that he can just sustain through tanky Dawnbreaker and Alchemist. Like, I think that's a way you can play Lifestealer. Like, if you ever see it into Sven, like Sven tries to play into Lifestealer and Lifestealer just tanks too much, you know? He just... Once you start fighting, it's too easy there. Against 3, especially when they're all able to do damage to you, 2 from, you know, pretty decent distance, more or less the DP. I do think this is actually going to be a really hard game for QWE. Perhaps they see a much faster tempo where they're able to kind of combine maybe that second item on Lifestealer alongside with this core Riki's probably Meteor Hammer, NP's Gleipnir, and then you just kind of force fights. But I still think Horizon fight extremely well just off of the strength. And Alchemist is not a slow hero, you know, so I don't know how likely that's going to work, but we're probably very set to have an explosive early game here nonetheless.
Want to get the Meteor Hammer. Oh, and it feels bad. Like, this might be one of the games where you justify just traditional blade build up.
Complete.
Prepare for
No,
battle.
it just feels like...
What a surprise!
Yeah.
How are you going to kill them? Like, you Meteor Hammer, and then you Lifestealer hits, and you hope that everyone else is AFK, and they don't heal each other? Or... I don't know.
I'm not personally too sure, to be honest. That's been my problem with Riki for the longest time. I just don't think this hero has a lot of follow-up. He's very similar to OD, but at least OD has a lot of more other ways he can be played.
He just
Yeah,
has damage. Right? Like, it just has not natural damage that Ricky lacks without items.
Well, he's got the meteor hammer already queued up, so the only advantage that he'll have here is he's going to help remove map pressure, right? Like, he's going to be able to push alongside the NP, so perhaps that's where QWE are looking to be able to put a little bit more aggression. You know, remove a lot of space on the map for Horizon, not Fnatic, for Horizon to be able to farm safely with this Alchemist is. That'll force WS to take some pretty dangerous farm. I do think your pickoff's pretty good between a Tusk, especially with the Disruptor able to pop down a Static Storm. Like, maybe that's what they're thinking here. Their pickoff's pretty good, especially with Riki Meteor Hammer to set it up.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a really strong moment. I do imagine also the Tusk plus NP lane, wherever they end up running it, pretty much crushes the lane. If they get to run that against a DP, which I'm not sure if they're planted, they think it could be like a DP off and they get to go against range carry, but they seem to be running it around, right? If they can destroy that lane and then you play off the pickoff potential, like you said, you have a really strong start. Not much counter initiation until.
Yeah, or maybe, yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? Is the counter initiation's pretty darn good. Like, the Static Storm, I think, has to be used basically for DP, maybe for Pango, if there becomes a point of this game where he's really, really important. And that's very true once he hits Diffusal Blade. Depends. Right now, Mercy hasn't really queued up anything for his items that are going to reveal too much about what he wants to actually build up. But that's going to end up being a little bit interesting there. And they also,
Are you okay?
you gotta love Horizon. They've also purchased the Fnatic fan bundle, it would seem.
Is here.
Have they actually?
Well, that's how you get your logo. That's how you get the team logo above in front of their name, right?
Are they doing? Are they just completely taking over Fnatic? Is this their way? Are they gonna now? They just crown themselves CEO of Fnatic, and they take over the rest of their teams.
I can see that. It's a hostile takeover.
Right in America, is that how it works?
No, it's much easier to do that in America.
The battle begins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate thing where Social Security ends up being used as a national ID number, even though it has no security checks in place. You could just guess someone's Social Security number. It's really not that hard.
And then what happens, dude?
And then you can open up bank accounts and credit cards in their name.
I'm gonna start doing that in my free time.
Yeah, I think it's worth it for you. I think it's worth it for
Chat, I think if we all guess a random set of numbers, we will eventually get
listen,
there.
Dude,
This is the
I must say, for legal purposes, I am not encouraging this behavior. But
I am not American. I am free. I cannot be touched.
That's right. That's right.
That's how
America's
law
just
works,
so free. You wouldn't get it, Avo.
Anyway, let's talk about Dota for a second here, because we do end up getting the Tusk MP versus the DP lane. It's a pretty big deal, considering this matchup is brutal against ranged heroes, as you just go tag team plus trees and they just can't tank that much damage. Ranged heroes tend to go for a lot of armor, and we're seeing actually double Wraith Band here in WS to deal with this. So actually clever start by QWE, and it gives me a lot of hope for this lineup, because you also get Lifestealer versus Elk, which is a really easy matchup for Lifestealer because he wins almost all games, or sustains himself almost all games.
But he does. I think the only thing that does get a little bit difficult here is trying to is trying to fight into this lane a little bit more when you're the supports, just because of how easily you can actually go down. But Krish, for the most part, as you say, is going to be highly incentivized to be able to stay off of this Alchemist in the first place. First point in the feast. Triple gauntlets of strength as well. He is going to be going for that armlet build. So pretty standard stuff out from the Lifestealer. That's his only problem, though, is I think this hero is, these days, extremely predictable. Just know what he wants to be doing. I guess it I don't know even. Alchemist, I think you can play him a couple different ways, but Lifestealer's kind of got his one itemization that he feels best going for.
Yeah, I don't think that's that bad in certain games, right? Like the whole thing is, in a draft, he certainly can get countered. I don't think it's as Ponyo almost died there. He certainly can counter easily in a draft if you pick him early, but against certain matchups, which is what I've been seeing, and against just against Alchemist, I think it's fine. Armlet covers you really nicely in this matchup because of the armor and the HP. and eventually just deal with his high HP. As in the top lane, by the way, WS is being circled in by the shards and a bunch of trees. We don't have tag team yet, and in fact, Ace might just die. Body blocked by the own Treants. 4-2-3 does get the first blood, though, before his support dies in front of him.
There it is. That's a little something going their way for first blood. 4-2-3 is going to be able to continue farming up just a bit more here on the carry NP. Do you wonder when he's going to start getting a little bit more active around this map in terms of rotating away? We've seen, I mean, he's really the off lane here this game, isn't he?
The off lane.
So I'd suppose his first big rotation is either going to be something for the mid lane power rune at minute 6, or he's going to want to rotate probably just after the 8-minute rune to the bottom lane to try and ideally kill an alchemist, whoever else is here, and then take the tower with Krish. I think that's his best move. That's always the funny thing about whenever you swap lanes or you do a little lane swap with your carry, is that he's already in the lane that he wants to start pushing and eventually farming in, which does make your game a bit easier to play as the NP, I think.
I would say that's changed a little bit now that the triangle got nerfed. People now want to take over the jungle a little bit more, so you might actually see a little bit of lane rotation, especially for heroes like Lifestealer, who can sustain themselves a little bit. Carries that are weaker in lane, sure, but carries that are stronger in lane, they want to abuse the jungle as much as they can. But since an NP can just take over that role, and I actually hope he builds completely as a carry this game. Like, sure, I'll allow Ags, but then go Gleipnir. You know, like, don't do auras, don't do anything weird, don't build anything cuckoo. Just build carry and try to go from there. As Mercy dies again, like, this will be another kill for 4-2-3.
The children of light.
I would even encourage Maelstrom first this game, because Ricky will not do that. So you might as well take that role.
Yeah, I could see that. I'd still like the idea of taking this bottom jungle, opening up the map, and maybe playing around bot a little bit more, just because you do force way more pressure onto this Alk.
Yeah,
like, I think killing Alk once or twice this game makes your game so much easier for Krish here.
I agree. I definitely think that rotation you called is correct and on point. That's what they should do. I'm just saying that the Lifestealer might decide to take top instead, and because he can also sustain himself against you.
Too bad.
But that kill against Salk should be easy. Ricky should also rotate, honestly, if you get an early Meteor Hammer. Either that or you just push mid, so you kind of have this two-pronged attack the enemy team can't defend against.
So that'd be one of those games where it does feel slightly like an SMG draft, doesn't it? Where you're gonna see this Riki probably push the mid tier 1 tower. You're gonna see a rotation from the NP to the bottom lane to get that first tier 1 tower, and then I think naturally you're just gonna look for fourth issue top. As WS is really on right now. Nice shard.
Yeah, and they want to kill Ace before WS dies, but unfortunately won't get that experience for their offlaner. Ace now just hanging in the trees. Oh, he's actually getting body blocked thanks to the tree. And Ace for now is fine. He's actually surviving just barely. They can't cut down this tree. Finally, the 2 hits from Mercy as the snow comes out from Ace, but the hammer will finish him off, even losing 1 charge of infused raindrops as a result. Did gain a little bit of time, but eventually the result was the same.
See how much more effective they can get here. You can already see Horizon sending God King into the jungle as he's farming up a couple of pretty nice stacks for himself under the cover of a healing salve. Finally has his full phase boots online, so he fights a little bit better now into the damage that Krish is bringing. Problem is Krish now has got a little bit more money since he's gotten a kill onto this Rubik down bottom. So I'm not sure how much longer he wants to be down here as they do look to test over the runes mid.
Yeah, that's smoke screen screwed, and God barely finds the place to survive in that ice shards. Almost perfect for Ace. Top lane though, they are going for 4-2-3, and 4-2-3 getting pummeled to death. Spirit is still chasing after him. He's trying to sprout himself. Body blocks himself with the treants. Not the ideal nature's call, and he'll eventually fall.
Big kill there. Little 6 for both mid laners now as the mid lane minute 6 rune was an invis. It got contested and picked up by Ace. Effectively denied, especially when they miss out on the kill onto Gon. But at the very least, they do deny the bottle refill. Sanctity, of course, not as dependent on that bottle refill because, of course, now he's got Meteor Hammer delivered, so he's got the mana regeneration to continue farming. This is a reveal on an item. We'll see if he tries to rotate away on it or if he's just going to start doing damage to the tower right away. I suspect he'll just start doing damage to the tower right away, honestly.
Yeah, if you don't go boots right, I think that's your only option. No, I think Pango can defend this pretty decently. He has great lane shove. Really annoys you in the process. Kind of infinite mana if you get the arcanes early.
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't mind seeing QWE try and apply pressure elsewhere to try and force the Pango to rotate away and make this a bit easier for Riki to take the tower. because that's something that, of course... Oh, hold on, actually.
Yeah, they're doing
damage.
Top 8 though. Might die as a result of Mercy. Once again, it's this 1-for-1 trade. WS is still stuck in the trees. They have more Nature Skulls, but they don't want to use it on an DP. She can just Spirit Siphon the tree, and there's no way she's dying here. And here's the play you were talking about somewhat, since Alk retires to the jungle a little bit earlier than expected. SC, sorry, just chased after him in the jungle. Wards it aggressively.
Yep. That's what we want to see. Yeah, still a lot of moves for Horizon to make here. Still haven't seen a Rolling Thunder. It's level 7 now. Oh, we might see it now. Activated the haste rune right away. Don't know if Gon necessarily wanted to do that, but it's going to force him some sort of action here. SC avoids the Pangolier for now.
Yeah, okay. Alk has gotten Thunderstruck. I don't know if that was the play here, SC. DPs? Are we going to charge a Rolling Thunder for this? Nope.
Okay. Not bad. I mean, you just effectively wasted the haste rune. He used haste to run to the camp faster and farm it.
Yeah, it's actually huge. And because you're playing this late mid lane,
has been killed.
it's not the best mid lane ever for the fact. And as a result, they haven't been able to shut the lane effectively. Ricky has won the lane considerably. He's already gotten one Meteor Hammer off, and you forced the glyph. Kind of a win for QWE in this mid lane match.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be pretty happy with this. It's very much keeping... oh, hold on, actually. Sanctity is rotating top. Good. Oh, there's a sentry here, though. Let's see if he walks under it. Yep.
WE.
A gift from the
walk on this
tempest of battle.
I don't think they care. Are they aware there's a trust in the trees? They're just ignoring him. Ice shards. Goodbye to the NP. To the DP, sorry. What was that? They definitely saw him.
They look a little bit confused there. Maybe they were trying to... You know what they probably were doing? They were probably baiting. If Gan was on his way in, he's like, guys, bait them in. I'll charge Rolling Thunder and we'll fight them. We'll turn.
Sure. As Mercy now dies to the snowball. Very easy kill. Rolling Thunder help from a God. They're stuck in a pinball zone. And God misses that bonk. Didn't get the exact one that he was looking for. Has to settle for Ace instead. Ricky gets away, but Ace should die to another shield crash or a Crypt Swarm instead. As WS recovers that kill.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why you wanted... that's why you were hoping to get the Pango in a bit earlier there, right? Oh, hold on.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Good lane.
God, this has another swashbuckle misses. Crush is gonna be fine. This early game by...
Radiant's middle
this early game
tower
by...
is under attack.
Horizon has been really lackluster. I don't even just mean in the draft, obviously, because we already expected very little rotations, but I feel like the Pango and DP, it shouldn't have been this difficult to play. I think there's been a couple of pretty egregious mistakes here.
I think Gon needed a TP to that tier 1 tower and try and counter-initiate using Rolling Thunder from the Fog of War during the nighttime, using that to his advantage. Because you could see, like, he eventually did catch those heroes in a pinball zone when they overcommit, and you can just imagine the damage with an Exo, right? Like, that's, I think, the first perfect usage for an Exo here. This is not bad. He's trying now to at least go for the tower. But, yeah, did really struggle here, and now, actually, QWE eager to try and defend this.
I think they might be able to win this, honestly. With Hammer, they're already a little bit stronger. Tusk is ready too. Tech level 3. Just keeping the distance to make sure they wait out this exorcism. Oh, okay, no, apparently not. Rolling Thunder only catches and kills the Disruptor. At the same time, they burn WS. And God's Rolling Thunder hits both Ace and Sanctity, stopping this aggression from QWE.
Yeah, I mean, it is real bad though, because you could see, like, just down bottom, Krish is already getting creeps to the tier 2 down bottom, and he's starting to steal a little bit of farm now from the Alchemist. Both carries have not left this bottom lane whatsoever. Unsurprisingly, of course, God King is going to be able to get more money out of this. He's an Alchemist, that's what he does. But it's more about the map space, right? You kill WS right as he used his first Exo. They're going to have to make another push for this tier 1 tower, and now QWE can focus back onto this mid tier 1, and then really start to play aggressively here around the map against the Alchemist. So God King, he's gotten a lot of space. He's getting really good farming. His team's going to need him to come in big here within the next 10 kind of minutes, because QWE are running away with this one.
Ponyo is gonna die here in the smoke screen. I was gonna mention, like, Alf is not outfarming Lifestealer. Neither the NP. Like, he's just outclassed here considerably because of these plays that Chris has made. The fact that he's solo threatening the Alf this whole time, making efficient stacks, has really threatened this supposed space that Horizon is giving them. And because each and every one of their ganks, they lose 1 to 2 people. And mostly it's TP. You don't have any other cores to rely on or any other timings. That is so underfought. For a Pango to be this underfought this early when nobody can catch you and you can just free push lanes is kind of insane.
Yeah, they really need his Diffusal Blade online because they're just lacking damage right now. There's very little threat. God King, at least he's about to get his Radiance online. That will really start to accelerate his farm. But it has been just struggle central here, basically, for Horizon this game so far. He's about to hit level 9 and finally max out Greevil's Greed. Again, I mean, just things that will start to accelerate his farm, but he's still just in pace right now with the Lifestealer. 4-2-3 is perhaps the bigger concern because if he does go for this first item Gleipnir, he's going to have a lot of control, he'll have a lot more team fight than you guys as well, and that ends up becoming a big issue. WS with just
how do you deal with these 3 cores? Like the Ricky timing, which is supposed to be slow with his Meteor Hammer, and you just like push into nothing, it doesn't matter because he has Diffusal Play almost already at the same time as Pango.
Yeah, I mean, I still think the Pango Diffusal is going to be a little bit more effective here, just in terms of the amount of lockdown and more damage that you will naturally
100%.
bring with it. But it's just a matter of will your team be in a position to make any use of it here. Good read there by God King. He's going to TP out ahead of this smoke gank, and he's now going to help support the push. Oh, actually, he's going to farm this Mega Stack first. Max it again, the efficient man he is.
How impactful is this? How much can you fight with this raid? Probably nothing, right? Like, you just more farm.
No.
Oh,
yeah, it's purely a farming item, and in fact, he's going to get scouted now by Sanctity. Oh no.
There's no way he dies to this, right? Fixing the trade still. Okay, the healing from the Dawnbreaker actually saved him. Never mind. FC gets him with a glimpse damage of all things. Sanctity just off the haste rune. This is not good news bears for Sanctity.
No,
However, funny because you were able to assassinate me.
No, I mean, it's just bad. I mean, they do get the Riki, but every single second that they continue to delay this Alchemist farm, it's this window closing where Lifestealer, he's about to get his Armlet Deso online. His next item, you know, probably, actually what he wants to go for next. We'll see. Maybe a Basher here at some stage for him. But this Alchemist window is just closing, and the further that QWE delay this, the weaker this hero is going to end up feeling in his first big fight. Same can be said now of this Pango, who finally does have this Diffusal Blade. Again, they continue defending these stacks, but Horizon, they really have to make a play here, and that's just not working out for them here. WS is going to get caught a second or a third time here in this top lane, basically.
Yeah, he's nullified this game. I mean, Pango was behind, but at least he's not dying a bunch, but WS is just having no game. Luckily, you're only going for auras, so, I mean, the timing is important, but eventually you'll fall off anyway, so I guess their stat, to be safe, just fell off earlier, and you were never actually useful this game. I don't know. It is looking pretty bad for them. I did not expect Horizon's early game to be this crushed.
Yeah, this is a little bit I was afraid of when I started seeing the Senti pop off a bit in the top lane. Like, he did make that rotation. I don't even think he rotated bottom once, to be honest. He's just been keeping creeps off the tower. And now, Lifestealer as well has finished up his Deso. He can very realistically TP to this top lane and fight. But honestly, the more effective play is for him to stay down bottom and just remove more farm on the map from God King. You can see now, like I was saying, that they are starting to put a lot of pressure onto this top tier 1 tower. And this is just something that Horizon cannot afford. They're going to be forced to fight here, basically, with just Mech and still Exo level 1. This Diffusal and level 1 Rolling Thunder, they're going to have to make the difference here.
I am punching for you.
Otherwise, Horizon are in for a really rough timings on this Alchemist. I don't know, man. He's going to get BKB up rather shortly, but BKB Radiance is just not going to be enough to fight through this Lifestealer this game.
Double damage.
Dire's middle tower.
Okay, yeah, we still have small screen, so then you should be able to kill. No, never mind. They don't have anything. Actually,
look at that. It's a rotate. The Lifestealer's here.
The blade. And now with Chris here, Ponyo's already dead. Ace walks away. TP, that is way too cheeky. As in the middle lane,
God King.
Mercy, yep. And that's going to be God King, who's being body blocked by a tree right now. Sanctity waiting for that blitz fight. Gets blitzed back into Kinetic Field. As Sanctity runs away, they are lacking their carry. Where's Krish? Keeps cutting by to the fight. Exorcism has already been activated. God King might just start himself. That is Unstoppable Concussion only for himself. But luckily, WS and Gon show their utility by killing off the Ricky solo. And QWE does not get the team fight they were looking for. Small win there for Horizon, but a very needed one right there.
Yeah. I think, in fact, it's a pretty big win. WS, unfortunately, is not going to get much out of this first Exo, or the second Exo that he's used. But God King lives, most importantly. He even gets a kill there onto the mid laner. Only supports are lost, and indeed, it looks like Horizon are finally going to be able to get this tier 1 tower. I mean, this is so much more space that they desperately needed on the map. Oh, actually, no, they don't feel confident in it. Perhaps for good reason. Krish is here. Collective.
Yeah, for Krish. Should be a difficult fight. Ponyo does steal the rage, so he's no longer slowed, but we do have the feast. Sorry, we do have the rage himself from Krish, which will give him the extra movement speed, and Ponyo will die to it. However, there's nobody else because they all TP away successfully.
Yeah, and I actually think now I spoke a bit too soon. I think this is QWE then picking off that offlane tier 1 tower, which makes these fights way harder for Horizon to take. So Horizon with a good minute in there at least, but failed to really capitalize on anything. Mercy farming away towards his Zag Scepter is going to be scared off, but the God King, at least he lives. He'll have BKB online. And again, they're going to have to make this next Rolling Thunder really work. It's Rolling Thunder level 2. You're about to hit level 2 timing on this Exo. It should be up in the next 45 seconds by the time the ability's ready again. It's just a matter of what are QWE going to take from you in this kind of 30-second window. For now, it's just a lot of the map, which again is not inconsequential here. Horizon will smoke up, but what's the play here? Where are they going to smoke to?
They don't have much vision of the map, so it's just kind of fighting the first hero that shows himself. The parents go with the ace. Difficult play if you start like that, but they'll try anyway. Yeah, there's a snowball. They avoid the smoke screen at least, and the glimpse is avoided too. God goes in with the Rolling Thunder. I think not a single stun yet. But the Unstoppable Concoction sets up a 4-2-3. Now down to the high ground. To the low ground, sorry. And the low ground will continue to hit. However, the Connect Field does catch the poor Alchemist. Radiant is still burning 4-2-3. They send everything at him. The snowball saves him. Now the Infectio will keep 4-2-3 alive for a couple more seconds. So God is forced to shield crash back into the fight. Now silenced and slowed inside that smoke screen, but he knows the Alch. He can fight behind him. SC will die to him, and 3 kills already for Horizon as the Alch comes online with that BKB Radiance.
Yep. Big Blink Dagger reveal. Nice ulti there. Just kind of sustaining through. Gone as well with the Red Thunder. They're going for more.
Too long. Got forced it in a matter of seconds.
Wow. That's a big mistake here. This is huge. This Alchemist here, man, you can really snowball off of him because guess what? Level 2 Exo is ready. I think the play here for Horizon is secure this Aegis right now. This is a big kill. I think this is a missed opportunity. I think you'd gladly trade level 2 Exo for Roshan. Now it's too late though. With Krish responding a bit too quickly. Your team fight is far superior. I guess he does not have chemical. Well, he did have chemical rage. I really think they should have done Roche there, Ava. I don't know. I think now you've given an opportunity for QWE to claw back a little bit of this momentum you just stole from them.
Yep, I agree. Ponyo dies as a result. WS falls as well, and like you said, you didn't take any good objectives here, so
no.
Just a bunch of losses. And WS dies again, so he goes back into the drawer whence he came from, into the cave.
Yeah, I mean, you did take that mid-tier 1 tower, but it's more like, what did you do with that space as a result? Nothing, right? You kind of move top and die underneath one of their wards.
Radiant are scanning.
It's about...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's about taking these objectives and then making plays with the space that you created with yourself. You know, like taking a tier 1 tower, like, what does it do? It makes it harder, much harder for Dire to try and reinforce and quickly fight and contest the Roshan. But as soon as you never force that second issue, it's not really all that relevant. You just equalize here in terms of map pressure, which is something, but it's not nearly enough when you're playing against an NP, when you're playing against a Riki who's roaming around the map here. Like, it's... I don't know. Horizon, they needed to do a little bit more there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I feel like they also don't have the kind of lineup that is great at taking single ganks. They have really good team fight, but not the greatest of ganks because they have two long cooldowns, right? Like the resources need to be spent in big fights. And you're up against a team which has Ricky and has NP. They're the ganking team by excellence. Yeah. So you should be recovering map control to survive, not to go and gank, which is why the Roche is much more valuable there.
Yep. Yeah,
I also feel like tier 1 kind of falls with a sneeze at some point with Alk. It's not like it's a particular objective. I don't know.
Smoke up now. Maybe
Rolling Thunder gun. Okay, he has a Blink Dagger. He's going to set up on the Lifestealer, but he's right next to the cliff. A little bit difficult. The Telekinesis sends it back into the concoction, but Chris rages in time. However, he does get bashed there, and Chris will not die just yet. Finally killed.
They have an Orchid. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, God King does have an Orchid activated for the second life activate KV as well. And
oh, good Snowball.
Should soon kill Krish. Snowball will save him for now, but Krish has gotten silent second time. Shield Crash slowed and killed off. And now it's going to be poor Ace who falls as another bash from the Pango condemns him to a swift death. Really good choice by Gan to go for the Basher first this game. No axe shenanigans. They need the Basher.
And that's a buyback from SE too. Yeah. I mean, this is just simply now QWE not respecting the team fight advantage that Horizon have. I mean, now this Alchemist, I mean, this is not a time to be trifling with him, especially because you haven't built a single anti-Alchemist item. Like, you have the anti-Alchemist hero that is Lifestealer, but he's not able to fight once he's silenced, once his rage is over. And both of those things happen extremely quickly. Really good heads-up play there from Horizon as they take a tier 2 tower. That is a much bigger objective here in the mid lane. Kind of rare to see that one go first, but it's a heads-up move to just use Exo for whatever you can on the map. That I do have to applaud them for. Really, really nice fight there, and QWE just, they need QWE. I'm more interested in terms of how they're going to respond, because you could just force Exo here and it'll still be ready by the next Roche respawn, and then you'll be able to take Outpost. Like, I think this is a fine move for Horizon. They're just setting up for second Roche. For QWE though, a tier 2 tower trade in this circumstance does not feel as good. But probably a team fight here feels about impossible, especially now that Solar Guardian is ready again. This is a tricky situation, honestly.
Okay, yeah. Ponyo finally bought a sentry. They need some sentries, otherwise the team fight is actually really...
This is tricky. I also think Ponyo should buy his Axe Shard before he gets the Gem of True Sight. It's so hard, actually. I don't know.
Nah, you need Gem.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower.
They're not even going to be able to get the bottom tier 2.
No, I mean, if Alex actually chooses to defend this. There we go.
Oh, he will.
He was just standing there letting Radiance do the job.
He was letting them know he was nearby using the burn. Horizon didn't secure the outpost though, so they did forget to do that one. I do think that was pretty huge, or it can be huge here. There's no buyback on the Disruptor, but everyone else, I believe, QWE has the opportunity for buyback. Really, the only ones right now are Ace, but Chris is about to farm it up, as will Sanctity. So it's just 4-2-3 who will not have it in these next... Well, he might actually farm 1,200 gold in 2 minutes, honestly. He is an NP. The next fight's going to be big, though. It might just be the game decider, honestly. Like, if you kill Alchemist in this timing where he's finally picking up his 5th and now his 6th item with this Basher, this hero feels completely underwhelming. That being said, we have seen the last Aegis, or the first Aegis, been used for QWE not very effectively either. So it's a matter of really organizing themselves around this next Roche fight, around this next Aegis, and specifically making sure that Horizon do not get their hands on it. Horizon, though...
Yeah, because if they do, they could just sentence the game with the Alk, honestly.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, this is his most powerful... Or he's rapidly approaching it, right? He's going to get Basher, he's going to upgrade into Abyssal. Silver Edge is nice for the break and more damage, right, for that second crit. But, like, you know, he's getting there. He's really starting to top off here.
Radiant's middle tower.
I think Basher is probably, I wouldn't say it's most powerful, but his first, like, actual big power spike will just, like, decimate life. But I agree with you. You are in a really difficult spot right now, and you don't have a carry that farms nearly as fast as Alchemist, so all this like downtime that you're giving him is just widening the gap between him and Lifestealer. NP can keep up a little bit better, and I'm glad he's actually going for items that choose to seem to want to deal with Alchemist, like the Crystal is, because crits are the best way to deal with fast healing. Unless, you know, Scotty, but obviously that item is not in the dictionary of QWE.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention, is they really do need this anti-Alk item, and they just haven't purchased one yet. Vessel, of course, I mean, it's far too late to consider that, so you can't really fault the supports here. But someone needs to be going for it. It's not really... I don't know. I could see a very weird scenario where mid-Rikis do start going for Vessels. Like, that doesn't strike me as too crazy, but... Oh, hold on.
Okay, they already they hit him with the Astral Concoction as well. Rolling Thunder. Kinetic Field does block the Alk. They're sending him back to him with the Rolling Thunder. That was a cute play. And so Horizon gets a really valuable kill on Sanctity. Or is it? Because has the Riki even been doing anything for a while? Probably not.
He's been scouting. I mean, that changes now that there's obviously a gem, right? Ponyo did just purchase that. That was the gem, quote-unquote, reveal. Oh, it's a long rush as well. I really had to commend whoever's calling these shots from Horizon. Rush is going to be up in 2 minutes, by the way. Very good play for them to smoke, find the enemy mid, capture the outpost, and now start setting up and start pushing these waves to secure. Good play. I have to give them credit there. I don't really think QWE. Well, I mean, again, they're a little bit lucky in the sense that this Roche hasn't yet respawned, and perhaps they're going to be able to set up onto Mercy for free down bottom.
I don't know. I guess you're a support. I guess you're just shoving waves, and them waiting that long for support is not that big a deal. But,
Could be, though.
I mean, they're going for a smoke play now. He went into the Nature's Prophet to save the TP. Very interesting.
The problem, of course, is that if Dawnbreaker has buyback, of course, we know she doesn't, but if she does, she's like an S-tier buyback hero in these kinds of fights, especially with Ag Scepter. Risky move, but QWE, they could wrestle back control of this game here with this one move.
Well, we'll see. For now, it's going to be the Pango who go on, and Pango is going to be decimated in a matter of seconds as the Alp now hits the MP, but he got bashed here for the Lifestealer. That stops him for a second. 423 got bashed as well, and got King so close to killing his target, but unfortunately unable to, as now the Meteor Hammer keeps him in place and kills him. WF trying to do his best, but he's what a healer here, and he's going to be mowed down as well. Not tanky enough. Ponyo TP's in the trees, and he's the only surviving member here of Horizon. We destroyed him that last fight with a crucial kill.
Yeah, really good static storm as well. I have to be honest, out from this disruptor, prevented the roll up into rolling. Yep, and the Rolling Thunder from coming through. Sanctity. It's good that you mentioned the Meteor Hammer, right? Because we've been highly critical of this Riki mid hero, you know, kind of being a Meteor Hammer, a glorified Meteor Hammer carrier. And, well, you know, if you're going to do one thing very well, you better do it. And he did, right? He got off his Meteor Hammer quite effectively there. They timed everything very nicely. The control was excellent onto the Alchemist. And most importantly, 4-2-3's positioning in the fights, you know, self-sprouting, making sure that he was able to safely hit and destroy the Alchemist from range. Very effective. Now, QWE are going to be rewarded very likely with the second Roche. There's no buyback on the God King Hualien. And yeah, with the Deso damage that Krish has accumulated this fight, this game, sorry, this thing's going to go down very quickly. Huge turning point here for QWE. Really, really good fight.
Has fallen to the
Well, this QWE gains some new inspired hope. Let's see what they do with this extra gold they got. BKB on Ricky. Let's see how that turns out against Horizon. As I still think that if the team fight goes, or if Pango doesn't die that soon, I mean, if you catch the Alchemist, that works too, right? Is he going to survive this thanks to the Dawnbreaker? For now, he's healing enough. Here comes the Pango to save him, but God King is really low HP. There's the Guardian as well. They glimpse him back, but he's still alive. The Tasto in his way. He's Bloodthorns in, so he can't get blocked. And thanks to the Pango, they caught him all in a difficult position. That has been used, though. God King's bad. God King wants to hit, and they kill 4-3 and Ace. Now it's going to be Krish, who comes back to a world of hurt here. Tries to TP, but no way against two Bashers. That's ever going to happen. Krish, even with the rage, he gets mowed down. A huge wave for Horizon. I don't know how this happens, man. It's clear that has to be the first one. You can't go on Elk. He's too tanky.
Yeah, it's got to be the Pangolier, especially because of what he really represents in these fights for Horizon at this stage, which is like counter initiation and pretty consistent lockdown, I think is fair to call it, right, between Basher and Swashbuckle. It is just absolutely destroying them in these fights. There's also an Exo ready to use. I think the move here from Horizon is just looking to force the Fortify, and then you're going to pop Exo as they can tank for the creep wave to make sure they don't lose backdoor, which they will not do for some reason, but that's fine. Oh, the kick. This is ambitious. Or is it?
It's very ambitious. Alpha got saved earlier, and he's going to get saved again.
Yeah, it's
too much healing. Oh, glimpse him back. Second round. Oh, that did nothing. Wow. Good attempt, though.
BKB TPs. Okay, man. I mean, it saves your 2-3s. Oh, alright.
Why would you do that with a
punch him in the face?
Yeah, he forgot about that. Okay, he's fighting back. He will die to this, though. Dawnbreaker helping him out, but SMP comes with a javelin in addition to the Gleipnir. And Mercy regrets his choice to help on his hero. He's done the force up, however. Gonna get his back. He was waiting for that. Tries to force that himself away. Won't work.
All right, a couple mistakes there from both sides, really. but you know that's why we're in Div 2. It's the proving grounds. It's where you remember that you cannot BKB TP against against a walrus. Do you? Yep. It, you know, they're mistakes. These things happen. Pretty costly, especially because you didn't actually end up getting through that tier 3 tower. Exo was saved there. That was personally a little bit surprising to me. I thought they were going to really look to force it, but perhaps Horizon, correctly so, I would say, actually, now that I think about it, really prioritize having the Rolling Thunder in these kinds of engagements, in these kinds of fights, to make sure that they can actually get consistent enough lockdown. But QWE now, as we tend to do in these games, are going to end up barreling back the other way, and will finally equalize here in the mid lane, taking down that tier 2 tower. The thing for that Horizon are going to find very difficult here is that even though their creep shove is pretty good, like they clear creep waves very effectively, the only hero that can really fight and push waves without being right next to the entire team is Mercy, right? Everyone else has to kind of be in team fight mode with this kind of a fight, whereas this NP is just constantly shoving waves globally. We've seen as well Krish be very active around the map in terms of pushing around. Oh, Krish, he's doing it. So you remember there's an Alchemist in the game, Avo. He's going for Eye of Scotty.
Oh, I thought their search bar was broken, but they figured it out. That's amazing. That's really helpful against the Alchemist, against the DP, against the Dawnbreaker. It's not like there's one source of healing, Rich. There's 3. And I guess that they've decided that 423 is the real carry this game, because he's going to go full dataless as opposed to any sort of Scotty shenanigans here. Yes. Also, interestingly, trying to go for a pressure, which I was not expecting from just Prophet. I guess just double BKBs are that good.
Double BKB is certainly something interesting.
I mean, I don't know what else he would go like. Yes, guys, I got double Wrath of Nature. Double Curse of the Old Growth, Richie. He has an infinite vision.
I think I wouldn't mind seeing a Nullifier on him. Because Pango does have Aeon Disc. You have Nullifier, you have Smokescreen. You can kind of make just, you know, build your own Doom here, in a way. Remove all those buffs. The thing is, you're just still super hard countered by Ponyo's Telekinesis Shard, so maybe that's not the right choice. Oh, Disruptor has Ags as well. He's bought out for this, though. QWE could be a big moment. He's also the one holding on to Gem, which, sure, I guess. It's a very bountiful kill there onto the Disruptor if they can actually find him. But this is really it for Horizon, though. You know, this is, of course, a support Dawnbreaker, so she's getting about as strong as she can really be between the totally lack of Ag Scepter. Oh, we're going to fight.
Yeah, there's a sleep. Snowball as well. In comes a save from the Dawnbreaker, and they're actually trying to fight with this. Probably not going to take the BKB instead. Krish already got stunned. Oh, Mercy gets sent back with a glimpse. They actually can't kill him in time because of the glimpse, which saves him. Krish's BKB will eventually run out of his Get the Abyssal Blade to stun, and that's going to kill Krish finally. 423 is also being pummeled by 3. They need the BKB on Alchemist to prevent the Estival Concoction stun, and now getting to 423, still stuck in the trees. No Quelling Blade, but they do have a Basher with a Swashbuckle that will finish him off. Mercy did join. He's fighting against Mercury and Ace. Sorry, Sanctity and Ace. And Sanctity can't even kill a single Dawnbreaker. He's still been dusted. They know he's around here. Unfortunately, they don't have any more vision, but they'll guess anyway, and they hit him with a stun. Where's the gem? Where's the items? What just happened there? Oh, it was a Swashbuckle that got him. Okay. It was the chemical. They used the Rage Potion on Mercy, and then the Swashbuckle to cancel the Ricky's TP.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate from SC, to be honest. He was just not in a good position at the start of that fight and was unable to get off the ideal Static Storm. So that easy kill that should have happened on the WS didn't end up happening because he's able to get off Greaves and BKB, and he turns with all of his active abilities, right? But that needed to be a better Static Storm, unfortunately, and it just wasn't. And then the positioning of that team fight anyway for QWE was very questionable at best. And from there, it's just an easy fight. As soon as Horizon actually get their heroes on top of them, it's just everyone started scrambling out. No one gave an infest opportunity for Krish, so he gets left behind as well, and then kind of realized that a little bit too late, so MP dies trying to give him an infest target. It was just you hate to see it, but fortunately, Avo, it's still not yet, even as much as Horizon wish, it's still not yet Roche time. The fastest he can respawn is another minute, which means that QWE will get one more go at this. Again, they're just hoping for this to go a little bit later. Like, if they survive this next Roche timing, I think they're in business, to be honest. There's no way this Alpha is going to be able to 1v, I mean, very realistically 2, right? These 2 cores, if the game continues this way. I will say, though, Gan, even though he's had a rough early game, he's really started impressing me more in these past couple of fights, now that he finally has items.
Yeah, he's doing really well now. I feel like the past few fights has been impressive. I kind of want to see him actually go for the Ags over the... I see his point. He's just kind of playing tank because it's really difficult to play this game. But I feel like the Ags would actually give him so much more damage. And then you wouldn't rely just on L, right? Which is the problem right now.
I think it's important for him to be able to survive that initial burst of initiation, though, I think, is kind of his ideology. I don't know if I necessarily agree that he needs to go... Well, yeah, he does need to go for these 2 now that there's a Ag Scepter on the Static Storm, because he won't be able to assemble his Aeon, right? I think is what he's thinking. But I think it's important for him to be able to survive this initiation of Static Storm into Lifestealer just gnawing at you. I think that's what's most important here. Ag Scepter, I don't think allows him to do that, and I think we're starting to get to this stage of the game where if they find the Alchemist, they actually can just kill him. Another thing that's really important for Horizon in these fights is Ponyo's positioning. He needs to be outside of Static Storm. Like, it's unacceptable for him to be caught inside a Static Storm unless he's the only target inside Static Storm. Then it's okay. But he needs to be able to pull his allies outside of Static Storm. It's like...
I agree.
It needs to happen.
Yeah. And, I mean, he's gone for this build of Aethelon's Force Staff, you know, like, you have a lot of save with a lot of cast range. So he shouldn't be caught in the Static Storm ever. My concern might be more 423 kind of ganking the backlines and killing him before he can do it.
Yeah, but then but then you just have to give a little bit of credit to QWE in that stage. I mean, we'll see, right? Something as well that we brought up once, but we haven't done so again, since we do have a little bit of a pause, is Ace having this Walrus kick. So that might be pretty consequential. Again, I don't see any Lincolns or Lotuses, pardon me. So even just kicking Alchemist out of the fight and, excuse me,
as we've seen earlier, is probably your best bet. Because even if he's stuck, even as Aeon Disc, because you have Smoke Screen and Static Storm, you have a lot of ways to just area deny him, regardless, right, of the debuff, or of the buff, I suppose. Well, I mean, if you can just get the Pango, it just seems to be your win condition here. Alk alone can, like you said, not fight against 5. God has been crucial in these fights for them.
He has been, yeah. And he's been coming along really nicely now with items. Basher into not yet the full Abyssal, not even queued up actually, going for the Shiva's next, just looking to tank up more against the physical damage that is starting to become really overwhelming. And you know what, though, I can't help but wonder if this isn't a hell of a game for a Wraith Pact. I know it's really late, but I don't know. For Horizon, of course. Actually, I mean, yeah, more for Horizon.
I think MP can probably deal with Wraith. I don't have too much difficulty. Probably more than you can.
That he can, but that means like 1,000. Oh, holy moly.
Yeah. Okay. He's already got controlled by Rolling Thunder. The Lifestealer is making it alive for now. The BKB lasted him well. And now the Alk might just actually stun himself. Not what he was looking for, but himself in the middle of the enemy team. And now stuck inside Storm, saved by Rubik. Okay, really good start. Here's a second start as well from the Dawnbreaker with the extra mana healing. That's gone. His only goal is to deal with Ricky first, and he will get Sanctity at this rate. Push away the DP. WS still has the BKB. Attacks Ace. Silent stun. Ace tries to dispel that silence, but gets a sound bite afterwards. Uses the Eye Shard to push himself to the high ground, or try to. He's not able to last long enough. Ace is already dead, and together with him is SE. Very big win for Horizon. That refresher on the Dawnbreaker was huge, actually.
Yeah. Really bolstering their team fight. That was going to be the big reveal there, as Mercy's immediately back down to the bottom lane to help put the push back out. But now QWE, they're going to find themselves with backs against the walls against this third Roche, which comes with a refresher shard, by the way. WS holds on to that for now. Of course, everyone ignores the cheese. It's going to be outranked there. Or is he? No, he's still holding on to the refresher as well. Gan has got a full one. That will be clear shortly. Good fight, though. That one a bit forced for QWE. QWE, frankly, as they found themselves not quite in a solid position to be able to take that one. And now we're starting to really get to that side of the game where, yes, this is kind of an ALK, and I would say now a Pango, kind of 2v2ing versus two very fun cores, but the team fight is really starting to sort of add up at this stage. The ALK needs to stay with free to hang on to God King, even though he did run right back into that static storm for a couple seconds. It's becoming quite consequential. The doubles with their Guardian now with his pressure, etc. And huge Duncan with the whole rocket. Really starting to make a difference, especially with that 20 talent taken by Mercy. It really is just Mercy main, huh?
Yeah, honestly, yeah, he's just healer. I mean, he's doing a great job on this Dawnbreaker. I actually like this version of Dawnbreaker more as a 4 than as a 3, right? As a 3, sure, you get your items faster, but as a 4, it feels like you still eventually get there, especially in Div 2 where the games are a little longer, and you still will have the same kind of impact. I mean, your role is exactly the same. No Greaves, sure, that's DP instead, but that's fine. That's the only item I would say that's more tempo based on Dawnbreaker.
True. Now just going for the Aeon. I mean, once you're in for this build, you're in for this build, right? So, I don't know. I guess I still wouldn't mind seeing the Starbreaker just for increased mobility in the fights without having to worry about a smoke screen, whatever.
Well, you don't have to worry about it because you end up, like, you have to use it before you get into the smoke screen or before you get into that. A little bit annoying. Yeah. Any spells that have spells that prevent silences per se, like Rage or Starbreaker Shard, are not actually that good against these area denials because you always have to be wary of where you're stepping, right? He doesn't have that luxury. Like BKB is straight up better if you just want to.
Oh, Nullifier finally picked up. This ALK is pretty 6-slotted though. Let's see, he's gonna eat an Ag Scepter. Has he gifted? Oh, he's gifted one. Who's he gifted an Ag to? The Pango? Yes, he has.
That's very good, actually. That's the last thing God needed to make his build work. He's already gone for all the right talents for this, which is the Shield Crash CD and Ball and Swashbuckle damage. It also helps. And now you have the Basher and the Fusel Blade. Like, your damage is just increased tenfold. He went for Rolling Thunder cooldown.
Yep. Very nice. Visibility allows him to continue on into the Shivas as well as he wishes. However, another smoke play coming in. God. That's good vision here.
Okay, got the Lifestealer with the first start. On the second one. Still have Basher though, so not that bad. But Greece also has Basher. Pango gets sent away. God gets the stun onto the Tusk before he retreats from the base. He's back in the base. Aeon this will trigger, but he's stuck in Static Storm and Smoke Screen. He's struggling, but the Rubik here saved him. God, they're chasing after him, put him to sleep. BKB on Ricky, all the damage possible, but God is still alive. Magic gets saved by a Force Staff, has the Blink Dagger, but he didn't use the real time. I will die. Sacrity catches him because he was cocky with that Blink Dagger usage. Now they push back the Alchemist again, who has the Aegis, has a BKB, and we also have the second Solar Guardian covering God King Liao. He is not using it though. He got bashed. They're going for Mercy first because he knows it has Aegis, and Mercy will get up to the high ground, but killed up by a Blink Strike. God King now activates the BKB, realizing his first life is going to be used for something after all. Doesn't have chemical range just yet though, so he's just fighting in normal form, and now he's going to lose his Aegis, coming back without a BKB. DP still already used hers, but there's no more Exo on her. He uses the chemical rage, but what is that going to do? Going to try to Shadow Blade perhaps? No, just find Lifestealer head on and dying to a Tusk instead. A fight by Horizon, and what an odd fight by Horizon, and what a great fight by QWE.
Div 2 Dota's back. This is Riki in his late game form, isn't he?
This was absolutely incredible. Ace, I actually think the two QWE deserve a nomination.
I agree. I also think Sanctity definitely earned something there as well with his aggressiveness, just his use of smokescreen as well, really trying to force out BKB. I mean, there's a 75% miss rate. Everyone always forgets about this ability because usually by the time cores end up really fighting, they have BKBs, they have, I don't know, MKB something, but our poor Alchemist wasn't hitting a darn thing in that smokescreen, didn't want to pop his BKB on the first life, and by the time he did eventually commit it, it's far too late. Oh, what a fight, though. Nice glimpse out from SC as well. This game, man. Ace with the kicks, getting him into that position in the first place. Telekinesis to try and save him. That fight getting dragged all over the place. That's madness, man. Absolutely. And now I think QWE, they put themselves in a beautiful position to actually take this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, now they're in a really good... We talked about the fact that it's ALK versus two cores he can't win, right? It's all about the Pango, and now they've found a way to deal with the Pango by just kicking him. Ace had an incredible impact. Is Sanctity kind of becoming a core after all? Hard to tell what position he's in, really. He's dealing enough damage to annoy the Pango, for example, but not enough to like deal with the Alk head on.
This Alchemist here, he's going to really struggle in these next couple of fights. I mean, he's really starting to top out in terms of what more he can do in these fights. You know, this hero just, at this stage of the game, his third skill's pretty useless. His Ag Scepter doesn't feel as good, even though they did give this a little bit more of a buff. I think they gave it more damage, and now, like, if you gift yourself an Ags, it also counts for more damage. So,
yes,
you know, small things, right? But he's really still topped out. He's got a full cup. Hey, thanks, he's still farming mid-waves. I've lost games like that. It's a bold move for him.
He bought Scotty now, the Alk, by the way. That's his way to deal with the Lifestealer, I guess. Do we have Satanic already on Natures? No. So, nothing for Natures, but just for the Lifestealer, I guess. Not bad.
It's also going to need like an MKB here, though, honestly, in this kind of a build. That smoke screen, the miss rates that they're providing, rather, end up they do become a little bit challenging here. Still needs a way as well to break himself outside of Sprout. Doesn't have one, actually. Problem.
That is true. 4 staff for Rubik.
And Rubik's, I mean, he's been doing a phenomenal job, but eventually the control's just not enough. These fights get hectic and chaotic enough. WS has hit level 25 in this last fight, so he now has +8 extra spirits. Did give Refresher to Gant. Refresher Shard, that is. Perhaps the right move here, don't get me wrong, but I was maybe looking forward to 2 Exos in these kinds of fights, but because it doesn't really feel like Exo's been doing that much work, I have to say. I don't know if that speaks more about the positioning that Horizon forced these fights in, or if QWE have been doing a good job of poking and prodding from the outside of these fights. I think that's where the Riki does really come in big here. Riki, who, by the way, has bought out for Octarine Coravo. That's bold. I guess he doesn't have buyback for another 4 minutes anyway.
Yeah, so you might as well get out. It does give him a lot more tankiness, and with the Blink Dagger plus Octarine Core, I think it's going to be really, really difficult to catch him or stop him from initiating on your Pango every single fight. I don't think you should settle for the Dawnbreaker. I think they really should hunt the Pango and try to activate that Aeon Disc. Oh, they lost the triangle though. Oh, okay. God King. That's what they're going for. Can they kill him in time? If he's stank it before, apparently so. And he's saved by the Rubik Telekinesis after the Chemical Rage. Now kicks back in. God King has fought back. 4 to 3. He's against 3. He's not going to win. He's dead. That kick worked wonders for them. And the kicker will die. But he is happy to take that trade.
Yeah, they bought back on Godkung Hualien as well. Let's see how fast of a Roche this is going to be. Another 1.5 minute Roche. 90 seconds till he's back up. Horizon. That's such a little funny play there by SE, because he kicks him into 2 enemy cores. And then at first, they were both scared of each other. And then they both realized, wait a second, I'm strong. Unfortunately, 2 is better than 1 in this scenario, and Godkung Hualien cannot take that fight alone. The rest of his fight team, though, looking for fights. Oh, they found a bash.
They did, and that's going to secure them the kill they wanted to against Krish. Or should. There we go. Another first hit bash, plus the nullifiers, while Krish is going to go inside the Riki. And that might just secure them his escape. Sanctity has a Blink Dagger still. They're going to have to settle for SC, but that's not who they wanted to. They're going to let Sanctity go. That was a really heads-up play by Sanctity.
And that's the problem about buying Basher on these heroes like Ember Spirit and to a lesser extent on the Pangolier, is Pango's Basher did proc, but it procced onto the Disruptor who was behind. They wanted it to proc instead onto Lifestealer, obviously, and well, you don't get the luxury of choice there. Oh goodness.
For now, it has had 0 victims.
Jeez, got committed.
Krish gets dashed, but forced out. But Pango still here, sprouted. Alk is stuck in the tree, and Alk might just die in the smoke screen. His BKB's running out soon. The Riki's slowed him, but there's extra healing from the Dawnbreaker. Move towards the Alk. Move towards the Alk. They just barely got him, and now the Riki's the one that's stunned and killed. 4-2-3, trying to finish him off. Someone killed as Alchemist. Finally, the Krish does it. As they push Krish away, Krish is just trying to get back home. Instead, Infected Creep, that'll heal him up, and that'll allow him to actually turn around this fight because they can continue this. The catapult's coming at them. So is the Tusk. The Pango though got a double stun onto the MP. MP's in trouble. Krish comes out. Krish goes for Mercy. Mercy in trouble now as well. As the HP goes low, HP goes down. And now WS trying to get close to 4-3. Who can't run away from the Pango. WS will die as a result. And the also got Ponyo with the ice shard. SC still going forward. They have vision of God, thanks to the Thunderstrike. Glimpse with a second, Glimpse has vision, Glimpse has range. And Ace is here as well with the kick ready to kick him back. Go, onto the ball, get stunned. Blink Dagger ready too, but they won't be able to catch up to God, who gets back home.
Man, this game's insane. I think it's all but over now, unfortunately. QWE, they can just kind of barrel it down mid. That's 2 diebacks there. 1 buyback committed as well. There's the last buyback. Everything left here for the side of Horizon, but unfortunately it's just not going to be enough for them. Rubik's about to have buyback here and a little bit of money with his passive gold, but without this Alchemist, they should fight into this, man. The support's just doing too much work now for QWE. You really, I think, have to give them a lot of credit. Tip your hats to them because they've done too much in these team fights, really. And it just doesn't really feel like as much as you can do on this Mercy, on this Mercy Dawnbreaker, it just hasn't been enough, unfortunately. Rubik with the save of the reposition, it's just too good.
Yeah, that was a little bit wild. I think Ace is committed to it here. And they lack damage at the outcome. They really can't kill it. Pango's trying. Ace finally falls, but Christian 4-3. They're committed. We have a second BKB. Now it's over.
New life will make its home amongst your bones.
Okay, a little bit of back and forth. 53-minute GG, as that eventually will end up happening. I mean, I just can't believe it, man. Div 2 Dota. It's been a
Cloud. If he's got these hawks coming through, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines into the vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much. Kami's going to go down. You get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Coming down to the hooks. Yatsuo still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the poach and Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yatsuo, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys him, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though inside the Static Storm Mirror. He has that Lotus going, and now if Zofra actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. The Pod King, he's dove in. Yeah, they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Storm Spirit. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him and cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody on the side of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose. Happy, is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin, Bilal wants to come right back into this fight because you have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, just do it by foot it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast that's so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphling. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1. You and I.
middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Scouts, you want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice. Strong in by that by the Disruptor. And now they're going to be getting the win. It's back up once more. Bit of Malice and Sumail's in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right it back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side again. Go ahead.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's a divide right here. They're going in on Q. Where's the hit? Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked. He's dead.
Oh my god.
Nothing.
Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the
AU picks it up. I got it, Royce. It's the dive.
Go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory!
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead, but they need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Our Bulbica, Red Panda, this would be huge if we can find a Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stone from Lulu. He's thrown now over the Bulbica. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. Team barely surviving. And it's going to be one down as White Album, the dodge, to hide away, the heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the PKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. We have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Q is going to drop. Aster, these fight so well, and they couldn't take down that Undying.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. That's the ball. Make the finish profits.
Stun is out on the play. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbica dropping low. The 10th on back in. We have another off Bulbica. Doesn't look like it because the Black Hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi to come back. And Aster, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot that's able to 100 to 0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, able to then get over the Slash Golem from away.
Back, they have that to try and keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet is out now. A lot of trouble, but maybe what? The team should kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down. Pops the PKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. The avalanche, the toss. Xerxia's going to give up his life also. Then Monet is way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Ares the
GP. Oh, they're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out. Not really ever been in the league.
Victory.
He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song, blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up, potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo is blown up by Collapse, has to fight back. Yatoro gets off his BKB, Pure with another song, sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse, BKB runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc refresher, blinks to high ground, gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, Lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
to do.
Sprinting out their base. They don't catch Nightfall on the way out. He's blinked out in the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's gonna find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with this rapier damage, will make short work of a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable.
Laurel the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together. He is a monster.
Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh, God. Nightfall's gonna get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're gonna be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Range is up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback and Collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons. Multiple. One. Gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Oh, tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of Lol. It's Lol. Puck is all over the place. Now they go into the GPK though. Aiming for the Puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the Rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Fanatics turn to pick.
In fact, Alvaro, I don't know if you knew this, but I believe one of the B-roll videos is Mongolian. It's Mongolian milk, I think, being like stirred.
5 seconds remaining.
You know what else they're making? They're making a draft for game number 2, which is now ready. We can... There it is.
Fanatics turn to ban.
What's it way?
Dire team ban.
Fanatics turn to ban.
Dire team ban.
I'm curious as well. Once again, this opening disruptor pick immediately countered by the Rubik. Rubik as well, really nice to play into these 2 heroes, not only of course for the repositioning that you have on that Ag Shard, but stealing some potentially very good spells. I mean, anything you steal from Disruptor, with the exception of Thunderstrike, is always really good. Even then, Thunderstrike gives vision, so it's not like the worst spell in the game to take. If you can somehow get your hands on the Rolling Thunder, you're always going to be a very happy Rubik as you roll around in your cube. So that's going to be very exciting for you as well. And just, again, the repositioning against these two is really good. I mean, S-tier hero right now, this Rubik. I am hoping this is a game where he does get to build a little bit more greedy and not go for the very boring 4-staff into Shard, into Mech, into, you know... I want a game where this guy builds a Blink Dagger, you know? Let him pop off. Let him cook. I know, it is.
Dire team pick.
Fanatics turn to pick.
Mirana.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if you can't counter this Rubik and now Mirana a little bit by picking a little bit more jump. I was even, I mean, obviously the Pango is probably the mid laner. Luna is an interesting choice. That is more first with the Undying. So another kind of static game from Horizon with the exception of this Pangolier. I take a look at their second phase bans here for Horizon with Puck, Storm, Ember, and those are the kinds of heroes I thought, obviously not into the Doom, but against a Rubik, I thought you'd want to be playing more into, like just to get onto the back lines and deal with this kind of a guy. Right now, that's kind of just only Pango's job, and we saw that that's not going to be good enough with how the last games Rubik played, even though it was for Horizon. So I do predict a couple of difficulties there, and Rubik having a nice, easy game of being able to play boring Rubik, where he just kind of saves everyone from this Disruptor, you know, repositions them over cliffs so that they're not getting, you know, destroyed by Undying Tombstone zombies. I don't know. It always feels a little bit bad whenever you're unable to put more pressure onto a support with your draft.
Fanatics turn to ban.
Riki.
Dire team ban.
Fanatics turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yes. Although I do... yeah, I think so. I think there's probably a stage of the game where she does become not as quite as good as an Ursa or a Sven or a TB who've already popped through buttons. But like if she is pretty big, if she has like, I don't know, Butterfly and Satanic, she might be able to sustain just on the right clicks. But there are probably bigger issues in the fights. Interesting that they go with the Visage as well. They're very strong against the Doom because it never feels too amazing to Doom the Visage. He's much more on the auras. Now this Luna pick does seem to make a little bit more sense, given that you're going to have some phenomenal push. You have the Undying as well to back you up. This Pangolier as well for a little bit of team fight and counter initiation. So that does make a good amount of sense to me. But I think the lanes here might end up being a little bit rough because QWE have not shown their safe lane yet. I do think that's pretty important for Visage these days. Even then, like, I've seen TBs into Visage that have done pretty well, which used to be a very Visage-heavy lineup. So I think this hero, he's not as bad as a Viper, but does depend on a pretty decent lane, because the later you get that level 6, it's just the worse you feel.
Choose your hero.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say, outside of the laning advantage, which I've seen TBs kind of eke out over the Visage rather consistently, although again, it shouldn't really go that way. The rest of the lineup is pretty scary for a TB to be playing into. Like the Luna is Ranger, blah blah blah, but this Undying can be a little bit tricky. This Pango especially, and Disruptor are all pretty big nuisances for you. You know, Disruptor just kills your illusions instantly, especially now that Glimpse ends up being maxed pretty early on these days. Like you're just not going to be able to split push and ghost as effectively. There's a lot of things that annoy you, right? There's a constant fear. TB these days, he's best played, and the best TB players always will utilize those early metamorphoses. Metamorphosis, and kind of join team fights off the back of those, usually looking to fight around an objective, Roche, tier 1s, right? Making a big difference, not just using that ability for farming. And that's a bit harder. That's a bit scarier to do when you're into this Disruptor. So there might end up being some scary moments here for 4-2-3, not for 4-2-3, pardon me. That'd be for Christian.
Yeah. In favor of this TB, the utmost favor, this Luna versus TB matchup is non-existent for Luna. Like, it's like one of the most hardcore countered matchups in the game. Unless TB makes like a very egregious mistake and you walk into an Eclipse. So, we were doubtful of Luna before. I am 30 times as doubtful.
To battle.
True. I also think the Vision game is a little bit lacking from the side of Horizon, again, who are on the Radiant side and are displaying the Fnatic squad stuff.
They are not Fnatic.
They are not Fnatic.
They are mere imposters of...
That is right. It's looking real sus in this game Among Us, anyway.
Oh, right. Yes, yes. They are like little spacemen, for they try
the battle begins.
Reach the moon, but if they fail, they land upon the stars.
All right, Avo.
They're really failing.
If all 10 of these Dota heroes were in a game of Mafia that went 3 hours, who is the first one that gets killed, rightfully or wrongfully, because everyone assumes that they're Mafia?
Terrorblade.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Doom looks like a nice guy.
Well, like, Doom is quite literally the devil, right?
Yeah,
so he's a little bit too charming.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. So he's a nice guy, so he's good. But I think Terrorblade is like ass.
I was gonna go with Riki, honestly.
That's also true. Or Pango, because his voice is annoying. So there's those three.
You think?
Yeah, there's like one Spanish person. Like, Luna definitely kills Pango first. out of the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
let's see how that is gonna die in the top lane, by the way. And there's not a game of Mafia, so she's dying in real life, Richie.
Well, if you die in Mafia, you die in real life too.
Oh, I didn't know that. It's like Inception. No way. Stop. Etsy's getting a courier out of this. Oh my god. That's the utmost value you can get off this Marauder.
That's season 2 of some Netflix show that's going to get canceled after season 2. If you die in Mafia, you die in real life.
It's usually season 3, because season 3 is when you actually have to start paying your staff more. That's why they all get canceled before. In case you didn't know, that's an actual fact.
Really?
It has to do with union rules. Yeah. Pretty screwed. It's really screwed up, actually.
Didn't know.
Anyway, there are no unions, which is why we all get paid low. The Doom versus the Undying is not the greatest of matches. It actually should be the hardest one, but because it's Doom, as long as you have enough points in Devour, it shouldn't really matter much, right?
Yeah. We'll see here, though. They might be able to actually pick them off here. They're gonna have another Lucent Beam in 5 more seconds, but they're not gonna play too aggressively here.
I think Ponyo should have considered him or Venom, actually. He is useful this lane. I mean, unless 423 just wants to die, which is happening right now. Oh, he wants to fight back? That was a very courageous turn.
Yeah, I mean, he had Magic Wand. Ponyo's out of mana, actually, unless he wants to start chewing on these mangoes, which he will now.
Yeah, of course. They killed us. Wow. I don't know why he turned. That was such a weird turn.
Yep, a little bit too aggressive there. That was going to be a little bit difficult for him.
Yeah, didn't say that again.
Kirsch is actually starting to suffer a little bit in this top lane. I think they were looking for a glimpse, and instead, Mercy just barely gets out of this one. Let's see. Oh, a little bit of fighting, but Mercy does get selected with that second little hit of the the Starstorm, and now WS
is dying.
Yeah, he's in for a rough time.
I love that Krish never lost the salve the whole time they were talking to each other, showcasing dominance.
Yep. Yeah, that was not the best top play there, and that's kind of what I mean. I've been seeing a lot more of these TV favored matchups. I also don't really think, to be quite honest with you, Abo, that this Disruptor necessarily needs to be looking for kills. I mean, Disruptor is not... You know, the reason he counters this TB is because you've got a very low HP hero, high armor, and a really reliable and very strong high damage nuke in Soul Assumption. But that doesn't necessarily mean you are incentivized to go for kills the same way like a Slardar into an AM lane would, or like a Centaur lane wants to do, you know? Like, these heroes want to do very different things in these lanes, and I think it's kind of a misread from Mercy to be this aggressive. Onto the Mirana, I think it's fine, but for the most part, you just want to leave Krish alone and just annoy him and harass him enough such that he never feels comfortable enough running in on you. But you know, giving him opportunities like that, I think is just kind of a little bit too aggressive here.
Hey, maybe you're thinking to yourself, oh no, the Terrorblade's getting farmed, and you have a like little ticker in your head going, we have to stop him, we have to do something. I think the hardest concepts in Dota to learn is learning to do nothing at all because you're not at your power spike or whatever. But it's difficult, and I would not be surprised in Div 2 if we see more of these kind of mistakes.
Yeah, true. That tends to where it happens. I mean, this is, you know, if you want to go for kills, it will be again on the Mirana. But again, you can see WS prioritizing lots of the Soul Assumptions. He's taking the second points, by the way, in Soul Assumption for more damage onto the team, just to keep him a little bit more at unease. That's the goal. Because again, the damage comes from really Krish. I wonder if we're going to see, that second point into Starstorm now in this top lane for SC. So he's actually going to be able to get a little bit more aggressive on his own. So this is where Mercy does really need to be a bit careful here. Because, yeah, that damage is pretty significant.
Yeah, Mercy almost died there, actually. Oh, he did? Krish? How did he get it? It was a reflection. Wow. Yep. It was Disruptor kills Disruptor, huh? Finally. And then bottom lane, Ponyo also dies to 4-2-3. This time the turnaround worked well because he had a magic wand instead of a magic stick. Look at that.
T getting a little bit more aggressive here. Trigger a TP back.
Gets one more lead. Oh, he's not going to leap away in time for the Mechanic field. Can't kill WS. They have Metamorphosis 1 second, but he's not going to commit it for Mercy because it's just better to keep it off cooldown.
Yep. They kind of waste a little bit of Krish's time there. He's going to miss out on maybe a couple of creeps. He's going to get the range creep, though, so he's not too unhappy with the way things are progressing. And for the most part, it's WS who's missing out on basically a full wave here. So top lane going very well for this TV, even if your Mirana is playing extremely aggressively. I think that's bound to happen. Lots of these Mirana players with the Starstorm build love going for kills like that.
Yeah, I mean, your only goal is to harass in lane, right? So any chance you get of an actual kill, you go for it because you don't have any more moves to make. You can't really air out on lane. You just kind of go and start for it. And now I think he could have double leaped into Mercy, but I guess he chose the safer play. Be a maverick, a daredevil.
God King in the meantime, going for just checking on the Luna build, going for a very standard item.
Cab?
Master Madness.
That's a lot of damage with this bang. Put Sanctity back into his own smoke screen. Are they just harassing Gan to death? They might just get him with this. They just Starstorm, Fate bolted, and attacked them a bunch of times.
Yeah, that's effective. Luna's gonna continue
never thought
farming.
that would be the move. You rotate to just harass the Pango.
Yeah, just throw spells at him, right? You deny the bottle, and now he's got to run home, you know?
I mean, that's the advantage Ricky has, right? As a Meteor Hammer builder, like you don't actually need runes at all for regen, so you actually are much more self-reliant.
Look at these supports in the meantime. Ace and Mirana, you know, or Ace and SC both back to full mana already. You know, they don't care. They care about really annoying the time for God. So mission complete there. First rune.
That's incredible mana regen. I'm surprised. Rubik has way too good stats on us.
He is very strong. Enjoy Rubik while you still can, because he's going to get nerfed.
And the thing is, it's been a while since there's been a fun position for him.
Land though?
Yeah, the Blink Strike still, but he's not going to get caught.
We're rolling Thunder, but it'd be very bold to go for it here.
He's trying to bait him. He's trying to figure out where the sentry is.
Just really attack him uphill a couple of times, just to make sure he knows you've got an observer there as well.
Okay, Infernal Blade, find God King in the bottom lane. Chase him down with Scorched Earth. He's at level 6, but that's not taking the point in Eclipse. Now, you should know this by the amount of levels he has and everything else. Ponyo instead, they're like, wait, we could just kill the Undying the whole time. But Doom forgot to attack him, so Rubik will instead finish him off with a fake.
Guns rotating top.
SC has to leap away. back. You know what's gonna happen. And glimpse to the swashbuckle. Really nice little combo there.
Sanctity, though, is in the meantime getting some work done onto this mid tier 1 tower, just like last time as well. Very first Meteor Hammer on the tower triggers the fortify. This time, though, Sanctity does not hit him with the vintage FETI-10 laugh, though. I wonder what that means, Ava.
It means he's concentrating this game because he just got Meteor Hammer, so truly the seriousness starts now.
Tower is under attack.
Double damage.
You know, continue to fight into this. Don't think he wants to do this too much. God King's gonna be quite happy. I wonder if he's gonna disassemble this Morbid Mask, or sorry, his Mask of Madness, and then he's gonna go for like Satanic Butterfly.
That's a dead Ponya now. Wait a second. I'll talk to you about after this. Oh, Ponya is this time not the second for the Tombstone. Good. I like that play.
Guy, he used to be addicted to disassembling items for the efficiency. Whoa, Cam just died mid as well. Meteor Hammer into the DD rune from Sanctity.
Yeah, well done. Another huge win for Sanctity, who already won the lane. So actually, this lane was not as bad as last time, where Pango actually lost by a lot. I think he's learned to play this matchup, but still not great.
Bottom tower.
Top lane, Chris is at least being chased down. He's gonna fight back with Metamorphosis. That kinetic field annoying him though, as he can't move around. Has no point in Sunder, and he'll just die. His magic wand will not save him there.
Mercy being chased down by a TB illusion. TP as well coming from Ace. Just needs vision, and he's got him with Fade Bolt. Oh, but they're gonna guess him correctly here. 5 seconds left on the TP.
Nope, they got him. Good illusion. Good illusion.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but we saw 4-2-3 going for the Vanguard first. Right, it's this game. Very interesting. Really wants to.
Yeah, I'll get it done. I guess respecting the amount of magic burst that they can really throw at him. Chris as well is going to join this push. He'll have it easy even without the Metamorphosis. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think when you take a look at this early on, I think the core is not so much the Luna, but it'll end up being here the Visage. As he dies to neutrals.
I think he was stacking. Oh, he was trying to take a stack? It's hard to tell, but he died.
He was trying to double stack and die to the hard stack. Sanctity a bit late.
That is a new one. I haven't seen that in a while.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
For Mirana, ranged heroes don't have body or natural damage block.
Horn of the Realm.
Is Ricky already in scouting mode? Interesting.
Yeah. I'm gonna do something with this arcade, but I think for now, what he's going to be most uncomfortable with is that Horizon have already taken on that tier 1 top lane. He has not gotten this mid tier 1 tower yet. They've kind of just sat Undying in this lane. And again, Undying's a hero who can take lane now these days. 2 points in decay here already. They haven't given him Tome, but he'll hit level 5 with give that 3rd point probably into decay. And then he'll just prevent Riki from getting too close to the tower. Does need to be careful here, though. He might actually die here.
Yeah, he's going to try to go for it with the Meteor Hammer. Set up. Ponyo. There's a Xerxia trade not needed, actually. Sanctity gets the kill without it. And now, in a couple more seconds, we'll have another Meteor Hammer to finally hit the tower.
Yep.
Now, it should be a time to get rid of the sentries. No? Nobody's coming in with sentries? Yeah, Mirana's coming in. There you go. Protect Sanctity. Walking by him, huh?
Frickin' Meteor Hammer.
Use
so much
sentry.
damage.
SE, protect it. Protect him. No, be a support. No. So awkward.
They'll get it. They're going to focus the flag bearer creep first. Ace is taking the lane top as well. He's already up to level 7, and he's stolen Grave Chill. Almost actually got through one of these familiars. WS named it Mango Rose. He's named his familiars Mango Rose. Is that a player that you recognize? Hey. Like a
No, let him eat his cake! Oh, and WS is dead.
Like a cake?
Invisibility middle tower is under attack.
Mango Rose is also a player. Yes, I'm looking. He's Malaysian.
Oh, so it's probably that. Oh, right. TWS was the guy who kept naming his creeps after players he's played with, right?
Is it? I want to say so, right?
Okay.
I think he, like his hawk, his boar.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, glimpsing back to Ricky as well. They're going for SC first, but he actually got pushed out of the Static Storm, which is why their last 7 damage didn't hit him. The avoid's gone. Sounds like Moonlight Shadow to counter initiate, but the Ricky's already invisible, so there's no point.
The Mango Rose played for Dreammaker. Now I'm just super curious about...
It's a cake, Richie. It's all the cake.
Ah, he played on Atlantis. Okay, got it.
Radiant's middle tower.
So now that they're again, this team is former Atlantis for
Dire's
Q. No,
middle tower
actually, yes, for
it's partial Atlantis, yeah.
Yes, it's 3/5 of Atlantis, I believe.
3/5 of Atlantis, 2/5 of Chinese players. That's why they can play.
And well, that's why he's named as familiars. That's very funny. Mango Rose. I gotta start doing that as well.
Don't name your creeps after.
I think Avo, I'm going to name. I'll think more about what creep I'm going to name after.
Mercy is going to die to Sanctity alone. I think I'm going to name my next dog after.
It's definitely going to be Lone Druid Bear, even though I don't play Lone Druid, because you have Cocaine Bear energy.
I am pretty calm as a person, I would say. Sanctity has found the Pango once again. Yeah, there's no setup because all he can do is blink strike slow. Sanctity. He needs the defusal so badly to do something. He's like, guys, this is a perfect kill on Pango. If only we had a stun.
Gon as well does have this defusal online already. He's lost his tier 1 tower, but now with this push, they may look to equalize. It's a little bit difficult now that you've lost your disruptor. Well, Stone is still Grave Chill, by the way. Looking for a better one there. Oh no, it is boring Rubik. Ace has mech.
Of course he's boring Rubik. We all knew it was be boring Rubik. A Sanctity, smoke screens. He's actually fighting the Pango head on. Pango can't turn because it'll be too much damage. There's a blink strike, so he's gonna die anyway. The fight in the smoke screen was so fascinating. He was gonna fall regardless and was hoping the reinforcements would cover him, I suppose. I don't know. That was wild.
Yeah, in the meantime, 4-2-3, by the way, in the bottom lane is going into the Midas now. Very standard stuff. He's going to continue to scale. BKB, phase boots, very standard. But then a full Crimson Guard. So they really think the physical damage is going to be the biggest problem here.
Bro, it's Visage Luna. Like, they went for a Visage Luna draft. Yeah, 100%. Like, this is one of the few strengths of this lineup. Even though the Luna usually plays support in these kind of drafts. And Crimson Guard completely nullified. Okay, beautiful Stack Storm to 3. Sentry laid down, they know where Ricky is. Ricky's trying to get out of the kinetic field. He is not out of the sentry range though. The Sanctity will die. Ace is trying to do as much damage as possible before he falls. Nice to look at his stun. And with Swashbuckle Steel, he barely gets away. The zombie gets vision. Gon is on the prowl.
Out of here.
He's not gonna kill Ace. This guy. Wow. Position force from Mongolia.
Hold on, Mercy.
No.
Hunted.
Ace got too cocky. He spoke. Oh, never mind. Actually messed up there. Okay, they did not support field. And they slayed it down for God. The true support fight is one where the core comes in to steal the kill.
Very nice. That is a nice little fight there. Really surprised 4-2-3 has refused to join any of these fights on the Doombringer. I think he played a very similar game last time on the NP, which was a little bit more forgiving, of course, because he ended up being a lot bigger, excuse me, of a core. In that kind of a game.
Dire's middle tower.
But here you have two heroes heavily farming away, which is this TB and now this Doombringer, who again do farm very effectively, but they're still once again very similar to last game, kind of being out farmed now by this Luna. At least they're keeping pace with WS. No one's applying pressure onto him, and Sanctity, even though he's farming, doesn't really have anyone to play with here.
4-2-3, how tanky can you be? He has the ice armor on, which is helping him out a lot. Now Ponyo might actually die to Sanctity in the sideline. 4-2-3 has tanked as much as he could. He finally goes down. Tricks of the trade does not avoid the swashbuckle. Effectively, Ace is nearby, but they get a perfect 2 bombs onto him. The shield crash 2 doesn't seem to matter as the blink strike from Ace's position gets him to safety. He's now turned into a pig, an invisible pig of all things, as they glimpse back Ace, who will have to pay for this blink striking posting choice.
Yeah, and these Visage Familiar do end up hurting. You can see with that Vlad's aura as well as the Luna damage being global at nighttime. It ends up becoming very difficult to fight into these this kind of a lineup. Just ask Roche. Next objective here for the side of Horizon. Into this very quickly here with the Grave Chill on as well, giving that bonus attack. It's only a matter of time before they take this thing down. Go. Ouch.
Yep. Radiant's bottom tower.
Sanctity having a... There we go. There's the voice line back.
Oh. The shine has fallen to the Radiant.
Getting the Aegis onto... No, it's... Horizon. Getting the Aegis up to Horizon. These guys will be able to make a couple of plays before the TP gets online. But once the Scotty comes out, goodbye Luna. So you better take advantage of this hero.
Well, I think they're doing a good job of it, or at least they're on track to do that here. About to be delivered is this BKB now for the God King, so very similar to this out game. I suspect they're going to get a lot more aggressive here. For now, though, ooh, they're set to lose it. No, actually, Disruptor will live, and he turns. Fucks it up. Riki can do nothing, as he will die. In the mid lane, God King has found 4-2-3. You get it used. Don't want to Doom on the first life here, it would appear, and with the Ice Armor, Doom just walks away. Okay, first use of the BKB there.
Yeah, Gray corrected us, by the way. Zeal's the one that names things after his teammates. It was just coincidence that Mango Rose is that, but he was the player in Atlantis, which of course we casted. Thank you, Gray, for your contributions to the scene. We really appreciate you talking in this chat, and everything you say is as valuable
structures are fortified
as what we say.
Mango Rose. Careful here, WS. Ooh, no. Okay, he's gonna get both familiars to stun. I don't really think QWE can defend this anymore. No BKB on the Luna, but no initiation either. There's two easily.
Oh god. Rolling Thunder. One support, he's out of mana. The second one's dead. And the one that's out of mana, they came in to finish him up too. QWE have to deal with this push. This is the moment that Horizon is strongest, so they have to be really wary right now. Never really been making any plays. At 4-3-3, have we seen a single Doom this game?
No, we have not.
Okay, just double checking that he has actually done nothing.
Yep. I mean, he's about to hit level 2 Doom, so I'm pretty sure that's when he's going to want to go ahead and use it a bit more.
Spike. Well known, 15 extra damage per second. Power spike.
Look, man, I don't know, okay? It's
the same amount of damage per second as Scorched Earth.
Dire structures are fortified.
There's Pure. Not reduced. We'll see. This could be a moment, though. Oh, they found the TB. Oh, not in the kinetic field, though.
Back to Krish. Sanctity. Okay, we have the tricks of the trade.
When will QWE decide it's time to fight?
I mean, my question is, when will 423 decide it's time to do anything? I think a gank would be fine. I don't think you need to fight. In fact, I don't think they should fight at all.
I think QWE are just like... Someone hit someone with Meteor Hammer, or someone hit someone with an arrow. But the problem is there's no setup. Wait, but you have Riki. Where's the shard at? Hello?
Oh, he hasn't gotten a shard. Well, he got the Fusel Blade. He's buying it now. Calm down, calm down.
What do you mean, calm down?
Okay, bought the Fusel Blade because he needed damage.
That's the setup that they need, though.
Now he's going to run head on into the Luna, and they're going to get the kill. Stop Doom. Look at you this fight, Richie. That's the real question. He's trying to find a Doom target. He's walking around. Active BKB. Oh, he has enough mana for Doom. He got it back with Magic Wand. No Doom just yet, though. No Doom. TTPs. We're not going to see Doom just yet as the Eclipse catches the Terror Blade. And Krish is dead. Ace and Sanctity have also been left to die here. And the constant efforts of Sanctity was just going to kill on the Undying, but he's hit for his own life. And Ace will be allowed to live for now. A man who stole Lucid Beam has a TP, glimpse back into his grave. No Doom.
I got no idea why QWE decided to fight into the Aegis on Luna. Genuinely no clue.
I mean, the first kill was fine. They just get out. Just get out.
Their team fight consists of a run. Just walk at them and until you're within, you know. It was like the American Civil War. We don't fight until you can see the whites of their eyes. And then we run in and die, apparently, without using Doom. I'm just... wild. Wild.
I don't know what to tell you, man. It was a really, really weird fight. And I can't harp on the fact that your space creator is making zero space right now. And his Krish is making space for himself. And it's almost making this Luna versus Terrible matchup not as bad as it is. Granted, Krish has not gone into his power spike, which is Scotty. That's when the matchup becomes really difficult. But for now, if you're Horizon, you still have plenty of window opportunity. Usually this matchup becomes really difficult around minute 35 to 40. So you still have a solid 13 minutes to pull for the Luna. It's plenty.
They get a free kill there on Tapanio. I'll tell you what.
Sanctity is doing a great job this game.
Tell you what.
I mean, last game he really went into it, but this game, wow.
4-2-3. That's not Doombringer anymore. That's Doom Denier. Not doing anything. You gotta change the hero name.
I mean, maybe like Doom Waiter.
I like Doom Waiter. You know, you just have
like a dumb waiter, but a Doom Waiter.
You have to wait on your wait staff in hell, which is pretty much the same thing as becoming a wait staff regularly.
someone complains about the food, you doom him. All of a sudden he can't complain because he's silenced.
That's right.
And muted.
Yeah, it's true. He's silenced and muted, exactly. And then if you get the axe, he's broken too.
That's right. No,
no, that doesn't happen anymore. Sorry, that's a talent now.
That's the wrong one. But if you do get ags, you get to doom the rest of his table.
That's true. Yeah. And I wonder, then imagine Richie, now that he's got this level 12 power spike with 15 extra damage, you do it in the area. It's like scorched earth.
That's right.
But with less damage.
But it's pure, so it doesn't get reduced.
Oh, right. Okay, so it's exactly 15 damage.
Right.
He, by the way, did not take the second point in Doom, as almost every Doom I've ever seen in the world does. Because this is one of the worst scaling abilities in the game. Literally 75 more mana for 15 more damage.
Per second. And it's pure.
Stop saying that. Doesn't make any better.
Big item for QWE. They've got AC now. Or sorry, make that for Horizon. They've got AC
5
on the
mana per damage. Think about that.
Per second. Pure.
He's going to die. This time it worked. Are we going to see the Doom? We are not going to see the Doom. I don't know why I even asked. In fact, Doom might die. There's Eclipse. Or Luna's just going to kill him solo. Who stuns? Oh, the Doom! Oh, he's dead. It happened. However, there's nobody to help him. Like, shut up now. They killed God because they distracted the Luna enough with his Doom. They didn't know he had it. They thought he hadn't skilled it, so this surprises them by a lot. That's why they all rotated to help the Luna.
Tip as well. That's his own teammate.
He also was having the same conversation we're having. Dude, have you doomed anyone this game?
Radiant's bottom tower.
And then team comms, he just told them, yes, I just doomed him, man. I got it.
Sanctity walked underneath a tier 2 tower to channel a meteor hammer. That was the boldest thing I think I've ever seen against a disruptor.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
I mean, look, that team fight kind of worked because Doom acts like a tank, which also works. I mean, it goes with the Vanguard play, right? But it's pretty solid.
They're doing it. Nope. Arrow blocked the... Sorry, arrow blocked by the creep. That's what you see that emote in chat, Abo? That's you.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
It's just it's a seizure, right?
You should... I don't know. It's a seizure. It's an anime girl.
Having a seizure.
So
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dude, I don't know. You're another weeb. So's Gray. He adds all these things in the chat.
See? Okay. He gets moved back. Cancelled by the TP. You can tell us in 5 minutes, Gray.
That's right.
Seizure means.
Okay. A full pipe of insight, full AC, full just regular flags. Now the item as well here, 4423. Got a Crimson Guard, so that's going to be huge at stopping a lot of this damage from the Visage, especially. Did Moxie, by the way, did she ever tell you what that voice line means? I think it's something like you're a crazy guy, but in Korean.
Oh, okay. That seems sweet.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
This Lincoln's, by the way, speaking of crazy guys, is going to be purchased by Gon. For what, man? He's not going to doom you.
Smoke.
Lincoln?
That's smoke. Look at this. Look at this. If he had blocked Sleepy Dart, he would still be dead.
It's called Sleepy Dart.
Sorry. Sanctity got dusted. So they see him. Great side extorted by Mercy, and we still have a glimpse. Vision of Ace. Is he going to force step himself? Not use the ward for Vision instead. Kinetic Field up by the air in the middle of the 4-step. What a play. C knew he had a 4-step the whole time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That was really funny to watch. This game is peak entertainment, I want to say.
Wait, what the hell?
What? Let's check it play.
No, I agree.
And he also knew he'd put the ward down because he was checking his inventory. SC, man.
423's purchased Arcane's boots. See, 26 minutes in, I need Arcanes.
Radiant
Mana pull out quite a bit.
I mean, he's had issues with mana pool if he actually uses Doom in the fight.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I
attack.
thought maybe we'd end up seeing this if he got Shard for the Infernal Blade cooldown, but...
I mean, he goes Lotus eventually, right? So I think it's not that bad.
Yeah, they'll disassemble it, but... I'll delay the Shivas. It doesn't matter, I think, in the grand prize. He's got Blink now as well. On top of his targets, and then stomp them, and then maybe doom them.
I mean, this passivity by Horizon has not put them in a really good spot, to be honest, because it's just getting better and easier for QWE. So it doesn't really matter what they do, honestly. Ricky will eventually get online, as we saw last game. Getting the towers, doesn't really matter who you're killing. That dead. Okay, another small kill here. In front of May damage. They
barely killed him though.
So he's still Doom available. There's the BKB. Is he get Doom gone? No, he has Lincolns now, so he can't.
Dire's bottom
needs to get a different spell. I don't think there's any neutral ability that'll go through BKB or the magic immunity and roll, I guess.
Under attack.
No, I don't think so either. I don't think they have any abilities that will do that.
Spell steal is the only one.
Oh, right. Okay. No, so you can do that. Okay. That works.
Attack.
But yeah, that's also why he's trying to block as well. Oh. That was the Blink Strike block?
Yes, it was. Blink Strike.
WS, though, he has the Ags. He's going to surprise him. Bonk, bonk. No bonks. They just as much damage as possible to kill Ace. Ace is a force down. Ace, he's fast. Is he fast enough? No. Swashbuckles are faster. Bullets, I guess, if that's the pack cosmetic.
Yeah, I guess those are bullets, huh?
Yeah. Oh, catch Disruptor. Sanctity hoping to kill him. But Disruptor has a Force Staff now, so he's safe from the smoke screen.
He's looking to turn as well. Risk play here. They've got sentries, but no Gus on any of these heroes. But it's fine. This is just a distraction because Roche is the real target now.
Sure. Yeah. And this is should enable them to do the last push that they really require to get at least 2 lanes of racks from Luna. And if not, the game will turn to the other side. I must say, well, it's the last option they have to enable that last push.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
DB's just still farming away, though. I mean, he does have his Eye of Scotty fully online. Luna Butterfly next, though. Again, we all know God King. He loves disassembling this. So, of course, what he's going to do is he's going to purchase the Eagle Song and the Talisman, and then take the Quarter Staff from the MOM, keep that Morbid Mask in his backpack, and then eventually go for the Satanic.
WS just tanked that whole gank, and now SC is in trouble because he used all the leap charges to get to that. Still has Moonlight Shadow.
Oh, Silent is the Grave.
But yeah, that's the Ags I was talking about.
Bottom tower
oh yeah, that's some good damage.
Radiant's bottom tower.
The team just really needs it as well. Their team fight as well, their initiation is a little bit more awkward, so that does make things a bit easier with that tip. Sorry, with that vision that you end up getting.
Yeah, that's true. Pango Roll is essentially your biggest initiation. Now you have Tombstone and Silence the Grave. It's pretty good. And the damage is definitely great to deal with Rubik. Or even the Ricky actually dies quite early.
It's really nice as well to have this kind of in these kinds of games, because you're already highly incentivized to be winning the Vision War because of the enemy Ricky here.
They found the Disruptor now. Smoke screen. Okay, double force stuff used. And look at the TV just running right at them. Chris is done with his game. He finishes off both supports with this. He knows he's stronger, and they can still catch up to the Pango, but he's a Lincoln, so they can't just do him. And they've gotten... Oh, he has that TP. I don't know if they can actually cancel this TP then. He's a swashbuckle on the trees?
So 2-3. He may try, but again, he doesn't have anything to break Lincolns, so he can kind of just TP away.
You have to Inferno Blade him, essentially, to get through.
Okay, Gray says it's from an anime called Bochi the Rock. Bachi the Rock?
No, Bochi the Rock. Oh, I heard that's really good, actually.
There you go. There's
Is it good? It's a good anime. Okay. I'm
yes, and I don't watch anime. God King, they're setting up for him. Well, they do them on his first life.
No, don't do them on his first life. No need. Just keep Inferno Blading in. Arrowhead, here's the Pango for reinforcements. Rubik heals, not enough. Got him. He has a ridiculous amount of damage versus snaps and then shield crash. There's the Eclipse. Still no duels, by the way. 4-2-3. Finds on the Pango. He was waiting for the right opportunity to crush the Spangolier, sent him back to the extinct species slot. As now, they get rid of Mercy as well. Sangati still rushing after this Luna, but she'll get whipped to shape. And Ponyo will allow her to survive.
Yeah, Slips are not in time. WS is going to die. He's the last death in this team fight. As Sanctity hitting them with the voice lines here, running around the map. Might actually see God King a second time here. There is no Lincoln, so it's going to have to be a Manta dodge on this arrow, which is going to be non-existent, no chance. Into the self-setup. Here comes Krish with the last couple seconds of the Metamorphosis. 4 steps around, but still killed off. That was very aggressive farming out from God King Wally, and I have to
say. 2 times in a row as well. The first time you lost to Aegis, the second time you lost your life. Like, it was odd. I mean, now you're definitely going to lose this game.
Radiant's middle
You lost your power spike with the Aegis. It's done. The TV versus Luna matchup doesn't ever go your way again.
Radiant structures are
and you don't really have many solutions against TB because this is also pretty bad. Pango's, I guess, okay, but he didn't go for the build against TB. And of course he wouldn't, because he didn't expect this to be the case.
Oh, another kill onto Mercy. He doesn't have buyback either, so they're starting to really hemorrhage a couple of deaths.
Radiant's middle tower.
One lane of barracks at the least. Tier 1 is still standing in the top lane, so this is going to be megas. The creeps are positioned down bottom for this push to continue, and you're without a disruptor and a Luna for 30 seconds. I think this is the right call from QWE. They're going to go ahead and at least take down this tier 3 tower. We'll see how much more they want to go for that, because of course they do have this second fortify.
Okay, the Meteor Hammer hits the tower. That allows them to continue this push. Pango has a roll. Pango has a roll, but Pango also needs support. Who's the support going to be like? Where's the roll? Where's the damage? Oh, Pango's just going to die at this rate.
Luckily, down. I would get out now if I'm QWE.
Yeah, for sure. They got the tombstone. Sounds of the grave. WS. Lurking from the sides. Looking for the doom. Bunk ready. Double sentry though, they just saw him. Doom looks back. Oh, he does have BKB, but he's not going to use it just yet. The Terrorblade in the wrong position. As 423 is just tanking as much as possible. Like he uses BKB first. Then they go for the Visage, and now they're stuck inside a storm. But the only reason they commit it, Sanctity goes in. There's the Eclipse for BKB for everyone. Krish is going to sunder, and he's going to be fine for now. Metamorphosis, Mount of Style to use the Eclipse against them. That's crazy for to hide the damage here, not working in his favor. Finally retreats in time. But they kill him with a swashbuckle. They got way too close to a Luna that was much stronger than they expected. The whole reason why TB wins is range, definitely not melee. And they held on to their BKBs for quite some time there.
Yeah, and I think the biggest mistake actually that QWE commit is they continue fighting right after the Crimson Guard buff active is not dispelled, but after it times out. There's a huge difference in that fight for when they have that guard buff versus when they don't. Luna, you know, glaives aren't really doing that much. These Visage familiars aren't really doing that much either. Like, it makes a huge difference in these fights, to be honest. Like, we do need to recognize that, especially now with Butterfly. Again, this is the build that God King loves going for. He loves being super efficient as item build, super standard these days, but he's the guy to pioneer it. I called Butterfly from the get-go. Like, need to be able to respect like the attack speed of the glaives in these kinds of fights. It's the strength of this hero. You fight into this, you know, you better be willing to really commit to that fight, and they just couldn't there. Way too aggressive.
They thought they were much stronger than they were, right? Because they committed even without Doom available. Like, that shows the level of confidence they had. Fight. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it. Jokes aside, it really was that it was on cooldown at the beginning of the fight, and right as he died, it finally got off cooldown, which was too late, right? So you couldn't prevent the Eclipse, which hasn't prevented a single time. You had nothing to stop the Luna. Like, it was a pretty messy initiation. Only Sanctity seemed to have a clear idea of what was happening there, and he got out for a reason.
Crimson Guard, man, you gotta respect that item, honestly.
I guess in this case, your own team has to respect it, right, or value it.
Yes. I'm not purged, but this guard buff, is it calculated? Does it block 75% of the damage, or 75 damage, pardon me, before or after your armor reduction? When is that calculated?
4.
Okay, so it's huge.
No, it'd be bigger if it was after.
I mean, it'd be bigger, but it's still a good amount.
Right, but then when you asked that question, it was like, oh, okay, so it's good, but it's not that much.
Yeah,
right? Like that.
It's still really good. It's not like Flesh Heap, which is broken because it does it the opposite way.
It does it the opposite way?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
That's why it's really good.
Is under attack.
Wow. Yeah, Vanguard and Crimson Guard did. Same with damage block, works the same.
Oh. Okay, breaking Lincolns with that.
Radiant's courier
well worth
has
trade.
been killed. Dire's
Mercy will TP as well. WS gets the tier 3 though. It's probably the best bet they have. They still have really strong pushing with the Luna Visage, especially at night. Even when the aura becomes global.
Yeah, Sanctity.
I find him. Does he have a gem? No, he doesn't.
It's a Wraith Pack, by the way, on WS now.
Okay, I like this against the TB because he doesn't, like, he has to be just barely out of range to hit Luna, who's usually a frontliner in these fights. Definitely not in range to hit the stupid totem. And Doom and Ricky can.
Satanic as well, finished up for the Luna, approaching that 25 talent. Boots of Bearing on the Disruptor, now into the Acceptor. Basher on Pango, of course, doing a lot of work. He's the gem carrier right now for the side of Horizon. It's QWE, though, who will smoke up across on the enemy side, or on their side of the map. Gem carrier for them, so this silences the grave, still potentially disruptive if they don't have sentries in position. Dusts are on the supports right now, so only detection is on the supports for QWE. Sanctity as well is holding onto this Mindbreaker, which of course does proc on Blink Strike. That's always super annoying as a support to play into. Doesn't allow you to really get off any spells usually. Still going to be really chaotic fights though for the most part. I think the thing to look out for is going to be whether or not able to get this Wraith Pact off in a meaningful part of this fight, such that it affects the TB.
Okay, charge the medium hammer.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess he could have potentially... They don't know where the medium is, so he could potentially stone form and actually taken quite a while to die. And the team could have come in time. Yeah. Once they commit to Doom, it turns the aggression. I like that.
Roche is up, so we'll see if Horizon want to commit the buyback here and try and force a fight without the Doom. That's an option for them. A little bit less enticing now that Chris just picked up a DD rune, though. I think this is a moment where if you're QW, you force the numbers advantage and you take Roche. Yeah, that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Even have a Daedalus on him. He's going for MKB now, by the way. Now that you mentioned the whole butterfly ordeal for God King.
Dismantle that Roche very quickly. Third Roche comes with a refresher shard picked up now by Doom, so that solves the no Doom issue, at least for the next minute. And after that minute, you'll have 2 Dooms. Lovely scenario for him. About to hit level 25 as well for Luna. I gotta assume with the Visage you go for the Lunar Blessing damage. That's pretty huge. More than doubles the damage.
So it depends on the choices, right? Like if the thing is, some Lunas, they like going for the Axe as a late game option, and then the Eclipse mini stun, like so you burst 100 to 0 the TB, right? It's a very specific deviation that some Lunas decide as a late game option, but judging by the fact that he's going for a Swift Blink, I don't...
Yeah, that's what I was going to base my assumption off of as well. Oh, this is an aggressive move across the map. All dire arrows pointing here into the secret shop. Ponyo. At the time, though, 4-2-3 not in position to cancel the TP. Would have needed to. Well, had no blink dagger, so yeah, couldn't get there in time.
It's a pretty big win actually here for Horizon. Just all these like time loss for QWE, especially when they're now trying to utilize their TB to actually gank, and he's not just perma farming. He's allowing Luna to at least keep pace with them and buy the few items that put her in the same category as him. She's now reached level 25. Now you have the Lunar Blessing extra damage with the Familiars, which also have the Silence of the Grave, right? So huge damage push.
Plus 101 damage there. It's pretty bonkers. Yeah, and then you can see how much they lose as soon as it becomes daytime. That's pretty funny.
Right, just give 63 extra damage. That is insane.
Yep.
I imagine they melt absolutely anything when it's nighttime, right?
Yes, assuming that again Crimson Guard isn't having the damage. Even then, this just seems way too much.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
It just goes to show how important Crimson Guard is, right? I mean, a key part of this strat is drafting the Luna for this nighttime aura, at least aura, right, for the Visage, to put it short, to put it plainly, and Crimson Guard just deletes that synergy, basically. Like it's important. Even with this 25 talent, it's still deletes it. Whoa, 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 whoa!
They go for the Luna, but they got stuck in a static storm. Careful.
Yeah, but this BKB, so this is a bait.
Okay, it's a bait, and Horizon also read it correctly.
Yep.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But there's still gold for it, huh? You see the Disruptor, Smokescreen. They don't have Meteor Hammer on the Ricky anymore, which is why he didn't charge it. Sold it.
Oh.
Yeah, not really sure. BKB. Yeah? I mean, no, he had BKB before. I think Aetherlands, actually. Lipstick back. No, it was actually an illusion. Critch is fine. However, the Visage has been found on the sidelines, and they will get rid of WS at this rate. Stoneform from now. Okay, Horizon. Got the in. Support. The Doom. W's on the wrong target. They have Lincoln's and Illusion just to try to play around with 4-2-3. They've already killed WS. 4-2-3 trying to get away with his BKB. Ake's already dead. Now they finally doomed the Luna. And the TB trying to distract them with the Illusions. Not going to work against the Pango. Critch doesn't get the Sunder up either in his first life. Yeah.
Sunder.
That is not going to work in their favor. Now he doesn't have the Metamorphosis any longer, but he's still going to beat the Luna at this rate. Goodbye to God King. And poor God's done everything in his power and more, but he's now being slowed down by the Scotty and now killed off by the Doom. As Sanctity continues to destroy the enemy backline support, suffering a lot. He has a Blink Dagger though. He can still get away. Luna's back here, and Luna will get the kill on 4-2-3. Trying to find Krish as well. There's a Sleeping Dart to prevent some of the damage. Krish gets away. He has a Hurricane Pike in a second. Sanctity also has a TP. Tricks to the trade for more area. There he got dusted though. Blink Dagger in 3 seconds. 2, 1. Oh, he's got bashed. That's very difficult. Has the smoke screen. Pray that there's some misses. Pray. Oh no, they're not with him today.
Pretty big buybacks. So that's 4 buybacks off from Horizons. Everything that they had. They will recover the gem. They will, you know, again, get rid of that Aegis. But now they really need to get something here because Roche is not up for the next 4 minutes. So you're not going to be able to cover the buyback of your hard carry Luna for a while. Although, but she's got a DD rune, and this is a Luna in your base. This is a problem.
Yeah. No, of course. I don't know. You can't make any of these small mistakes against Luna. Lack of Sunder there was massive, honestly, this team fight. And there you go. Look at your base. Oh, wait, it's gone.
I think you go to your 4s here. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I would agree. Oh, they're actually leaving? Okay, they're afraid of... There's no meta on the TB, though. I don't know you fight against Luna double damage on meta.
Yep, I agree. I think that's a really, really good fight for you to take. Maybe they didn't exactly time the Doom. The only thing I'm scared of there is Doom, you know, because it's back up in 10 seconds. They're going to go for the second lane of Barracks. Not being able to get off your Satanic here. Meta back in 30. Doom is ready.
Oh, they're trying anyway. They do have Doom, like you said. So Luna, there we go. Luna's Doom. No, it's this time. Krish is still taking a fair amount of damage for the Luna. Just trying to chase her down. That's going to be a Luna dead. Worked in their favor. Mercy also fell. Almost as a side job here. WS. They're trying to take the rack still with his familiars, but there is the backup protection finally activated. And they steal one last spell from the Undying before he releases the Decay for the Rubik. This should be the push now for QWE, who still has the Metamorphosis on the Terrorblade, even if
the push. Krish, who by the way is sitting on 8,000 golds.
Interesting.
You can invest some of that. You know what they say is what do they say about investing? I wouldn't know. I don't do it.
Oh, right. Is that what they say about investing?
They'll never see this coming.
Useful. Then got really honest.
That's
423 is a little bit in trouble. Quite tanky, but I don't think he's tanky enough to survive 3 heroes pummeling at him. Here's the whole team coming after him. Has the shard, so not even used. Actually, tells him to use defensively instead to go for the Undying. Only one man can rip this game. It's going to be the Rubik, apparently. Ponyo being chased down. He got the Tombstone. They kill God as well, who bought back earlier. They get rid of Ponyo and his Tombstone as well. And that is definitely GG. If the Terrorblade can't push in this amount of time, then give up. Oh, even as a refresher.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit late here, and
Sleeping Dart setting up for the Inferno Blade. They Sunder for good measure, and that should be the tier 4s.
That's GG, honestly, here. I just don't see them being able to defend through this. Doom's back up in 10 seconds. Luna's not up for another 30. Your Pango's dead for a minute and a half because of the dieback. Yeah. This one is over. GG is called. QWE, they're going to take the 2-0. What play? That's come out on top here of our first series.
Struggled last time to make it through open qualifiers. Of course, they never had to face Horizon. I guess they faced...
If he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these Mortimer Kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this, to dive onto the back lines, into the Vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much. Kami's going to go down. You get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Some damage on the hooks. Yatsuo still in that pitfall. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the poach and Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Lefton once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yatsuo, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys it, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
The glimpse comes back though inside the Static Storm mirror. He has that Lotus going, and now if Xerxia actually dives a little bit further with the Wall Thunder comes out. The Pod King, he's dove in. Yeah, they're going to be able to get the counter to the Storms for it. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch up and cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody on the side of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here. But Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit. And the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get damage. They get two. They do. They take them down. The cookie comes out. The Yatoro freezing field. They might lose. Happy. Is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphling. Law wants to come right back into this fight because you have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. The boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks. Just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphling. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Scouts, you want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice. Shall be strong in by the Disruptor, and now they're going to be hitting from when it's back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Malice in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side again to Gladiator.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something. I think it got broken. Either way, I like the Ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's Divine right there. They're going on Q. There's the hit. Okay, get that hit off. 123. Knocked. What damage? He's dead.
Oh my god. Nothing.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the
AU picks it up. I got it, Royce. The dive check.
Away you.
Oh my goodness.
Victory!
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead. They need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Or Bulbica, Red Panda. This would be huge if we can find a Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stone from Lulu. He's thrown now. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's going to be one down as... Oh, White Album, the dodge, to hide away, the heal's coming in. They hoping for a BKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. He has to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Q is going to drop. Aster, these fight so well, and they quickly take down that Undying.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. That's what. Big finish, profits.
Stun is out on the play. Didn't have a BKB available. Volvica dropping low the 10 spots back in. They have a Volvica. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the edge. He doesn't have multi becomes back. And Aster, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot that's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Scatter Storm, able to then get over the Slash Golem from away.
They have that to try and keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet is out. Now they're in a lot of trouble, but they managed to kill him. Okay. Alright. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down. Pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. The avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. Monet is way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Ares the
GP. Oh, they're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out. Not really ever been in the league. Victory. He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo is blown up by Collapse. Has to fight back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKBs runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on disc refresher. Blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base, they don't catch Nightfall on the way out, he's blinked out in the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's gonna find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon disc popped. And with his rapier damage of like short work and a twin-headed dragon.
Unstoppable. Laurel, the collapse waiting in the back line actually worked. He stormed out of the tree line and he just then started eviscerating the 2 supports with the help of Laurel. He completely jumped over. They dodged everything that Naga was trying to set and prep there. And Yatoro was also just firing the cannon from the top there. Did the combined damage of Collapse and Laurel together.
He is a monster. Oh, Pure. Lol. Oh god. Nightfall's gonna get a bit of vision here with the Hawk.
Imagine.
Can they?
Imagine.
Will they?
They have to do something kind of crazy.
They're gonna be losing their base pretty soon. Lash has buyback. Naga Beastmaster have to get back to base to defend. Drow Range is up here. Tier 3 gone. Barracks to follow.
There's no buyback and collapse though. That's a big one. And Mira.
Radiant structure.
Look at all the wolves. Look at all the summons.
It's multiple.
Mira gets away from there. Help of the Glimmer Cave to jump in from Lol. Disruption of self-save. Barracks taken out. Lol. Ultimate tries to fight. Nightfall. He'll just pop, but he can't get any control of the Lol. It's Lol. Puck is all over the place. Now they go into the GPK though. Aiming for the Puck. They're going to find him at long last. They get him and the Rapier's on the floor.
He messed up the phase shift. He canceled it.
Oh no.
Did you see that? I'm not crazy, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he phase shift and accidentally ended it.
There's an Axe Blessing recipe. There's a Rapier. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere.
An Axe Blessing recipe. What's that there? Okay. Not sure what the story on that one is. Meanwhile, Save, I think he had a refresher shard, right? Because Laurel dove him, he disrupts himself, and he tries to kill him again after it Save just refreshes, and then uses it again. How did they not got the breaker?
That was another DD. I don't think they care. Toronto Tokyo's going to take it, is he? Oh yes, the Jakiro with the Rapier.
Coming to feed it back to them, guys.
My goodness. There's Mega Creeps on one side. Top lane Barracks still standing on Team Spirits. Are we waiting for next Roshan, Trent?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like BetBoom have such a good chance of winning these fights right now. They can't get, like, swarmed in the back line.
They missed the stun on BK. He's trying to hold his ground, but oh my god! Oh my god! Yaturo shreds. Where'd he go? Daedalus hits, refreshes, blinks forward, kills off Save as well. SD's gone. TP home. Get the hell out of here, BetBoom now.
He's lucky he didn't get coiled. Dude. Leshrac vanished.
He looked okay until he didn't.
Until he got hit for 1,350 damage from a single right click? Yeah. Yeah. Right until that.
Ow.
Luckily, Toronto Tokyo was not there to feed the Rapier back, so that's good.
And now Team Spirit running down lanes, coming for the Radiant base. Balls are still there to hold on to. This has got to be mentally debilitating for BetBoom.
71 minutes.
Team Spirit is wearing them down.
The admins have been on, you know, they told them, nope, these guys. The longer this game goes, the harder things are.
Well, it's like Moomiander was saying in that Seb documentary. You know, this isn't Dota you're playing. This is a slogfest. You're gonna wait it out and play 60-minute games, long ass ones. There's a long line. Let's get very far forward. He'll just from Mira, but the Undying will fall inside the Radiant base. He'll as Mira gets off one last finger of death and the turns with Yatro. They kill GPK. It's a direct on the ledge. Naga now in trouble. Song of the Siren trying to buy him at a time, but Yatro moves forward, gets the damage in. Bill is dead. Oh god. It all comes crumbling apart for BetBoom now. Wait, back. They're on to Mira. The kill off Nightfall save though, and Lol. He opens up on them. The Howitzer is here. Massive 40 mil cannon just shattering into BetBoom. Drow saved by the rip. The soul and everyone dying. Almost two. And she's called it over. Team Spirit.
Look at him. Look at Mira.
Oh my god.
The shard to anybody who would listen at the Lima Major. Which, yeah, nobody's taken him up on it yet. But if you see a shard being picked up by any team that's at the Lima Major that speaks English, you could probably source it.
It's good. I'm like, this shard is actually good. I don't know when, but I don't know how to get there.
Pretty good.
I mean, I think that's
Bottom barracks has fallen.
Slark would, I that shard is crazy. It's actually a broken strat. If Galileo is still on top, he can take that. Maybe that everybody needs to get back to the top. Shadow Walk is way back to the top. And then theoretically there's 1,000 comments, but because I say it and nobody tells me
I will say the other good thing about Bounty Hunter, but we've got two different memes here. The Bounty Hunter shard, the Magnus Axe. He does have extremely high damage, and again, he probably has the highest base armor, starting base armor in the game, which can make him really good at the laning phase for trading.
Yeah, he's versatile. Terrible. Oh yeah. And frontline a little bit of this young support, but again,
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
PSM FTX victory!
Midas was being, they have an inkling that this is going on, but they jump forward, find the Star Spectre. The Doom is there, Force Staff keeping him alive and on the other side of the fissure, but there's way too much damage, and the rundown is going to be there. MC is gone, GH is gone, and looking for more. 9 jumps back in, finds Kuro too, tries to get out of there, does not have a way to escape. Mar is completely under control. E2 is gonna die. Buybacks are coming in. Amar realizes he can't do that gift TP, but eyes on the prize. Thunder trying to close this one out, close this series out with a quick 2-0 as they set their sights now onto the tier 4 towers. There is a buyback still on Spectre, but no the BKB is out though, and now the turn, the break, the finish. Amar dies a second time. MC on top of staking managed to find that kill. Sumail still controlled, does manage to get the blink back and away. MC, they're gonna go back in for more. They will can't, but Sumail, gets away just barely. Sumail got be controlled. They got him there with the Gleipnir, and it's only MC left alive as Tundra start hitting these tier 4 towers.
With this Unleash, with the damage coming through from the Psychic now as well. Watch Buckle though, it's actually going to be the Molten stealing that Pango form. And he doing anything about this because it's going to be hexed out. Could he have the damage to kill him off? It looks like this one's going to get low. He's got back now as well, but he's not going to be able to get the kill. In fact, he just drag him closer to him. Be able to clean up the side of one move. They have no cause now. A.K.A, the only one left alive in terms of cause. 3 heroes dead for the next at least 70 seconds. And this is going to be it. Yeah, Bedroom just come in. They're going to start to go up the base. Not even needing to go for baggers here. As you can see, they just want to end it here and now. In fact, even diving into the bounce now as well, when the hook comes out, Molten is this going to be a good, he's got a Satanic, he's going to force that away to tell him to save coming out from Faye. He's then really cocky on this Molten, but it's paying off, and yeah, they're just going to be able to dive into the bounty once again, and they're bouncing far from these heroes, cleaning it up. GG is going to be called after 45 minutes here. One move, they look great in game number 1, they look pretty good in game number 3 here as well, but Boom, they just had enough out of them in game number 2.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Be right. I keep my enemies close. I get mixed up in this.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant victory.
away from NVIDIA. It's not really getting them anything at the end. Watson, they got themselves down.
Generally cool with the Bible DPC. Also good with the strategy, which is why the reroll is super
That
first
one.
And then you get more minus armor out of massive spray for a physical damage nuke of an unstable concoction. It's a deadly mixture.
You're winning 3 lanes here, you're easily.
No, they can't. Look at that. Not enough.
You're gonna have to play to defend power.
Won't finish him off. Lots of
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's going to be 2-0 here for the side of
He's not having a whole lot of fun with this. 10 stick charges, and he did manage to at least distinguish stacks off of Balance Strike.
Refuses to commit.
Sanaba. Vanish. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Warriors of the wood.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Сейчас поиграем. Сейчас поиграем.
Radiant's Ancient is under attack.
Ultimately, this game kind of comes down to just who jumps who. Versus. There he goes.
Save him. They haven't saved nothing. They've got the coil locking him down. They kick away the bear, but it's not good enough. Meanwhile, that 5 talons with the back lines getting demolished. John Well is going to be able to get away. The Snampire couldn't quite finish him off. Let's see if they can force the buyback. Surely they will, but is Geek Slate going to be able to get a successful fight? The use of that buyback.
One of these wolves is bigger than the other.
Yeah, but it's not that big wolf you got to worry about.
It's the little one. Heck, they're trying to force this punch by, but he is holding it. Discipline. Does not care about the racks. And I agree. What the hell do racks mean? It's out. Get the heck.
Middle barracks.
I think they need a kickback. I think he'll buy back once they get a kickback from
the re-wolf. Need a pressure charge. Round 2.
He's well put into use. Kill the top and he died fast in that little interaction. Now the buyback goes out from Scam. They really want to punch this though. You want to go for this Xerxia. They managed to get the scythe on him now. He silenced up on the front. Afterwards, able to get the eating thing. He goes for the refresh. Dubu's in. But he got scythed as well. He just went to go for a dieback. Dubu just commits with the help of everybody else on the side of Bleed. And they die. Forcing now on the run. But Bleed are running down Geek Slate Heroes. They have just demolished them. There is no chance, no shot on the side of Geek Slate being able to fight back against this lineup this late.
We're not winning the late game man fight here. Then Dubu's taking it to bad attack speed.
Runs in. Right here it is. Where's the connection? Not getting it pushed in. Profit. Oh, look at that damage coming in from the Kansas as well. The back line. Cox being assaulted. Cord's not going to let him get away. Getting forced down. Forced them back into hell.
What is this man fight?
Satanic against all these heroes. It's happening. It's so alive. And eventually they Satanic at the beat. They can't get in. Gold is almost safe. Maybe trying to pick him up. Gold, okay. Now they got him. Maybe with the orb. They can control him up. Enough force down. No way. Don't let Force get away now. This is the end of the game. The Giants Ring gets him over this round. Finishes off the Nature's Prophet. Giants now finally die, but they haven't really gone through buybacks on Bleed. They've got all their buybacks ready to go, so that is going to be it. Finally, AG is going to be called, and Bleed get their first series win here in the CD. Really do not want to give this one up, but they may just have to here. Dragon done. Oh, there's 3 man. It's over. It's over. It's all over.
Just show the mercy. Throw the towel. Just stop giving this man highlights. It's too much for one day.
Gonna stun the AM. Stop hitting my tower.
They see Kiyotaka.
They do. And they've got the Roar on the coil. Wukong's is out. The Hand of God of the Greed. Trying to buy some time. Kiyotaka surviving. He falls away. AM now in trouble, and Aegis is claimed up. Ironcrad trapped in a Sprout. And HR still fighting the Wukong's. They can't catch the AM. Too quick to blink away. Has the counter spell up, but Ramsey's held his Dragon Tail. They've got him now. AM dead twice. Gilgary's a dragon, but even with that Ghost Scepter burning alive, the root will catch him. Prophet finds the control. Poor Afterlife dead to Kiyotaka, and Ramses with a mega kill streak clear through one move.
I think that might be it, Gary.
Yeah, even with a triple buyback. Yeah, Puck, Rubik, Beastmaster, there's the third one. No AM for 30 seconds. The building's at forfeit. Enchantress lift up and drag away from Rubik.
Saves it for the meantime. Let's say Kiyotaka's clear to have a little bit of fun now at this point. It's go time. Do what you want. We got 32-minute tumbler toy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, good, great item, by the way. that thing is busted now. If there's any item I agree has to be like removed from the game, we do need a new cycle of neutral items. No fight with Lion, they say. I'll just go fight with an arcane rune instead.
Have fun with mega creeps.
Yep.
Arcane storm bottled up.
I mean, they did make a hell of a comeback last game. You know, what is 0% even?
But is that what it is? Oh, yeah, you're right.
It is a 0 currently. You ban it all day.
Well, Pinheiro. What are we up to? Trying to 1v5. Okay, Ramses has arrived. Bring everybody in here. Jump on the side. There's Kiyotaka finding Rubik dead. Puck gone. No buybacks available. That's the end of game 3 in this series. Anti-Mage pummeled down and GG is called. Hellraisers will take things in the end. A very close one though. Series overall. I think one move. Very going to be proud of themselves the past couple of series.
Because he's doing so much damage, but yeah, overwhelming makes more sense because you have a ton of strength.
Yeah, and coming through here now as well. I mean, Kami, he's going to be coming forwards. You see Happy in the river as well. Shigetsu throws himself in the self-clipped easy. He's away from this fight and just he needs to wait for them to come back and pull that. He gets 2 kills. He's right down both supports. Trying to go for even more Meljul. He's got that BKB going, but they're looking for the fight, and Malik trying to get himself away from this one. The Chain Frost bounces around, but Malik, can he get himself out? He's going to be full rise. Manifold comes through. Lefington, he's surviving through all this. He's losing all his teammates. He gets dragged back in. He's going to get killed off.
High ground miss, you're not gonna be all that lucky. There was one high ground miss there from Happy, and the second one does get on top of Meljul. Yeah, at this point in the game, you just can't do anything. That was an Aghanim Scepter reveal from the Disruptor. The thing is, you just get it on the CK, and you can literally see what Hydra are doing in this one. They are running in with heroes. They don't care about the Mana Void, and then once the Mana Void is used, War can do whatever the hell he wants. And Anti-Mage, you don't really want to commit wholeheartedly, but at some point you see that your teammates are dying, and you have to, and then at that point it's just game over. So the way that Hydra are approaching these fights, you can see that Na'Vi at this point, at least in a straight up 5 vs 5, they've got no shot.
No, and it was kind of rough that the Anti-Mage, he was clicking himself to try and get a D-ward, or see where the dive vision was, and for about 2 or 3 seconds he just had to watch his teammates die. By the time he gets into this fight, both of his supports were already dead.
Oh, let's see, Daniel, he does get his ulti onto the storm.
He's dead. He might be able to kill off the Storm Spirit though. He will go down. That's going to be a big one. The buyback comes down now. He's going to try and chip the target onto Lefington. Lefington, can he get himself away with the tether? In fact, they want to fight back into this. They take down the Final Beast. Final Beast has to buy back. Big dive in from Warwick now as well. Trying to get on top of Meljul. Meljul, does he lose his life? He absolutely does. He's dead for 105 seconds. No buyback. Daniel, he might be the next one to go down, and this is just going to be Hydra. After having such a slow start and Na'Vi looking so good coming into this game, Hydra are just absolutely cleaning up in these fights. They take down the Anti-Mage low. Can he get the kill into the Primal Beast once again? Malik, he's caught out. He's not going to be able to get himself up to the fountain. It's 3 heroes dead on the side of Na'Vi, and it's just looking like Hydra looking to take over the base. GG's a call, and this is going to be a 2-0 series here for Hydra.
2 games in a row, Hydra played the same way. I think from start to finish, they never felt...
Camera, he's having too good of a time. Don't level for BKB, that's a bit of the good clips with who we need rage. He's the last ditch effort trying to get the shield. Pull back 1 step. He's got nowhere to go. And the DK, the Final War is on the Emperor. You've already called GG in the play. He's not want to smile damage out now. And it's the LGG takes 2 over Aster. Every 3 minutes on the team wipe. And it's clear the 2 open. You got to send PSG to keep their loop lead. I know that they're playing against
under attack. Now, victory!
It's all about the money. Bling, bling.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. They have a lot of they have a Is it literally just as simple as just like skewer, isolate somebody so you can get
Radiant's
back
top tower is under
I mean,
attack.
they want an aura buyer.
Dyer's bottom barracks are under attack.
They kind of want to as well. So that's fair modes of them.
Dyer's bottom barracks is Radiant now have mega.
It's like okay when you force Roshan stuff.
Dyer's structures are
Wait, never mind. You're done. I figured it out, alright? DB. It's gonna go the the Aghanim Scepter is
all of my hats, all 30 of them.
Dyer's middle tower
Wait, you
has
have
fallen.
30 hats. My Dota hats.
Cloud, if he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these Mortimer Kisses. There is still that buyback to the Beastmaster though. Let's see. Let's get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines into the Vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsu still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the poach and Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yatsu, what can he do? The poach, it's going to be blocked mid. Hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed up by Collapse. One more right click. He goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds. And now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys him, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though inside the Static Storm Mirror. He has that Lotus going, and now if Xerxia actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. The Pod King, he's dove in. Yeah, they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Storms for it. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him, cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody inside of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here. But Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose Happy. Is this the dieback? They do the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin, Bilal wants to come right back into this fight because he have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, you know, just do it by foot it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Scouts, you want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice.
Strong in by that by the disruptor, and now they're going to be hitting the win it back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards Amara. But trying to run from everybody on the side again. The Gladiator.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive.
Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
Especially game one, I'm looking here. They got a hold of that network lead and just kind of never gave it back. They do like to play this troll. They like this puck I'm seeing in a couple of their games. But everything else is a little bit more standard for the meta, as far as what I can tell. And a Morphin player. Okay, so they've got a Morph player. So no. We'll see if that ends up coming on through as our draft now just barely getting started here. We'll jump into that in just a little bit. But I'm personally excited to see them.
Clockwork.
Love seeing me teams that make it out of the sort of grind that can be opens and see. You know, it always feels like such a dice roll for a lot of those teams that, you know, there's always those teams, especially at the start of the DPC, that, oh, well, we've got to go through opens because we didn't get a slot, and, you know, whoever had the old slot was like some manager and did this. You know, there's always like those kinds of stories you hear. And I feel like everyone always talks about those guys when they're going through, you know, like the Myth Avenue Gamings, Waters, you know, who are the same teams, but, you know, those people who always like, oh, they're gonna make it, let's watch them. And everyone always forgets about the regulars who are in the opens that have to face against one of these teams in the first rounds of their last chance at opens, right? It's cool that they make it on through as well. And we'll see how they do now. They're going to be now in a different kind of a melee, which is Division 2.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Right.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
It's
10 seconds remaining.
That's right, Avo. Very tough and very strong. They got through, and they are pretty tough, right? They lost that upper bracket final for the CQs, and then they beat Udvesson in the lower bracket final. So yeah, you know, they bounce back after that. It's pretty impressive as well that they're able to take down Udvesson twice. So there is some consistency to be had in this team. What they're going to draft up. Anything too exciting? Anything too crazy? Not really in this first phase.
Team ban.
Taking out that Primal Beast, and then actually themselves banning the Morph. So just looking to make sure if this is going to be an NP off lane, that it's a lane where NP can actually apply a little bit of pressure in, perhaps, as they very strong laners against him. Especially.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Okay, the Phoenix as well. That feels really out of place, though, I gotta say. Now you have 2 picks to adjust the Phoenix. You already have an NP who's pretty good against this hero in general.
Yes.
The lane does kind of struggle, but, you know, yeah, NP just can just he doesn't care. Like NP can tank a hard lane and just move to jungle a bit earlier, and he's fine, even like for off lane. He just farms. Like that's just what the hero does, you know. Why we see him so much in this tricore kind of a meta. So even if you make his lane a little bit difficult, then what? What do you do as Phoenix? Is his kind of biggest problem. You can be a lane bully, but if you don't have really strong team fight to go off of, which to be fair for Xerxia, they are kind of setting themselves up for, your game becomes really awkward. So that's why I'm a little bit scared to see this hero in this position. See all he can do. His ideal lane is laning into this Undying. He's pretty good into the Undying. Crap out of him.
5
Generally outrange him.
Remaining. Radiant team pick.
What's the way?
Right. I'm surprised by it. I think Team Tough do need to pay a little bit more attention to this egg with their last pick.
Storm
and the 23rd. And Xerxia are the ones that actually go into the Storm. Can be a little bit of a difficult lane for Pangos. I think especially in Div 2, where you know, the player skill can really make a huge difference in these kinds of matchups. It's something to be wary of, because I've also seen a couple of Pangos, even in Div 1, get out with much better laning stages than I think they've got any right to in the. But I would say it's naturally a little bit Storm favored.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick.
I guess so. Yeah. So maybe they're expecting. That's really interesting, right? This Queen of Pain ban as well, which Team Tough do like to pick from time to time. I did notice that in their CQ runs.
10 seconds remaining.
But maybe they're thinking they could flex this NP mid Pango off, hence the AM ban. It's always tempting against a Storm. You know, you are this big old man. Oh, yeah.
Radiant team pick.
That's what I was thinking. I kind of... Is that their mid or is that their carry though? Because then I have mixed feelings about it.
You may now select your heroes.
Siren left.
Interesting. I also think this could be really weird depending on how Xerxia want to end up laning this, but I mean, at least what they have done is secured a decent enough lane for this NP. Assuming again that Xerxia don't end up doing any lane. Make this thing a whole big old mess. They also didn't really do much to address the Storm Spirit pick here, I want to say, with Key, especially as off lane. Yeah. And then the smoke screen's super annoying for a Storm Spirit, you know, like it ends up being a pretty big nuisance for him because his attack range is pretty low. As an off lane, I don't know. You've kind of set up Pango for a tough time. Awkward lane to rotate into as well. Ooh, I don't know. I mean, if they make it work, it'd be pretty cool, honestly. But they're going to need to get some momentum out of this lane with the Meteor Hammer. Even then.
In lane, it's not. And I was actually considering Naga for the tough team. Even though I didn't love it, but I was considering it because you could go Naga and she actually carries all the, even though she's not a traditional stun, she usually builds stun or silence or whatever, right? So there's a hero that can make up for your lack of disables. Now instead of Xerxia, she made up for their lack of disables. Sorry, pretty heavily. So now you actually have a way to catch the Riki, have a way to catch the Pango. Multiple silences on the team because of Naga Siren and the Death Prophet. I like it. I like the Xerxia.
Why prolong the inevitable?
Much against this Phoenix either. See here how this one gets going. Get underway. Team fight as well. I don't think the Riki really adds too much there either. I think there must be more to this Riki hero. So far, I think we've had him in every game, actually, so far.
I mean, he's strong. I just don't think he's strong as an offlaner. This is the first time we see him that way.
You're in deep now.
20% deduct.
From what?
Don't know. Last little name there.
DPC points? No, because you're not getting any. Money?
Yeah.
Well, have you seen that this Naga Siren, she has like little tentacles? She has like a tentacle thing on her
Battle begins.
neck. See that? Like it's like her hair, but not quite.
Yeah, they're like.
I think those are leeches. I think she has to go to the vet.
They are leeches.
I don't think she's okay.
Look at this. My glance value. I thought this was Medusa.
But I don't understand why you would ever choose to do that.
You're in
to yourself. That must hurt.
You didn't see that coming.
Oh, they also won the lane wars, huh? Oh my god. What a read by Xerxia.
Yeah, and this is something I was a little bit afraid of as well, right? Because in this NP, there's just way too much armor up in this top lane. The Undying, well, we'll see what he can really get done in this lane. But I'm a little bit doubtful here. This Phoenix up top as well is going to be super annoying. Did already take Fire Spirits, so this first level is slightly scary, especially if the Undying, yeah, and he actually has Windlace, is going to be able to force out this Phoenix at level 1. But level 2 now is going to get a little bit more annoying in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think they use one lanes really hard with this, or they should. I don't know if it will, but they should. Xerxia, mind you. Because Rapido should also have an easy time against the Riki. I mean, easy time as in, like, you don't kill him, but he doesn't kill you either, so that's fine. And their Storm matchup is also in the benefit.
Yeah, mid lane is the only one that can maybe go a little bit your way, depending on player skill here. So far, JG excelling in these first 2 waves, though. We'll see here how Valky can look to try and bring this a little bit back, but it is possible, right? Swashbuckle, Shield Crash, lots of damage, your wave clear is really good, you have repositioning before the Storm does, and then we'll see if any of his supports are going to make a rotation towards the mid lane to try and alleviate some of this pressure, because so far it is all JG right now.
Nah, this is what should happen. I actually don't. I disagree that we've seen. It's not a player's skill that allows the Pango to win. It's player unskill that allows the Pango to win. Whereas Queen of Pain, I actually think Pango can get away with a decent lane. I think this lane is very Storm favored. Very, very Storm favored. Because Pango can't use, usually in the lane as Pango, getting into the minutia of it. You want to use Shield Crash to actually get the last hits, and use Swashbuckle to get away, plus get a last hit, right? So like reposition and get a last hit. But Storm cancels that Shield Crash. Which is why we see actually him going for 2 points in Swashbuckle early, as opposed to the usual 2 points of Shield Crash. Because if you Shield Crash into the Remnant, you hit the Remnant before Shield Crash hits, and therefore you don't get the damage resist, right? So it's actually pretty brutal of a combo there. And if you even get close to the Storm, he'll beat you with Electric Vortex. It's a very, very tough lane. Very, very tough lane. I would say 70-30 in favor of Storm.
You gotta play around it. Got themselves a Rubik who can look to try and support. Problem is this bottom lane so hard for this Riki, he might not be able to. He's already got Ring of Health online, so along with that 6 bonus armor from Riki, just be fine. But see if they can ever sneak away and trying to help out Valky a bit by contesting some of these water runes early of JG.
Hey, Bumby's only goal here is to really annoy the Rubik, because he can't do much against the Riki. So I think it's very difficult for Tsukimoto to get away. Moto, by the way, is being chased through Harpies. Oh, the Harpies are no longer helping him. Oh, they're actually hurting him now. Oh no! Tsukimoto, his power's gone.
Wow.
There's the cogs. Go Harpies! Go Harpies! Tsukimoto's stuck between creeps and a clockwork, and he'll eventually die to Bombi. What a play. Master of the beasts, of the winged beasts of Ra.
Top lane's also not going super easy.
Okay.
A couple full shenanigans out from Karma. It is be alive there. This level 3 is just so brutal as well. On that second Spirit Siphon and the second charge. Just make it out alive, but you can just see Rupido already kind of establishing himself as dominant in this. They at least rotate this Rubik mid, so he's going to be able to try and set up to a guarantee rune as well as that water refill. This could be pretty big here.
GG. That shield crash. You see? If the shield crash hits before static remnant hits, that's how the Pango gets away. You have to preemptively put the static remnant. So if you go for the runes, you get screwed, and Tsukimoto is really annoying him right now.
Yeah, and Valky could have gotten a kill here. I'm surprised that he let up because he didn't even get the water either. Ooh.
That is going to hurt Valky. Very much so. They didn't get a static remnant combo though. And Bombi's here with only a level 2 clockwork, so it's not a big deal. If you had level 3, you would actually have some battery assault damage.
Yeah, that was really shocking. To me, Rubik being there with telekinesis kind of guaranteed that kill, even just level 2. And you can see Bombi. It's a tanky lad here with that Ring of Protection. It's going to be really annoying. Also did get that water rune down bottom, so Valky's in a really bad position. JG's been allowed to push the wave into tower, so he's going to casually walk on over and steal the dire bounty rune as well. So Valky doesn't even have that refill either. I don't know. Now it's like, okay,
it's pretty bad.
Undying, go die underneath tower. Like, I need my refill. Go stack, do something, because this is really gone awry.
Yeah, and usually room control is like the one thing you have over the Storm before he hits 6, obviously. So the fact that you don't have it, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, his lane's rough, and he doesn't have any mana now. I mean, he's got a clarity delivered, but he needs to save this to be able to contest the 6-minute rune. Tsukimoto, though, I mean, he's only level 2 now. Clock's already up to level 3, so has that second point in battery assault. Stopping any stacks as well from happening. This is starting to look a little bit really one-sided for Xerxia already. Trill is farming, though, so that's the good news here.
Yeah, he is. That's not a crazy amount. Like, say it was close to Naga or TP, but fine. Right. Bombi almost dies in the mid lane. There's a Fairy Fire to D5. No level 6 still on Storm Spirit. Needs one more creep to get it. And he wants to play really aggressively to get that level 6 almost.
Yeah,
there we go. Fairy Fire in. He got it. While lightning, he wants Valky. He's muted to play the whole time. Static Remnant kills off Valky. That's gonna be another win for JG.
Bombi also takes the Invisor, and I do think he probably could have. He kind of left that for JG for the refill and potentially just to maybe gank this bottom lane. But let's see if Bombi can try and set up for a kill as he diving. JG isn't having a lot of mana though, and the clarity is not immediately to get another kill. Probably actually end up going.
But I don't know what Bombi's doing right now.
Yeah,
just savage.
He definitely should be doing storm the Invisor. He can annoy Tsukimoto here, but he's not going to kill him. He's full HP. Yeah, so just a D ward and... Right.
That tranquils. That tranquils me. It's all good.
Trill really at least out denying Karma. That's something. It's like a small victory, but I imagine a lot of these are onto his own creep. So now... Oh, there's
I'm over here! The problem still has is that no matter how well he does in the early game, he's still up against a Storm. Like, your game is really difficult. Rapido in the bottom lane. He's also going for Saint May again. He got silenced with the Crypt Swarm. Really good positioning by Rapido to get this kill. And now you've killed 2 cores in 10 seconds.
This one might be really fast at the rate this is going at. I mean,
top tower is under attack.
Valky, I mean, what they need to now do is they need to select the core that they want to kill and commit telekinesis, which is their only guaranteed stun, into the Rolling Thunder to make sure they actually get that kill, making sure that NP TP's in for additional damage. Then you're going to try and get a little bit of map control, carve out a little piece of the map for yourself, because pretty soon we're going to see Rupido, go with the Exo. I don't know if he really wants to do it here. That's the only problem with the laning setup that Xerxia has. He'd much rather go mid or top. So I'm curious how Xerxia looks to play around this first usage of that Exo. I think that's their biggest playmaking tool that they have available for them. Mid-8 power runes that are spawning in. On top, going to take on actively. Good Rolling Thunder on the jump. They will at least get a kill with the Bombi. It's something. That's an arcane rune. It's going to go into the bottle for JG.
Dire's middle tower.
Okay, Crypt Storm in 2 seconds. Oh, the slows from Blink Strike. Like, please, don't kill my support. Please. Oh, Rapido hurt the cry. In the middle lane, though, Valky does die to Static Remnant. An arcane rune storm, like you mentioned, who is not going to be able to do anything at the end dying because the tombstone's been set. So instead, Rapido's like, time 1 to go. Exorcism walks right in. They ping the tombstone, but they will deal with tombstone after they kill its master.
Yep. This is a little aggressive from Rupido, but I like the move. Overall, like I said, you don't really want to get that tower down bottom. If you do, you set yourself up to get pretty easily killed. But honestly, now that Rolling Thunder's been used, there's not a whole lot that Team Tough have to stop the switch from happening. In fact, they've already drawn lines. They want to try and take down Trill a second time. Inside this smoke, with a couple of seconds left of the Arcane Rune, is JG. We'll see if he wants to go for a big zip. No, he won't. But, I mean, either way, Trill's going to know something's coming his way. No one's here from the mid wave. The tower just went down. No one's contesting this push down bottom. Things are looking real dark on the map right now for Team Tough.
I mean, at least the push down bottom is a good thing, right? The fact that nobody's contesting it, like they took a tower for free. It's not. I mean, I guess Meteor Hammer would have taken it anyway, and you did lose mid tier 1 for it, but at least you got a tower. So you know,
Copium tower. Maybe now you're gonna try get Trill to farm behind the space that Same is making. Try and get this Riki. Risky trying to push a tower mid though against a Storm when you don't have a tier 1 or really action. They just don't have a lot of map control right now. They're gonna smoke and maybe try and make a little bit for themselves.
Yeah, but it's Bobby. Who cares?
A little early. See, actually, maybe looks like Karma's gonna be a bit too far gone.
This Phoenix should die. Yes, it doesn't have Supernova. Oh, there we go. I was wondering where the Wrath of Nature was. He just tried to use the maximum damage Wrath of Nature. I don't think we even needed that, but that's fine. We already have Mech on the DP, however, so it's not going to happen a second time, but at least they can be happy for the kill that they got. And top lane, Karma has been unable to take the tower just yet. He's just shoving the lane.
Good news here. This Undying, 3 points in decay, so he's actually going to do a fair amount of work here and taking over the lane. Not against 3 heroes, though. Against 3
heroes. How much work? Look at the work he's doing, Richie.
By that, I mean he can clear creep waves, and this tower being half HP is pretty good watermark for the state of the game, to be honest. Especially because he's the only one who can really safely do this. Storm can kill him, obviously, as did mid, but he does at least force Xerxia to bring a couple more heroes to this top lane. There's a little bit of space here for Team Tough. Hard for him to do much more than that. This Valky is within Cog's range.
He is, but he's not going to use Cogs. He will shield crash out of him, and now Bombi pushes him out of the Cogs instead. At least it's annoying Valky, who was forced away from the other corrosion and instead is asked to go for the Visual Blade. Like, he's not in a good position for sure.
He's a real tough, though.
Just taking over the enemy jungle.
Trill's farming, but again, against the Storm, who's equally as farmed, there's another hook out.
He died soul to Bombi, okay, now he's forced the TP instead. Rapido takes the mechanism to guarantee Bombi's TP, and Rapido could be in trouble instead. Where are the reinforcements? There are gonna be none. They have to TP instead, and it's not gonna work. Rapido healing as much as it can, does a fairy far as well. Another slow from Blink Strike. Nobody in his team cares about Rapido's life right now, by the way. But it doesn't matter, because Rapido is a self-made man. Oh no, but even self-made men need help sometimes. Goodbye, Rapido.
And he's going to be taken down. Did use all the Spirit Siphons. I mean, he lives a long time, and Clockwork gets out. You force some pretty big rotations there. Everyone, Team Tough, kind of joining in, but it's pretty worth it for them. You get, again, all those Spirit Siphon charges down. Exo wasn't used at least, but you know, that's just a little bit, a bridge too far, really, from Xerxia.
Storm dies, okay, very huge win for Valky, who goes for Rolling Thunder. Thought about it, but chooses not to.
He died so fast.
Tower is under attack.
Stolen Crypt Storm, little Fade Bolts there. Just a big old boost damage for hit. 80 HP as well with the decay. This all really added up there. He really was not expecting to go down that quickly. He had like 800 HP when he jumped in too. That wasn't even like that crazy of a dive for the rune. Just needed to zip out right away. Kind of underestimated the burst. Good kill. Good kill. Gets Valky a whole lot closer towards his Diffusal Blade, which makes going for those kills even easier. You're buying all this time as well for Trill to get his first item online, which is, by the way, Hand of Midas, and then immediately into the Maelstrom. Maybe looking a little bit more recoverable here.
Radiant
Siren is going to take a little while longer, of course, to become this kind of unstoppable beat.
Snare him. There we go. Look, it's the true one. Oh no, oh, smoke screen. Oh no, we forgot about the mischance. Panic. Oh, Ricky's getting away. They had no plan B. I mean, the plan B was a hook shot, but it didn't get used.
Also has girl name in
he's like the press kid.
Dyer's
And the press kid's doing really well. So, Hitoyaka, I think is his new name. The press kid.
Stone is going to be undefended. It will go.
That was my favorite comment of Solo in the major. He goes, no. He not depressed anymore. He happy now.
Huh. Almost underused. I don't know if they can get anything out from it.
Okay, they should kill the Phoenix. There we go. JJ comes in, but the kill crash spot is 40% right now. Lucky's taking a fair amount right now. They're actually going for the high gun without any vision. And they're committing to this. Getting the kill on Bucky already with the hook shot as well. Chasing him triple the cars. Don't put him in. Now the Storm is stuck in the smoke screen. Can't jump away. He's fighting back because he doesn't want to get hit by Ricky from behind. And instead, he's just going to die in the middle of the smoke screen. Rapido takes after the same A. But Same A will be fine. Instead, they're going to go for the Undying here, who will also be okay.
Yep. Again, the Storm's going to go down just another half second there, and actually, the Pango does get out. He had Swashbuckle coming off cooldown. Damage by him, and that would have probably made a pretty key difference. Doesn't feel like that bad of a fight, though, honestly, for Team Tough. Not end up losing Trill, and this Exo is only used for basically a kill onto the Pango and a support. Not the best trade either from Xerxia.
Lost your Storm for it.
Exactly, yeah, they kind of equalized there. And again, Trill just continues farming. To outfarm Karma now. Oh, this would be bad, though, if he lost LT here.
Yeah, hook shot. Valkyrie's dead. That was a big one. That kill hurts more.
Yeah, that one's pretty. Did they get anything in return? JG even kind of taking a chill pill here. He finally has his Witchblade online, long Falcon Blade. And then he's going to go straight BKB. Don't see this a whole lot from Storm. They tend to prefer the Kaya and Sanj if they can get away with it. It's not a game where you can get away with it, though.
No, Ricky. Like, you could even see a Desperate Storm going for 4-step.
Do it with flair.
Actually, it's good.
He does get away. Yeah, and he's going to scale pretty nicely. It's also the kind of game where it's acceptable to go for an Ag Scepter, go for the little AoE Electric Vortex. Put up plenty of kills in that way. For your Naga Siren, who, again, is the true carry in this game, and now has a full Manta style. Maybe looking to fight here. 10 seconds left until Exo's ready.
Ricky sent back with a call. Still silence. They may get for the breaks in time. They're trying to kill out Valky with a Vault Lightning. It'll succeed. Valky's dead, but stuck in the smoke screen is this Storm Spirit, but he put to sleep instead. As the Supernova completes, he's being healed now by the Sun Ray. They're going for the Undying and kill the Tombstone at the same time. Team Tough will only lose 2, but they got nothing in return.
Yep, they get nothing, and in fact, maybe now Roche is going to be taken by Xerxia. Rupido heading to the pit. Level 11.5, but in the scenario where you just kind of have to tank the suck and just go for the right play, which is take Roche here. JG. Oh, okay.
They say May. He thought he could
He thought they didn't have a Sentry Ward for him, and he is sorely mistaken. Hold off for that one. But basically, again, wasn't somehow before. Another fight where Trill is missing from that fight, though. I can't really say that's the wrong move. Does need to get BKB online, otherwise Storm just kind of kills him. But we're starting to sorely plays in these fights for Team Tough that can really stand and do anything, you know? Undying is tanky, gets a good tombstone off in that engagement, but really get to do much more than that, and is very quickly taken down. The rest of the team just go down. Be really careful with his positioning. Link Dagger is going to be really, really important for him to make sure that he can actually get off the right kind of initiations that his team kind of needs from him this game. But Valky, I mean, it's a tough game, right? But
okay. Media Hammer just got cancelled, which did nothing but put Storm in a pickle. So JG better get away in time. Valky's chasing after him. He doesn't Aegis though.
Radiant's
I respect that. He's safe for now.
Aegis and Fairy's trinket.
Dyer's
the
top
Storm
tower
item.
is under attack.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
Whoa, what I
Got
missed?
Ball Lightning already up to level 2. Pretty low cast times, and now the Storm catch issues quite apparent, and will be so once it becomes online. Yeah,
that BKB's crucial.
It still needs a little bit more to get there, but
Dyer's
big moves here.
top tower
Hey,
is under attack.
real good for this Phoenix.
Committed. Songless Siren won't cover his escape. TP's instead. They stole Song.
Stolen. That would have been such a catch actually there.
Uses Song against the Naga. That would have been incredible.
Yeah, I mean, that would have worked. I think he just needed to cast it, or he needed to be careful with his positioning because he walked into Song. And you can walk into Song with Song actually to cancel that TP. That'll work, but really. Let's go on Song. Let's see if that makes any bit of a difference.
Okay, never hits Rapido. Hook shot though, trying to stop, block this aggression. It'll kind of work. They distracted him enough. As Trill's now in the bad position, and Storm will come for him, and somehow Bobby's still alive. Trill forcing the BKB. They're trying to chase him down, but Naga just can't get close to him. And there's the stolen Song with a tombstone, a classic combo. The zombies are piling up. This is not great for them. We have the Supernova though available. They might have to use it to counter Nation, but JG can't get off in time, and he can't bolt lightning in time. So JG now stuck in a really difficult pinball zone, going up to the high ground. Zombies are slowing him. Xerxia is forced to disengage. But in this meantime, Team Tough only gets a single kill, and now they will lose Trill because he went back in alone.
Yeah, that's tough. It's tempting to go, and I want to go back in, maybe force out an Exo, a little bit of an overcommitment there, but such a risky play as well. Oh no, now Team Tough is going to be in a really difficult position.
Look at you all day.
That was a very good song. You know, Tombstone zombies start stacking up, but I think Tombstone expired. No, it didn't actually. It just didn't really make that big a difference, honestly, unfortunately. Without Trill having BKB, being able to like stand up and just fight against this now Iron is just way too hard. Storm still has Aegis as well. And yeah, okay, I mean, he finds a stun, gets the 4-staff out, he'll live. Such a risky play. I do have to respect Tsukimoto though, really trying his best here on this Rubik game, even actually gets stunned by Tsukimoto.
Gonna be the Pango dive again. Oh, a lot of healing from the creeps from Tsukimoto. Sorry, from the pet mech. It wasn't enough. And now zone for creeps from Rapido. A hook shot catches the Ricky, sends him back. They still try to break the Tombstone. The Tombstone is healed back to full HP. Kill the Ricky in the meantime. The zombies are piling up. Someone break this Tombstone. Finally, the zombies are out.
Yeah, Phoenix almost died there, actually.
Just to the army of the dead around him, man.
That's that low armor making a little bit of a difference. Stone zombies do pack a bit of a punch.
Dire's
Tombstone game here. With the positioning that he's been able to get. These fights, though, I mean, they just don't feel good. They're too tough. They keep taking these fights like after they get initiated on, basically. And it never really feels like they're the ones who are deciding this is the fight that...
Just like this one, where Undying is trying to cover, and then he gets found out, and he should be dealt with shortly. Only a matter of time. There we go.
Stupendous!
Yeah, I think a lot of this is because their initiation is like Riki, like it's Riki offlane, you know? He has free start now, but he's always underneath sentries. It's been tough.
Okay, this time they could kill JG, right? Okay, maybe not. But he's stuck again. He's dead. Never mind, I stopped this one.
Didn't use Rolling Thunder at least, so he'll have that when he respawns.
Dire's top tower is under
Killed too quickly to use his ultimate.
Yeah. You gotta look at the bright side of life. It's tough, because game is hard. Kinds of games are very difficult. Rubido as well, so holding on to a level 2 Exo. He hasn't really felt pressured. The push has been strong enough now that Naga Iron has got a couple of her items online, being this Orchid. Heart is next in this kind of itemization, and Karma about a third of the way. He's coming along very nicely for his farm. Again, it's just such a hard game for Trill. Like, even BKB still finds himself getting ramped down. Now, that's an item, though. The Yolner instead of the Gleipnir choice we tend to see.
Weird. Such a weird choice when you're having catch problems, honestly. I mean, I know it's for Naga, right? Because you need more damage, but very odd.
Yeah. No. We'll see how it works out. I mean, he doesn't have Ag Scepter either. He's kind of building like a carry here. Fair enough, he is a carry, but not like the carry NPs you tend to see.
No, he has no team fight, right? He's relying on Pango and Ricky to bring all the team.
Work. I mean, I don't know. Opponent's attack speed, the active as well, static charge, ends up being pretty good against these Naga illusions.
Yeah, it really is anti-Naga, as far as it goes. So they can actually kill the illusions.
Risky, though. And I don't know. I mean, I can't completely be against this choice to knock out Gleipnir, because JG has a Dispel already. And might not have been the most effective Storm catch tool in the world anyway. But now, like, there's just literally nothing again.
It's just smokescreen. Like, he BKBs the smokescreen, and then if he kills Ricky, that's it, right?
Best play is probably just sleep darting into the fights when they can't. fighting around him. Well,
hope that Pango does not hit him with a single swashbuckle slash shield crash.
No one wake up the storm.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Small kill on the end.
You had your warning.
They just did get reclaimed here. Fever on this Naga Siren though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, they catch the Pango. That's a quick kill on the Pango. Now that you have the Orchid on the Naga, it's very difficult for him to get rid of it. He's gonna have to buy something like Lotus Sword, which Pangos hate to buy.
Trill just gonna try and farm his way towards the Satanic. He thinks that's the best solution, just trying to stand his ground and fight out of this one.
Middle tower has fallen.
It's kind of a long shot here on how difficult this. I thought Dispel might come in handy as well. Now we'll have a second Dispel. Be able to try and fight through this. Or this on Satanic.
Dispel. Oh, that's Satanic.
Loaded to the gills.
Gets rid of the silence, right?
Yeah.
Whatever.
The snare. We have 4 stuff at Supernova. It is not. They're gonna just counter initiate. Look at this. Aggressive Supernova. If they do anything there. They're just waiting for Team Tough to cross that line. Phoenix is too tanky right now. Now he can get killed though, because his teammate's not in position.
Yeah, JG is also sipping on a Clarity there. He's like less than half mana. So couldn't really make it in. A little bit too. Good though, just annoy him, burn his mana. Triple BK, or sorry, double BKB timing though. JG has his BKB still, of course, and Rubido also has 9-second BKB on top of these Guardian Greaves. What have they found here? Next. Catch, no. Gets the Icarus dive away in time.
Does. Goodbye.
There's a gem now on the storm. Just got delivered.
Okay, okay. Now the Riki is no longer safe anywhere in the world.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Xerxia don't care. They're just going to push with the wagon and force CPs back. It's a pretty wise move. Advantage right now over Roche. They should take this. Oh, they have the output. Pardon me. Roche has just respawned. You know, enemies are holding some sort of high ground, but not their own proper base high ground. So right. Underneath your vision and just take Roche. I mean, it's the right move.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, they just keep setting the illusions, which is why they feel so strong right now. Like, they don't really feel like they're wasting this time either, because the illusions are doing a lot of damage. But now the catapult wave is done, and they probably just go for Roche.
They're just not scared of this NP, quite frankly. And again, for good reason. No. They've drafted well into it. The first phase NP wasn't it that ended up being the carry.
Yeah, 8th pick NP into carry is a little bit ballsy, especially when your off-laners are in.
Basically take this rope and Lucy's gonna be able to do anything about it.
Movement onto the Phoenix as well. Waiting for Supernova here. There we go. Supernova. Now you're fighting into it. Ricky's already dead. True gets destroyed. Valky walks in, walks out. Now finally roll up. Gets a couple of stunts here, but Valky is only a matter of time before they kill you. The Tombstone is the longest standing member of Team Tough at this rate, because they're going to kill the Undying before they kill this object. Oh, at the same time, actually. Nice job, nice job. Anyway, that was
trying to
very disappointing.
All the survivors, with Rubik is going to take a good path on Holt, bringing him like directly on top.
You're in deep now.
I just don't care about him. He's got battery result. I feel different. Maybe they've already escorted the cave as well down the middle. Go up to the high ground now. No for Karma. And that fight is a very classic Div 2 fight where a team knows that they should try and contest Roche, that it's their best shot they have left, but they're just like 5 to 6 seconds too slow, and it just makes the fight impossible. Double BKB there, and it just didn't matter. They just both got melted where they stood there. Not even by Sunrise, just by Naga.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, doing a lot of work in this fight. Has now Kaya gonna go back.
Dire's bottom tower is
way
under
too
attack.
strong, and well, the right play for Xerxia would be well, they got the down mid, so just push him. Last tier 1, last tier 2. They start to apply the chokehold in the triangle.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Team Tough, I would honestly consider the VG to come into a better game too. Because right now,
Trill as well. That's just hurt.
it's just a freebie. This idea that NP can farm like this against the Storm is non-existent, man. There's no way you can do this against the Storm without it. That option doesn't exist for them.
They don't even slow the push at all.
Tower is under attack.
Right onto the tier 2 tower now. Yeah, the game is looking real tough. This is, I think, a kind of game where you go one last fight for the boys, we kill the Phoenix, and then we call
yes.
It's just not coming back here. And it kind of started from lanes as well, you know? All just lanes going rough.
Bad draft, like
every setup. This Cloud already...
I was surprised that Team Tough didn't see the lanes at the composition. They were like, oh, panic, panic, panic. Let's do something about this. Because the composition was really awful. There was no way you're winning those lanes, honestly.
Yeah, and it's like, normally NP wins those things because he has 2 teleports. He kind of normally excels there.
But I guess not, of course.
Right, but what I mean is in winning laning setups because he has 2 teleports. No one else.
Under attack.
Well, that's my point, but he wasn't in winning laning setups, which is why like they didn't try to do anything about it. Yeah. It's kind of annoyed about it. I also think that they didn't again, there's going to be one last fight. There's the fight for the boys, BKB Storm, only for them dying, because they realized the strongest member of Team Tough. There's the Rill of Thunder, still being charged. Naga potentially, Karma, active song. He's like, okay, I am done. I am done. We're doing the combo at least once. Come on, guys. Let's go. Supernova combo. And the stun will hit Trill. Of course, walks back into it thinking he might be able to hit the egg. Of course, that was but a dream. Trill is already dead. And Rapido's exorcism is dealing with everyone while he's still asleep. Now they're all fighting against Rapido, who still has a BKB and a Heaven's Halberd. And the Tombstone even got dropped super far back just to try to stop Rapido, who's unstoppable right now. At the 8 degrees, saves Kaka, and Valky will be able to at least swashbuckle himself to safety before he gets caught by Xerxia, by Karma. Karma instead has to go for the Undying. The Undying was ensnared, who's silenced, who's killed. Tsukimoto will be the next target. There's the ball lightning, catch Tsukimoto, another support instead. Seimei goes back to base. Just call the GG, my boys. You're getting destroyed this game.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see. That's the last buyback here. 3 heroes all under, of course, these rocket flares, except they're fully upgraded for the clock. This overclock mode. One of the best changes to this hero I think they've made. Such a fun axe.
I agree. I like the other axe too. I thought the other axe. I think the recent axe for Clock have been really good, personally. Ever since they changed that boring axe of I just hookshot every 20 seconds, you know?
Yeah.
Clockwork has always been very good. I love his shard as well.
I just think Overclock was a bit boring because it was basically just refresher, you know? Like you would just refresh.
And that's what if I played. If I had the attention of like, I'm gonna get a bunch of attack speed and attack for 10 seconds like a suicidal robot, I thought it was very cool, right?
No, I agree. Which is exactly what this new axe encourages, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Because it upgrades the entire package, basically.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the attack speed of the other axe used more. I think if it got slightly buffed, I actually think would have been an actual useful part of the axe, personally. Because right now you don't get the bonus attack speed unless you're in cogs.
Yes, that's right.
So which is why it's worse as like...
Yeah, but I think if you have... I mean, this is the problem, right? Is you just need spell immunity. If you have your 25 talents, I could see carry Clockwork being very good.
That'd be cool. Like, you could carry Clockwork to, like, farm a lot with Barrier Assault early, right?
You're basically like mini Mars at that stage. You build your arena, you fight inside of it.
Instead of pushing them with spear, you hook towards them.
Exactly.
That's kind of cute.
I think it's just a cool idea, you know? You get a little shields, you get a little mini Mars cosmetic, right?
I like it. I think it's cute. I would play this just because the Clock has better cosmetics than Mars, right? I mean, the little pirate cosmetic is one of the cutest.
Oh, he's so cute, isn't he?
It's amazing. Clock as Kunkka, like cosplaying as Kunkka.
This could be the big one. Should be.
Storm into the rolling thunder he goes. BKB. He's fine. You can activate BKB always between rolling thunders, by the way, guys, in case you were wondering why he fell off. Even though the timer was literally on top of him.
I thought I missed the Supernova Stone on the Trill.
Yeah, Trill's like, oh, I'll TP in the middle of this fight. That'll
don't worry. We'll win the next
one, guys. Haha gets saved by the Force Staff. I mean, they're committing, and they're getting killed by the rocket flares, by the way. Over here now. Another storm jumping, there's a GG. Right. There it is. Tough. You had to go. Honestly, Ricky off lane, not to play, nor the lanes. Yeah.
It just wasn't the move, unfortunately for them. Xerxia, pretty calm game one, fist bumps all around. I think that one was a bit easy for them towards the end, right? Just kind of get.
If he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... We'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback to the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines into the Vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save. Though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami is losing so much time. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leffington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Going down to the hooks. Yatsuro's still in that push roll. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the potion storm spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leffington once again. That's the dieback on the disruptor, and Yatsuro, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed by Collapse. One more right click, he goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds, and now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys it, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the Static Storm mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Xerxia actually dives a little bit further, the Thunder comes out. The Pod King, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get a kill onto the Storm Spirit. Can they take down the Pudge? They're going to be able to catch him, cancel off the TP. He's going to be dead. The Storm Spirit though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no Static Storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud. Everybody inside of Hydra, they just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of Team Spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the Pudge being down, with no Static Storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose Happy. Is this the dieback? They do, to break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin. Law wants to come right back into this fight because he have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks. You know, just do it by foot, it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, he gets. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Galaxy want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice. Strong in by the Disruptor, and now they're going to be hitting the win. It's back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Rend it back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side again. Go ahead.
Radiant's middle barracks
siphoning and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something.
I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's the
23
divine
looking
right
to end.
here. They're going in on Q. There's the hit. He gets that hit off 123. Knocked great damage. He's dead.
Oh my god.
Nothing.
Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the rest
AU
of it.
picks it up. I got it, bro. He's to die.
Go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory!
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead, but they need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Our Bulbaca, Red Panda, this would be huge if we can find a Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stone from Lulu. He's thrown now over the Bulbaca. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control at the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's going to be one down as White Album to dodge, to hide away. The heal's coming in. They hoping for a save, but the PKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. They have to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Q is going to drop. Aster, these fight so well, and they quickly take down that Undying.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. Big finish profits.
Stun is out on the today. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbaca dropping low, and on back in. They have another kill off Bulbaca. Doesn't look like it because the black hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi to come back. And Aster, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Aster full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the L, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot. That's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, able to then get up with Slash God and from away.
Back, they have that trying to keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right album, but now Monet is out now. They're in a lot of trouble. They managed to kill him. Okay. All right. Pops ulti. Now the turn. Punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down, pops the PKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's really himself up. And now the chase. With the avalanche, the toss. Xerxia's going to give up his life also. This is in. Monet, he's way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Aaron did GP.
Oh, they're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league. He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Everyone's just standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song, blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo, blown up by Collapse, has to fight back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song, sprints in.
Okay, I was there. I said it.
Radiant team ban.
Not be working with
Dire
him.
team ban.
That's good to know.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Versus Team Tough. Do you think?
Yes, I think they will. Fortunately for them, the bar is quite low. That was a really rough game one. I think just chalk it up to nerves. You know, it was your first Div 2 game, and get a little bit of a better draft. You know, I think it's always a little bit scary to be under the gun like that, especially if you're a team that hasn't had a lot of opportunities. Grim against a team that does have an entire league's worth
10
of
seconds remaining.
Here. And
5 seconds
I think it shows,
remaining.
you know, like you were saying, it's kind of those basic ideas of like kind of thinking about the fuller picture in your kind of drafts and making sure that you're aware of what enemies or your opponents rather might be incentivized to pick. I like this opening a little bit better, honestly. Bench this DP Monkey King, you know, they kind of stole the DP from Xerxia, but showing not a whole lot here, and immediately the Morphlin pickup.
Dire team ban.
8th morph. Don't see a ton of these this hero these days, but I presume that's because they think this is going to be a Monkey carry. So they can still downgrade this Monkey King to a support, which is kind of a lackluster position. I don't think the hero has a lot for him going
remaining.
The support category these days. I think
5 seconds remaining.
I think you'd much rather just pick a Tusk who does a lot more rotation heavy. Doesn't bring the same amount of vision that a Monkey King does, but I don't know. If this is going to downgrade it to a support, that's already kind of a little win for Xerxia.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
First on that.
The Pango makes a good amount of sense. Always got to be careful, right? Range hero matchups as well. Hope we're not going to see an NP, by the way. I see Team Tough banning, perhaps to protect an NP. I just think it's a hero that I think after game one you kind of go, okay, that was rough. Let's pick something else. You know?
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Spellheim.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Disruptor.
I like, yeah. Roll through the fights. As far as a 4 you're looking for, Rubik's still in the pool. I mean, it just seems, you know, into Disruptor.
5 seconds remaining.
I think Tusk is fine. Yeah, Tusk is fine. I just think Rubik's a much safer pick. I think with a Morphling, you know, it would help enable his lane maybe a little bit more, and potentially your mid laner, which is why those are, I think, the biggest perks that the Tusk brings. And they'll go with the Tusk. I just think, like, when you have a Morphling, just guarantee him the 1 save in the fights. Just take him outside of the Static Storm, you know? And then he'll win you the fight. He's that kind of a hero.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Grimstroke.
Okay. New hero. You. Oh, well, I thought you just wanted to be right, so I was gonna just be quiet and... No, well...
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Like, I'm not only.
I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, if it's for the Pango, I mean, I know that's not true. He generally prefers, again, from what I've seen, the spirits in general.
Anti-mage.
There's this AM pick again, though. That time that was banned out last time. And by spirits, I mean especially the Ember. Tough mid laner. They tend to quite enjoy. This is such a weird draft now. Grimstroke, I mean, is a powerful pick. Maybe that's what they were expecting it into this AM. You know, giving that leash, not allowing him to jump around in the fights.
Remaining.
Strong. It's 4. You had it right. I don't know. Do you think there's a world where this is like a Grimstroke mid? No? I haven't seen it in a long time, but presumably the E-Blade into giving them the Phantom is always pretty brutal. I don't know. I was just bringing it up because, again, I don't see a... Well, obviously Tusk, right? But other than that, he can still be flexed into a support position. Just a matter of how Xerxia choose to lane it, but presumably they're going to pick themselves an offlaner last year for Xerxia. Well, Team Tough are banning out. They ban a Tiny. What in the world? And Xerxia still banned the Pango. Ban the Pango.
10 seconds remaining.
Team Tough, I mean, Team Tough almost certainly looking for a mid laner then.
5 seconds
what else
remaining.
is going to be likely banned here? They might actually ban out the Quap. They might. Yeah, because they play it. They just might ban it, dude.
Dire team ban.
OD.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, the LC ban's quite heads up, actually. That one. Control into the AM, right? It's a lane winner. Yep, they need an offlaner.
10 seconds remaining.
The Tiny ban also really threw me off. That's why I was like, Queen of Pain, here it comes.
5 seconds remaining.
But now Xerxia. Larder. Yeah. Those two are the big ones that I generally
Dire
see.
team pick.
Marcy. Oh. Okay. Pardon me.
Ten seconds.
You can accidentally break Grimstroke Soulbind though
5
with
seconds remaining.
spells and abilities like Dispose. So there's something to be careful for there. I don't know if we'll see it, but I'm just bringing it up. You can dispose both, but depending on where the second unit is in relation to Marcy, that you can potentially. Yeah, no. You can. It depends which direction you get tossed in. Things work really fucking weird with Grimstroke's Soulbind when he flex spells. Sometimes you accidentally. I don't know. I've never tested this one personally, but I believe I've seen it once. Not a combo we see a whole lot though. This Grimstroke Marcy though. But you're right. I mean, just in theory, it sounds really good and a pretty mean lane. Yeah. Yeah. Who is he? Who is he calling? Maybe it's the food delivery. Both. Ha! Wow. Wow. I want you to fix your microphone stand. What in the world is happening to that thing, man? See how much that dangles? You just let it dangle? Look how much swing that has. It's like a pendulum. There we go. Oh my god. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, actually that makes a lot of sense. Okay. It's a pretty greedy lineup from Team Tough, to be honest. Pretty greedy. Into this Tusk, into this Marcy, they might get just punched in the face here a second time by Xerxia, which is my biggest concern here. Because that lane is unorthodox. This Marcy Grimstroke, not a combo that's been explored a whole lot, but on its surface, it just seems really strong. Especially because you can counterspell AM. Like, this is a kill 100%. Used to lane it here. And, well, considering Team Tough didn't try any laning shenanigans last game, I don't expect them to try and anticipate anything about this lane either. Parma's got a fairly easy game ahead of him as well, especially because I don't think this AM is going to be able to get off too much. Someone just dropped the boots on the ground. Okay. Why?
Oh, because you use it to smoke.
Oh, and then you're going to sell them?
And then you sell them and you get full value.
Is he going to be able to do that in time?
Let's see. Oh, wait, because he bought it in the... Yeah, you have 30 seconds. It's a technique.
Back.
You haven't seen this? Thunder does it all the time.
I have seen it, and then you sell it at the secret shop.
Yeah, or the shops. Right?
I've never seen it in the mid lane though. I've only ever seen it exclusively side lanes. You were one of the side.
But yeah, that's why they got here so fast. Now JG's like, shit, I forgot to buy other items.
They're on his way.
On his way.
Saving up a little bit of money. Yep. Got the
bought a Quelling Blade, bought a full wand or almost a wand. Needs to be fine. This lane is really tough for a Tusk though. I actually wonder if he's gonna go for tag team, because tag team is 2 damage instances. Is it? I'm actually unsure. Do you know?
Actually, I wish I did know. I don't think it is actually.
The Tusk is always ready for a fight.
Bonus physical damage. So I would assume it gets calculated into your initial, because you can crit off of it, right? And then in my estimation, it would not be separate instance if you can crit off of it. Although I'll look it up just to make sure. Yeah, you gotta go to the good one. I'll see how it goes. I mean, either way, I think his lane's gonna be pretty rough here. Meld Strike level 1 ought to do some good work for him once he does pick that up. Now it's the side blades just looking to abuse the natural advantage. Did miss out on that first little bit of creep bolts. Is on his way to recover. Nice. Snowball. Deny. Good. Okay. A little bit of a small victory here for JG, especially because he doesn't get the range creep under the tower, but it is denied all the same.
It's not the same. It's the same.
Yeah. Okay. Good. That's what I thought. Because there are very few abilities that do that, and usually it's because there's a different damage type where they have to do a calculation. No, but like a big one.
But searing arrows, for example, work that way. Frost arrows do too. Most stack modifiers work that way. They're gonna find them in the trees. I don't know if they kill him. One more dispose. Okay, the AM just attacked Bombi, and Bombi decided to change targets so he could survive.
You got aggroed. Yeah.
This lane's gonna be really tough for JG. Then I actually think this might be the best chance for Team Tough to win this. This mid lane, I imagine, would be very TA favored. Tusk will struggle a lot taking those refractions, and there's no way you outlast a TA. As Bombi gets the kill onto the disruptor with a nice little stroke of fate there.
Yep, it will secure it there. The bonus gold for himself. Pretty big deal actually, because if he wants, he can go for early boots here, even just more stats to be able to fight a bit better. It is early boots. That makes the AMs like a little bit more difficult. Kimoto, yeah, of course he's going to get that bonus damage dispelled. I'm not sure what he was expecting.
Yeah.
Obviously, not to get 2v1'd here. Oh,
that almost
does
killed
not have
him.
no waveform.
His vision though. Can't go into the trees. That's another impetus. He has to use the fairy fire. Go, Enchantress. She is 20 movement speed faster.
Yeah, you can't run from Ench. He needs to dodge it with the mischief. Good.
He did. Good job. There's the adaptive strike. They're committing a little bit too much for Sukimoto, actually.
They are. Yeah, I mean, good job. Honestly, the problem is now you're out of regen, and Ench was doing her job the entire time and still has a ton of mana. So this is going to get a little bit difficult. Did he pull? He pulled a tango from his DP. That was DP's last tango.
Wow, truly friendship is being developed in this lane. Mutual respect, regardless of class, huh?
Indeed. Love to see it. I guess that, you know, you can always just do that as DP has level 2.
Yeah, and struggles
Spirit
against
Siphon.
DP these days. With the new Spirit Siphon, this is a very difficult.
Flat damage.
Exactly.
Buff for
Flat
her
healing.
early, even though you don't scale. Lane. He has his bottle. Out of sips now, though. There's Meld, just keeping him zoned away from the creep wave here.
This lane is so impossible for the Tusk. I feel like support should be committing suicide so they could just constantly refill his bottle so they can actually farm with the shards. That or they're preparing some sort of stack for him because this is just bad.
Yeah, they need something to help recover him. We'll see. Bombi is making his way towards the mid lane. He's going to steal this bounty rune. Completely. I mean, he's just CSing here between Ice Shards and Snowball.
Yeah, you can't do anything. That's what I'm telling you. Like, you need to have some sort of stacks to recover his bottle or just not flipping around. Well, the Morphle is going to get hit by the by the Primal Spring there. And the Enchant should get rid of this extra damage to Sukimoto, so it shouldn't be too much of a concern. In fact, they send him packing. They're defending against the tower. Still no points in waveform. Has the magic stick but won't use it. Instead, dies.
Yep. The bigger threat there was the DP. He should have formed her, or sorry, adaptive striked her away.
Yeah, that
Pretty big death there for Karma.
That was a little bit weird because you knew you had Enchant for the Monkey King, so he was not a concern at all.
Yeah. Kind of double committing. Maybe trying to get a little bit fancy there and try and get a kill in the meantime, but really ended up just kind of condemning you. 10 wand charges as well, huh?
Yeah, I was surprised by him not using... I mean, I think if he had done that against the TP, he would have survived, honestly. Also, no waveform, man. Like, the adaptive strike level 2, pretty risky move by Karma. Really thought he could get away with a lot this lane.
You'll start to see this do a lot of damage, but I guess between the Ench not having a point either in the Nature's Attendance, this is very normal these days, by the way, with the enchant build. Maybe he thought he'd be able to just sustain a bit more and rely on a point in Nature's Attendance. I'm not exactly sure. But it seems like there was like some miscommunication here in between the skill rules. Because if I was if I was a support, I always want to heal my Morph when he's on max agi. But if I'm an Ench, obviously I want to do other things.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Like, you think if she got for the healing build, maybe this would have been the right build to go for.
Yeah,
You just stay back.
You just stay back, and then you use the mana efficiency of attribute shift to just bully the heck out of the DP, right? Yeah. But instead, it seems like Ench wants to instead bully using creeps instead, which I actually... You know, it's the right move for the game because this allows you to scale up better as Ench. You're going to get more damage, or sorry, you farm more. You can get your items online, more XP, and of course the important push, right? That this this build is good for. But it does kind of leave your Morph a bit alone here. And again, against the DP in lane, as we've seen, it doesn't do much. As there's level 3 Spirit Siphon really doing a lot of work into the Morph.
Some questionable usage for the adaptive strikes too. He just keeps harassing the DP with Spirit Siphon. By the way, it does not care, and then missing last hits like this. So interesting. Seems like a combination of not wanting to get close to lane and also... Oh, okay, Bulky. This would be huge if they can turn this into a kill. Oh, Tusk just got a second life, Richie. You see the wind underneath his sails?
Maybe
you can
more.
feel him.
Sukimoto.
Oh, they're gonna get another one? JG, the happiness. Look at his smile. Look at this man's smile. Let him hit the kill. Let him have it, Enchantress. No! JG was almost happy, but his support stole both kills. And JG, instead, he only sees darkness. Your friends are only here to steal from you, never to help you.
JG said more like Jaja. He's going to now rotate towards his bottom lane. He can really take a ton.
What?
What?
What does that mean?
Since Jaja.
Yeah, but I don't understand what that joke was.
Because haha in Spanish.
Oh, so, but he's not laughing because he didn't get the kills, right? He's
well,
unhappy.
Of course, but the support is Jaja.
Oh, right, I see. Okay.
XD.
Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. We don't laugh in Spain like that. Usually we just go... That's how we all laugh.
That, you know, it's funny because that's exactly the same noise that you make for Weaver.
That's true. When you have you seen me scuttling around the house when I get my ags on Meepo? Or the shard, sorry. That's what it sounds like.
The fling, yes.
Yeah, fling.
That I have seen you do.
I'm at that 2 points away from me. Go for the point after the shift, by the way. Oh, look, a setup for the Primal Spring. They are stunned still, but Tsukimoto was hopefully thinking he could actually use the stun with the Jinko Mastery, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, this adaptive strike build is not paying off as well because Tsukimoto is doing a pretty good job at mischiefing them, like pretty consistently. So impressive stuff here. And JG does get a kill mid lane, or he kills Valky. Someone killed Valky. Valky died in the mid lane. Right? He didn't get the kill, but he did die. But as you can see,
we saw that. It was the kill that Grimstroke got.
But the lane is still hard.
You saw that. We were talking about it a second ago.
Yes, I know. Okay. But I'm saying that because look at the situation JG finds himself in. I'd rather think the situation
Trill finds himself in. Oh, that's dead. That's
Radiant structures are
However, that kill of mid, while it stabilized mid a little bit, still is a huge lane for Valky. And if Valky gets a solo kill here, the stabilization goes away. If only Grimstroke had let him have that kill, Richie, he would have the phase boots and he wouldn't have died.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He could have. Down bottom as well. That's tower pressure. As DP uses the first Exo, picks off the tower. Does get the deny off. Not bad. It always feels a little bit better. Top lane though, Tsukimoto is here. The AM, however, is not. He's going to go ahead and take advantage of the space bottom and farm a little bit easier. He does get himself up to the power treads first. The Ring of Health, not enough to sustain him through the lane. Oh, but they've cut down the tree of Tsukimoto.
They still have the Unleash and they want to use it, and the rebound. But now the Exo might stun Tsukimoto and kill him as well, apparently. As Rapido commits the Unleash, going for the TP next. Rapido have to use some clever armlet toggling or just die. That will also work as Seimei gets that kill.
Hard to armlet toggle with Spirit Siphon on you, though.
True, very true. But he didn't disengage either. There's a Stroke of Fate. Here comes the Enchanters to help out. They have a Whirlwind or Hurricane, sorry, to send Seimei back. But Seimei is a bit too fast. She has the Exo now. The passive movement speed helping her out.
A gift from the Tempest.
Fast hero, 392 move speed, man.
Yeah, that's the Exorcism coming into play.
Very fast.
Honestly, Team Tough is looking like they're in a pretty good position. Sure, AM got cancelled, but your TA is doing swimmingly, and your DP is doing well as well. The Tusk, which was your tempo maker, didn't go that well, and the armlet on Marcy is going to slow down her goal by a lot.
Next step here for Valky, even kill the DP. That's a little bit troublesome here. Make sure that
big one. Yeah.
JG does not get too recovered, and honestly, his team's doing half the effort because they keep stealing his kills. Secondly, is make sure that this TA Blink Dagger pays off, right? This TA Blink Dagger pays off. You're popping off this game. You're getting kills. You're blowing up this Marcy. You're blowing up, probably not Ench, but this Grimstroke, and maybe even Morphling a handful of times in this game. Because then you can really accelerate your game and just really up the tempo here. You pick up this Blink Dagger, and let's say like Tusk, finds a good punch onto you, and you get jumped in return, and they've managed to blow through your refraction charges. Like, your game starts to look very dire because AM is not a hero right now, and he will not be for another 10-15 minutes. That's nothing to say about his start in the game. It's just hero, honestly.
Yeah. Sure, I agree with that. That's where the threat. That's where Valky really has to pull a lot of weight. I like that he's going for Blink first as a result of that. Right? He understands his position.
Agreed. Like I was saying, he just needs to make this item pay off, and then he'll be in a much more comfortable position for the rest of his team.
I actually would like to see, as opposed to the Desolator, Dragonlance next. Just like Blink Dragonlance, just to have as soon as stats as possible with a double Wraith Pen. And then maybe Desolator afterwards.
Maybe try for something under Karma, but yeah, not very likely to succeed. I'm pretty sure you saw Tsukimoto jump into that tree. Mid lane, though, I mean, Xerxia are unable to siege too successfully yet. Ench does have level 3 untouchable, so now the big creeps join the fight. Going to get a little bit more difficult here. Going for 3 points in impetus, though, not a single point in the attendance. So this is going to be, not pulling the wool over our eyes, Ava. This is a core Ench, or at least she thinks she is.
Right. This is how you play in C, though. If you're
4. Dragonlance, yeah, there's the treads delivered. Dragonlance is going to be next, like guaranteed. Down bottom, though, they're going to try and set up for Trill.
Yep. AG. Hard. He misses the ice shards too, even harder. Does he see the Monkey King? Did he see him when he was going?
I think they should have seen him jump into the tree.
No, they did. They broke the wrong king. Now they just saw him though, so Kimoto really wanted that out. Duru realized that was be a suicide play. However, they're converging now, Richie. Teammates come with a bunch of ghosts as well. They're gonna kill the Gunstone for sure. Unless you get an X-Roll stun. No, fighting into the Exorcism. And into the Wolverine Command as well. And into the Static Storm. That's not gonna work. JG's dead. Rapido joins him. Why?
Oh, why? Yeah, I mean...
What? Why?
Xerxia just not respecting those circles, honestly. You gotta be careful about those circles.
Was a secret. Just like the enemy team was AFKing or something. Valky none of their heroes.
Takes the tower mid. Trill gets a pretty big kill there. And DP does exactly what DP wants to do, which is tank a ton and let the team fight turn naturally around you. It's all tier 1. Oh, sorry. Not all the tier 1s down yet. They still have that top tier 1 tower surviving, but yeah, big deaths there out from Xerxia, whose team fight is not nearly as strong. They're much more about this single target. At least that's what Bombay thinks, is he hasn't taken it. Neither support has taken their ultimate, which is, you know, Enches is a passive, so, you know, really much to be said there. But neither has Bombay. Okay, finally he has at level 8.
Okay.
And he's not taken the Phantom either yet.
What? He's like, guys, why do you want my Soul Bite? I have nothing to use with it.
Yeah, exactly. I'd have it leveled Phantom's Embrace. What am I going to double? Nothing? Like, do you not want to silence his Death Prophet?
No, it's okay. You can stun him. Look at this. Look at how good this stun is. Who needs silences, Richie, when you have stuns? And a Marcy. No!
Oh my god!
Same mate just got saved by the...
Radiant structures are fortified.
Okay. Sure, she's losing the plot a little bit.
What the hell am I watching now, bro?
Look at Valky go. Time to kill Kaka. Or Jaja. Bye-bye, XD.
Andale, Valky. Vamos, Valky.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm glad you're slowly going to turn this into another Spanish cast, Pablo.
Yeah, of course you went full Mexican the second you could. Tell people your heritage. I'll tell you, man. I mean, this went really crazy. I thought we were watching SA for a second. I'm not really sure what this pose was. And I'm not satisfied with Rapido's armlet build to begin with, right? So this is not adding any points to him. I think this build is really outdated. I think it's BKE Basher every single time.
Yeah, I think he also needs phase boots.
Wait, what? Oh, you're right. He's still brown booties. Oh my god. I mean, coffee boots don't work against AM.
You need phase. You're Marcy. You punch.
You punch, you punch, you jump, but you don't run fast. And phase boots gives you that.
And you don't phase as well. I don't even care about the armor. I care about that active.
Yes.
Instant turn rate and phasing through allies or just units in general.
Look, Valky is now allowed to go for the blade.
Double ulting on his bench. Holy moly.
Sure, whatever. It's two supports. But like, look, Valky is going for this later, right? Which has been allowed because, well, nothing has touched him for a while. So he's just going for the greedier build, and now this TA will be online. And now Xerxia it will have a big problem called TA.
And soon to be called AM, because AM's just been Bing chilling. He's about to farm up his full Battle Fury, and then they're going to have 2 farmers. Not even, because Valky with Deso, he's a killer, and he's almost got that item online. And this is where the Monkey King actually feels pretty good. They play off of each other nicely because of Trap and Tree Vision. TNT, Team Tough, that's what it stands for, actually. Yeah. JG. Lost a third of his, a little bit like a 6th of his HP there, but it'll get worse because Deso is now on its way.
You can tell that JG's desperate because he couldn't even finish his Falcon Blade. He's stuck in the blades of attack.
Oh.
Yeah, yes. It's ultimate copium for the Tusk Quest to go for Blink Dagger. The only way he gets back into this game is Blink Dagger Ags and then hoping that he's useful that way.
Kudo is farming not very swimmingly though. Farm is not good. I'm behind a little bit, and Rapido.
JG or Rapido?
Yeah, Rapido. And he needs BKB. Like, this hero does not exist without BKB.
Yes. Armlet. If he had BKB, he would just farm heroes, right? But he doesn't have it. He went for Armlet instead.
And then you just play off of the strength of this Master Tier Grimstroke, by the way.
I mean, he's been doing a good job.
No, he has been. I agree. He's been collecting kills here and there. And
he's also going for Axe. Like, he's thinking, guys, I don't think I have a carry in my team, so I'm just going to make one.
Okay, I mean, that can work.
I like
They did buff this thing even more, didn't they? Isn't it like, how did they change it? They did something. They adjusted something with the Dark Portrait. A lot of fight.
Armlet activated. Of course, the BKB not being on her is really screwing her. Rupito will die. In exchange, at least for a Disruptor. Still not great. And Tsukimoto comes with a great Malva Strike. Now going for Bombi next. Bombi trying to use the Ghost to save his life. And for now, it's kind of working, but they're stuck in the Ghost command. However, Karma turns to a DP, and he's being the real DP here. Just needs one more impetus shot. Misses up the high ground. Haha will not get that kill. Say May will retreat in time. Turned into probably the best hero you could ever choose to there. Really good choice.
Dire's courier has been killed.
What an unlucky uphill miss there, but
Radiant's
still good fight. Teams up kind of showing up there, and this TA is scary. First 2 stacks of the Deso damage now. And again, these two heroes do play very nicely off each other. This Monkey and TA really complementing each other with the vision.
Dire.
And with damage, right? Desolator makes your Balance Strike and your Monkey's stronger.
And you just, oh my goodness, they just really need a BKB on Rupido, and this is not going to get them any closer.
Nope, he activates Armlet. I don't think that's going to help. Oh, okay, one toggle. They forgot about Kinetic Field. Disintegrates. Because he has, of course, no Untouchable, which means the meld is immediate.
No point in Untouchable.
He is still level 7 in his
Radiant's
defense.
top tower is under attack.
He has got maxed impetus.
Yeah, exactly. To deal more damage, which is what they need.
But you're TA, bro.
No, I see his logic. Somewhat. And right now the logic for Xerxia seems to be Karma carry us because they have no plan.
I don't know. Morph is farming, right? That could be something here. A push being outclassed now by TA, who's got a built-in farm mechanism, and AM, who's built Battle Fury and now is on its way towards the Manta style.
Yes, and they're both stronger than Morphling.
Yes, and that's going to be the problem. They need to find a way to turn this around. Have Blink Dagger now up. Have Blink Dagger on Tusk.
Okay, so he can actually do something right now.
They're smoking into this Aegis. I mean, of course it doesn't feel good, but I believe the target should be the jungle. You want to try and find this AM. He's more killable than literally anyone else you're going to run into.
Okay. Oh, they got their Morph illusion to bait them. Nice job. Oh, he walks into the silence. How do you dispel silence? How do you use the Manta? They go for the Monkey instead does. Stuff surprises him. Snowball will kill him. Tsukimoto will fall. And the mid lane Enchanter is still farming because, of course, she's the carry. Tusk has a Blink Dagger in 4 seconds. Say Maze's Exorcism is being wasted right now. They could kill him right after it. Someone heal Karma, though. No. Okay, that's also an option. Don't do anything.
No, we don't heal. We don't have Nature's Defender.
Yeah.
Now we
they don't have Psychic either, huh?
What?
No, I'm joking. They do.
Oh, okay.
It's just that Marcy's gone.
Marcy still has only brown blue. I mean, of course, rushing the
Radiant's
BKB now.
bottom tower is under attack.
Full Greaves now on the DP. Manta style is going to be completed very shortly here for AM. He's not the money for it. Warrior is fetching it. And BKB and only 1,000 gold now for Valkyrie. Really flash farming here around the map. And everyone else on the side of Xerxia is just falling behind. JG has full phase boots, but is just going to have a very lonely Blades of Attack in his inventory. Probably until the game ends.
Yes,
that
because
Falcon
he's not going to
Blade,
build no Falcon Blade.
It's long forgotten. Now is the BKB rush for him. Rupido has his BKB out of it. This is it. This is the big timing.
Yeah, sure.
Not into Valky BKB.
Yeah.
And also not into this team in general. Actually, you could take the fight now. No EXO for a minute. That's huge.
Yeah, it's your timing. It's your timing. And there's a play to be made here. They're just not finding it. Oh, they also have Ags on the Crimson Stroke. That's a pretty good timing on the Ags, actually.
The hell?
Yeah. If they're farming a lot, I just take them instead. I think you probably take AM, actually, over the TA.
Tis mine.
Yeah.
This TA doesn't go for stats. Monkey, okay. Initiation. Sets up for the Inkswell. Sonic Storm. They don't care. That's only going to be the Aegis, though. Marcy has a BKB. Activated now. Activated Unleash as well. All going for the TA. Trying to kill off his Unleash. And it's somewhat going to work. They're just lacking the damage. Finally, Bounty falls. As it goes for St. May next. Karma's only goal here is the tank. Tsukimoto, thinking he's a carry, is going to learn otherwise very shortly. As he gets pummeled to death by an angry Marcy. And Karma finally wins the fight he was looking for, even getting a last kill on the Disruptor before getting glimpsed back. Tusk died in the middle of that, but it was all worth it.
It was 100% worth it. I mean, the only thing that sucks for him is he doesn't get any more assist goal than he needs, right, for his BKB. But the fight is beautiful. I am shocked how well Xerxia were able to take that. They even defend the tier 2 tower as well. And Team Tough learned an important lesson that you need BKB when you play against Disruptor. Now, he's even further behind on that item. He was on a pretty big kill streak there. And will end up losing that. Lots of gold fed over as well. Karma's able to join that fight. He's well on his way towards this Ag Scepter. Is there just going to be like a bunch of AMs fighting better than AM?
It's true, right? Everyone's AM, but the real AM, which is the sucky one. The sucky version. We got the real one. It's like how you know how there's this people where like the parents mess up with the older brother, and then all of the subsequent brothers are like 10 times better than him. You know those families? Right. Yeah. So this is the AM. AM is the older brother.
That's, you learn. But you have multiple kids. Back up.
Exactly, right? First try, that doesn't count. Okay, they used everything on JG. Guys, JG is not a core, it just looks like one.
You know, I heard that there's a saying. Deleted?
Yep.
I heard there's a little
untouchables? Oh, he does one level.
No, he does. He's at the point in it. Okay. I heard there's a saying. This is according to the Wikipedia page for
brothers,
Malay English, and a bunch of slang terms. And it had a bunch of phrases which I have heard, but it's had a couple which I have never heard before. But my favorite one that is applicable this game, and I'll ask you, it has to do with Tusk, right? Okay. And tell me what it means, what you think it means.
Okay.
It is open collar.
No way, that's an actual phrase.
Yeah, apparently.
I have never heard someone use that.
Me neither, right? So that's why I preempted it with saying, hey, this is what Wikipedia said.
Years living here, nobody said open collar, no dollar.
Open collar, got no dollar, but got no dollar. What does it mean?
Like, you like all bark, no bite?
Yeah, pretty much, but very specifically with money.
Whoa.
Open collar is like, you got a lot of money, you know? You kind of walk the walk, right? But when it comes to it, or you talk the talk, right? But when it comes down to it, girl bark, no bite, you got no money. And that's what JG is here, you know?
Yeah, sure. His Waller's like, guys, look at me, I can fight anyone, that's how I made my fortune. Pacquiao has nothing against me, and then all of a sudden, boom, killed by a single TA. I don't even know what kind of martial arts he uses, but they hurt.
Trying to find this term because there's some good ones. Oh yes, it's the wiki page for. Oh, hold on. Oh, that's just JG dying.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no.
I actually think the Grimstroke is more valuable than him. But I mean, it doesn't matter that he's this poor. It just doesn't matter that he's dying now. I will say that. Like, it's not good that he's in this position. It's a huge win for Team Tough. However, it doesn't matter that they kill him.
I fucked it up. The real version's funnier. It's better. Open collar, pocket, no dollar.
Oh, that's better. That is better.
That is way better.
I still have not heard it. Yeah.
I've never heard it either. I must be completely. He's having a rough game, and these are the worst kind of Tusk games to be playing from because, as you can see, your initiation is sorely lacking. Right, being able to get that first setup stun, especially now that Valky has a BKB to set up the rest of your team. Like, it has to be you. It can't really be anyone else. Maybe Marcy is able to help cover during her long duration BKBs here, 9 and 8 second specifically. But then I think it just gets way too difficult. And eventually TA's just going to BKB, stand her ground, and melt her. Or meld her, really, I should say. But same thing.
I think what you should be building is actually Ags. I think the choice of going BKB like he's still a core is just because you should just accepting that your role is to put TA out of position and hopefully Morphling gets a really nice Ags on her, right? Because he already has Ags, so he gets a Morph, right? Morphs into TA, takes the refraction off her, kills her quickly. Her losing her attack speed is a really big deal, and then just uses that to kill the AM too.
And you know who's got an open collar and Pocket got some dollar?
Who?
Bombi. He's richer than...
Bombi got dollar.
Bombi got dollar. He's richer than JG.
Holla.
He's got Ags and Shard.
Yeah, he's also done a lot more this game.
Yes.
I think the biggest part of JG's initiation is actually the Inkswell.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Inkswell on top of him, which now, by the way, dispels and gives a little bit of healing. So it's a strong dispel as well, actually. So dispels almost anything in the game that is dispellable. What's that relevant to this game?
Dire
Melds,
structures are
the slow on AM, and Diffusal, because Tsukimoto has Diffusal Blade. Uh-oh, gotcha. You drop back. Did save Force Staff.
Force
Heads up play.
Very good Force Staff.
Valky does not care. No respect.
Oh, guys, I'm at 2/3 HP. I should be fine. Valky comes in with a single hit. I even have untouchable. They can't hit me.
He's mine.
Yep, in this game, honestly, I don't know. I mean, it's a 12K net worth it for Team Tough, but I don't know. I feel like Xerxia, their team fight's pretty darn good, especially if Team Tough do get a little bit lazy here. Like they kind of did on that tier 2 push down bottom. You can see like they haven't really moved with any focus since then. They've been moving around the map. They've been getting pickoffs when it's been appropriate. So I have to give them credit for there. Sure. But I must assume now they're just waiting for this Roche to spawn. They'll know right away. Both teams actually are going to know because they have a trap and a Warpine Raider in the pit. And they're both smoking up perfectly on this.
Yeah. Team Fiber, Team Tough, though, has considerably better vision. And Tusk's initiation is going to be very difficult if you don't have better vision. Unless the Monkey King commits suicide like that. They just needs to hit. There we go, they got it. Time comes also not really well placed. And they turn into the TA as well. We're just seeing their attack speed, but the Marcy is just going to die to the AM. From behind, it's the Marcy taking down Valky. Now go for the disruptor next. Rupido's out of BKB, which means Trill is free to hit him. And also Same is chasing after him. Huge win for Tough, despite the loss of the TA.
And JG's just running away from the fight. He wasn't even in there.
It's the right choice. You're not useful enough. I didn't actually see what happened to the portrait, by the way. I don't know who got it.
I didn't see either. I know they made a TA illusion. I saw plenty of damage, or a little bit of damage. They did take like 100 damage from it. That summaries are so good when I can use them. I just need my Dota Plus as well. But he took like 200 damage from his own Dark Portrait. Nothing too crazy, but it does help in like breaking through the refraction charges, I think, the most. I mean, this is the problem now. It's just the AM show. He just literally just blinks right on top of Morphling and just kills him. He's out of mana in like 2 seconds with the aggressive use of the mana style.
What? Diffusal Blade now, so Hunt's gonna die no matter what. The question is to what? Spirit Siphon? Okay, they're chasing him out. Making sure that at least they don't get to JG, who's a much more valuable target. However, oh, they almost got vision of him for the glimpse. I mean, I don't know if this is the choice, Xerxia, to go and fight this right after, but they seem to think that's the case. There we go, they decided against it because that was a really ill-advised choice. They need to wait for Connor's BKB so he can survive the AM onslaught of just jumping him and killing him.
I don't even know if that's going to work anymore. AM's got a Pistol Blade. I don't think it matters.
You don't get hit by the mana break.
No, I know you don't. But I think he's still going to get Abyssal before he gets off anything. I mean, he's got Ag Scepter now. So Morph needs to be able to get this, I guess it's just called Morph, huh?
He did it on the TA last fight. It was had it for a while. Like, it's okay. The question... Mana broke death. Bumpy. Okay, Dark Portrait utilized just to try to get him a little more time. Of course, these heroes don't hit very hard. He's doing a lot more than I expected him to.
Yeah. Well, I think unfortunately he's fed a gem, and so. But yeah, I mean, this hero.
Support. He's having a lot of impact, but he's also.
Radiant's top tower.
He needs cores.
He does. And unless he can every single time get a Dark Portrait onto the AM, his game is like not easy or free.
Basher on the
they stole the
Marcy. AM. And I super slow. Basher on Marcy, and there's also BKB on the Morphin, so there's some chances. JG will die in the beginning of the fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Seconds.
That's normal. And maybe a second one. Jaja. Oh, Morphling went in. That's a bit dangerous, Karma. This time they can definitely get it. They got him with a bash as well. They still have the Abyssal, potentially. But Rupido's a harder target, and Rupido gets Abyssal instead. As Rupido regains that BKB, the AM is stunned because they're lassoed and actually put them together for the Ink will stun. Same also fell. But it was least not lassoed in my wrong. As Rapido dies here to the TA, they come back with a second life, and here is Team Tough cleaning house as they realize that Xerxia has no more actives left. That A just completely destroyed them, and their choice to fight into the H was also questionable. This should be a win now for Team Tough.
Yep. Nice blink in there from Valky. He chose a bit late to the fight, but I mean, it's two really farmed cores into basically just one, and 1.5 whenever Bombi does get the Dark Portrait off onto him. But yeah, that death resetting the stats. Oh goodness, what initiation!
Yeah. That's destruction of Bombi. They're gonna go up to the fountain. No, that's not where they want to go. But Trill has a blink, very long range blink as well.
And he's got a link in. He's
fine. He's fine. They're not pushing him out no matter what. Time to go down bottom.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
No, bro. This game in mind, would you have rather seen the Grimstroke go mid?
No. Okay. I would have rather Xerxia didn't play this way, honestly. I think they made considerable mistakes in the early mid game. I mean, once you see the TA, the Tusk mid was definitely a doubtful proposition no matter what, right? Like, that was one of the concerns. And we did mention that it was going to be a really difficult lane. But what I didn't like about Xerxia was that they said, oh, Tusk is going to have a terrible lane? Let's do nothing about it. Let's actually play just like he was having a great lane. And then all of a sudden, oh, where's Tusk? He's under farmed. Yeah, because his lane sucked. But like, they just ignored all the issues that they were having the whole game, which I'm not a fan of. I think Team Tough with a good draft looked much better than a Xerxia would have been drafted. Just crazy because Xerxia should be the stronger team theoretically.
In theory. Team Tough though coming in a little bit fresher, right? They've played more matches, and this is certainly a revitalized Team Tough. Got a lot of space in the mid game, I should say. Mostly because, again, Tusk was severely underfarmed. Now they're going to smoke up and try and take a fight here with their 30k net worth lead into the triangle. They will go. This Morph would be the ideal target. Does not have buyback either on this Morphin.
The kill on Rapido, and that's going to be the end of the team fight pretty much for Xerxia because he's the main damage dealer. Sure, Tsukimoto's dead from Karma, but JG's being chased down, and Karma can only retreat. And in fact, he can't even retreat because the AM catches up to him, stacks him as well. He's now soon going to be out of mana. Can't shift. It's GG. They call it. They understand.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That was
Dire victory.
Yeah, I mean, really, I think it's just draft and laning decisions for both of these teams, honestly. When they give themselves the right kind of a setup, they do look pretty convincing when they play from ahead. I think, you know, again, not a whole lot of pressure for either of the...
Cloud, if he's got these hawks coming through, you know, if there's no... we'll come back to this as they get the dive on, and everything I was saying is now inconsequential because Cloud has gone down, so Kami has to move away from these multiple kisses. There is still that buyback for the Beastmaster though. Let's see. He wants to get himself back into this. The dive onto the back lines, he's in the vortex as well. There's going to be a real nice dismember. The hooks come. Nice save though. He saves it. Cloud gets himself back into this now, and Kami, he's losing so much. Kami's going to go down. They do get the kill onto Leppington there as well. So Mira with that freezing field, Mira will go down. Damage to the hooks. Yatsu still in that push wall. He's getting them back. They get the buyback out from the post and Storm Spirit. Everybody from the side of Hydra. They don't want to be giving this one up now as well, but they take down Leppington once again. That's the dieback on the Disruptor, and Yatsu, what can he do? The hook, it's going to be blocked mid. Hook. This is the dieback on the Cloud. Cloud, can he get himself away from this one? He's still being harassed by Collapse. One more right click. He goes down. That is going to be the Beastmaster dead for 115 seconds. And now the chase is on for the rest of the side of Hydra.
This Aghanims on the Morphling is just making him impossible to deal with. First of all, they use the little shredder on the Pudge to get rid of his armor. He has solid amounts of it, but it is just not enough. And then Yatoro just destroys it, and he knows that he can stand his ground because he cannot be stunned. He literally cannot be stunned. How do you stun water? Well, a lot of their damage, if not most of it, is on the Morphling.
Oh, the glimpse comes back though. Inside the status storm mirror, he has that Lotus going, and now if Xerxia actually dives a little bit further with the wall, Thunder comes out. The Pod King, he's dove in, yeah. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the storms for it. Can they take down the push? They're going to be able to catch him and cancel off the DP. He's going to be dead. The storm's though, he has brought back, and they've got no kinetic field, no static storm. And like you say, they're even going to be able to get a lockdown onto Cloud, everybody inside of Hydra. They just overextended, and we praised them in the first game for respecting the power of team spirit here, but Hydra might have just lost the heads a little bit, and the buybacks, they're going to be forced out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to defend this base with the punch being down, with no static storm for the next 27 seconds. Spirit, what can they get from this? I've been worried though, they're going to be able to get it. They get two, they do! They take them down, the cookie comes out, the Yatoro, freezing field, they might lose. Happy, is this the dieback? They do, the break the Lincoln Sphere though. Morphlin, Law wants to come right back into this fight because you have the boots of travel to do it. It might take him a little bit longer now. No boots of travel though, so he's going to have to use the blinks, just do it by foot it seems.
Level 25 Storm with a beast. That's just so much damage. They're going in for the Morphling. He doesn't have a buyback.
No, they get. Do they get the kill? He goes down. Warwick has to go down though. It's going to be him left alive. No, it's not. The creeps are pushing in. There's no buybacks available on the side of Hydra, and this is going to be 4 heroes, even with the death of the Morphlin. No way Warwick defends this.
It's pretty much over. They don't have the glyph. The game is over. They gave it their best. Hydra, they made Team Spirit work for it. The team that is most likely going to be at the top of Eastern Europe DPC Division 1.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Scouts, you want to commit. There's just not enough damage. Crimson Guard, Atrophy Aura, Rubik's Fate Bolt, all this damage reduction. Let's see the combo. Bit of Malice. Strong in by the Disruptor, and now they're going to be hitting the win. It's back up once more. Bit of Malice, and Sumail is in it. They'll lose him in mind control. Right back towards tomorrow. Trying to run from everybody on the side of Game of Glad.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Siphoning
attack.
and getting back into the base.
Has fallen.
Alive. Yeah, I think when it's time to call it, it is time to call it. They have no business left in this.
And didn't get the tether off or something. I think it got broken. Either way, I like the ghost up to purchase. That was pretty heads up, but we are back and there's a smoke action.
There's a divine right here. They're going in on Q. Where's the hit? Okay, get that hit on 123. Knocked great damage. He's dead.
Oh my god.
Nothing.
Less than 10% of his health.
I mean, I'm assuming that's just the game.
That, yeah, 100%. There's no point in talking about the
AU picks it up. I shot it twice. It's the dive.
Go away, you.
Oh my god.
Victory!
We finally get to see them have a little bit of lead. They need to have good vision, good entry to engage.
We're down up on high ground. Or Bulbica, Red Panda, this would be huge if we can find a Static Storm before the Tombstone. Not bad. Stone from Lulu. He's thrown now. There. Starting to drop down. I love TK control for the moment. He does manage to get that one away. And the Supernova down. TK barely surviving. And it's just going to be one down at this. Oh, White Album, the dodge, to hide away, the heal's coming in. So they hoping for a save, but the TKB is out, and they're going to jump onto him. They have to back away. They have lost White Album again, and now Tango in trouble. Q is going to drop. Faster, these fight so well, and they couldn't take down that Undying before the 10 out.
And remember, it's ages, so they didn't really care about giving away. Big finish, profits.
Stun is out on the play. Didn't have a BKB available. Bulbica dropping below the 10th on back in. They have a Bulbica. Doesn't look like it because the Black Hole is there. That's on the agent. He doesn't have multi if he comes back to life. And after, they might take full advantage. Move.
Radiant's bottom
Rax
has fallen.
Up the bottom. Finally, Astro full advantage. They're building.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just for a brief second, had more network. There it is, back again with the higher network. When you click on the out, it's not really an inspiring network. Blink, BKB, Radiant. You might be able to get on top of a hero, but that's not the shot that's able to 100-0 here. Like even this Undying inside Static Storm, able to then get up with Slash Golem from away.
They have that to try and keep him alive. Makes the move, and again, into this fight without Monet here. Pretty good for them. Right out of, but now Monet is out. Now they're in a lot of trouble. Maybe the team should kill him. Okay. All right. Pops ulti. Now the current punching. Really getting away. Sort of survived that first salvo. Very strong. Supernova down, pops the BKB. Ooh, he's just caught here. They want to get the kill. That's himself up. And now the chase. The avalanche, the toss. Thinks he's going to give up his life also. This is buckled in. Monet, he's way too strong. This might just be the full set of racks going down bottom. Aster, way too strong for Ares.
Like Ares did GP.
Oh, they're done.
Okay.
I was wondering. It looked like it was that type of game.
Yeah, it kind of was. It's like a game where you're an out, not really ever been in the league. He hasn't really never protected himself.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom. Standing. How are they just standing right now? I can't help but fidget with my hero half the game.
I'll be running around in circles.
Yeah.
Pirouetting on the spot, the song. Blinking from Pure. They see Yatoro, 3 lined up. Potentialized path play. They're trying to go in. Toronto Tokyo is blown up by Collapse. Has to fight back. Yatoro gets off his BKB. Pure with another song. Sprints in. Who are they aiming for? Where is the target acquisition? They can't catch anybody. Collapse BKB runs down south. Lol being chased out as well. Oh my god, Nightfall. Hazy on this refresher. Blinks to high ground. Gets away from danger for now. Pure, what's he up to? He's back to the high ground too. Mirror image out, Aegis claimed, lol in the fire, still surviving and blowing up GPK. Team Spirit,
nothing to do.
Sprinting out their base, they don't catch Nightfall on the way out, he's blinked out in the range of Mirror. They're still hunting though, and he's gonna find Toronto Tokyo. Who cares, Gem? I see Jakiro. Eon Disc popped. And with his rapier damage of like short work.
That is right. Thank you, Mr. Avo Plus, because I think it would be a huge plus if we got to get a good close game 3. Don't...
Radiant team ban.
Just
give a thing in the
Dire team ban. Radiant
what?
team pick.
Hatching?
Dire team pick.
Enchantress.
5 TIs.
make me do a capture, right?
Dire team pick.
This guy is a bot. Anyway.
Face the light.
They got better technology.
See here how the technology develops in our draft for game number 3. There it is. There it is. Are you happy now? Good.
10 seconds
because
remaining.
we got ourselves.
5
well,
seconds.
Here's where it usually goes wrong on 8th pick. We'll see. Because I think it's a little bit of a bold move how Jaja tried to be carry-inch and then, you know, didn't really have a lot of game impact there. I'm not really sure if it was his fault. You know, I don't think if he was up Iron or a Shaman necessarily things would have gone different. But like, you know, he first picks it right away again. Old. I would have thought I wanted to play a different hero. It just didn't really seem like that pick did a whole lot for them outside of the first 3 minutes, really.
Radiant team ban.
I speak for the trees.
Dire team ban.
Yes. And as long as they ban to protect
team
it.
Ban.
Team Tough learned in game. And Team Tough do them a solid. Actually, they'll ban the Storm themselves. Maybe they're playing from a team house.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I did think
5 seconds remaining.
that they are. Oh, you fool. This is... Do you not know Ted Lasso? Play like you never won. Yeah.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Wow. Undo. Ted Lasso would never. You've never seen the show. It's on Apple TV. Yeah, look, dude, I agree, but it is definitely worth. I'll tell you that. Oh yeah, it's
5 seconds remaining.
Nope. That
Dire team ban.
worth watching. Worth a watch here as they take out the Timber Saw here. Couple bans to protect this NP. So already making a couple of adjustments here for Xerxia. I don't see any reason why it needs to be flexed into any sort of a lane. See what Team Tough want to throw at it here to make it like a little bit more difficult. Considering whatever their carry is going to. Would expect to see the carry here 18th though, so not in this particular pick. Probably want to go for another support. Yeah, and Treant's just fine. In fact, Treant's pretty good. Yep. I really like the tree here. Delays NP taking towers. The Lightning Sage is super annoying. And it's a hero that gives vision as well with the Shard build that we do tend to see get picked up. So it even gives you a little bit more intel a lot of these games. He has a lot of purpose throughout any stage of the game because, of course, Overgrowth is going to go through BKB and acts as a disarm. So it is very powerful. I like this pick a lot. I think it doesn't really show your hand either, right? Like the melee 5 who's...
Radiant.
Wasting any time, no question.
I mean, I didn't think this matchup was that bad for Tusk, to be honest. I understood it was not favored, but it was definitely not that bad. But apparently, it's not even favored for the Quap. It's just kind of even.
Like, yo, we fight because whereas the TA can kind of just nuke the wave, and you were like,
rotation's really good.
Oh no, he doesn't have a blink, and I'm like, yeah, nice. Look at that. Jaja took the point in Nature's attendance. Got like a fairly clear purpose in Dota right now. Now that they've
Go! Oh no, my brethren are attacking me. What shall I do? Overgrowth. And now the supernova can be broken, but there's nobody nearby. He dies. And then let him get the last for Roche and then go.
well. This could be a real nice dismember. The hooks come.
Nice save.
Though.